Good morning and welcome to Edgbaston for the start of day 3 of the second test match between England and India. Good morning wherever you are in the world. It may well be good afternoon, good evening or good night, because we have listeners from all around the world. 77 countries and territories. Listeners have been in touch with us from Saudi Arabia to Bolivia, Ecuador, 20 countries on the African continent, over 30 in Europe, and many more to come, I hope. So England are 77 for 3, which is something of a recovery, considering that they were shocked with the dismissals without scoring of Ben Duckett and Ollie Pope. And then when Zach Crawley became the third of the top 3 to be caught in the slip cordon for 19, England were 25 for 3. Harry Brook has lived an adventurous existence at the crease. He's been slightly fortunate, you have to say. He survived an LBW appeal when he had just one. India reviewed, the ball was clipping the top of leg stump, but it was given not out, and that decision stayed. And he's batted like a millionaire. And I do say that you have to have a bit of fortune to make a fortune, and he certainly has been that. So Brook on 30, Joe Root on strike though, he's on 18, 77 for 3. First delivery of the morning from Akashdeep. He has figures of 2 for 36, and Root pushes it square of the wicket on the offside. Beautiful morning. Alongside me, Jarrod Kimber. Good morning, Jarrod.
Hello, Neil Manthorp. How are you? I don't know why I said that. We've been travelling together all morning, moaning about the fact our boss missed the bus in, all sorts of things.
Yeah, it's 11 o'clock's an interesting time to start. I know that it's done for sensible reasons, and it allows mostly the large crowds in England to miss peak hour public transport. So they don't have to pay premium rates to get here, and most do use public transport. Here is Akashdeep once again, and Root plays defensively. Sorry, Brook plays defensively towards mid-on.
Quite a lot of
people. No run.
Quite a lot of people walk in, don't they? This is one of the walking grounds that you can, if you want to have your 35, 40-minute walk, depending on where you're staying.
Yeah, a lot stay on the Hagley Road, don't they? Which is about 2 miles away.
Hagley Road. There's some hotels there. Oh my God, some of the worst hotels I have ever stayed in my life. I've got many, many stories. I don't know if the Hagley Road proprietors...
Are there anything but nasty hotels on the Hagley Road?
There's one that's average. Low-end average, but average.
Here is Akashdeep again, and Brook plays defensively. There was a place that was all the rage 30 years ago, a place called TGI Fridays. Now it's it's boarded up and it's derelict now and abandoned.
Have you ever eaten at TGI Fridays?
No, I don't think I did.
Yeah, well, then you might know why. But my first Hagley Road hotel, I had a room with no windows, I had a concrete floor, and my bed was on wheels, and I'm a bit of I toss and turn a little bit, man. I think I went from one side of the room to the other all night. It was like sleeping on a skateboard. I was in a half pike.
The concrete floors are so that they can just be hosed down.
I would assume so. It didn't cost me a lot of money, I'm not going to lie. It was quite a cheap room.
Anyway, you can walk in from the hotels on the Hagley Road, about a half an hour walk. Oh, and that one goes past the outside edge. Akashdeep, little bit of movement there, I reckon. It's just nipped away from Joe Root, and Root is as surprised as anyone else. We've seen very little seam movement. Am I imagining it, or I mean, maybe it just went straight on, but it seemed to just shape away.
No, it definitely did. I think that's why they were looking at. There was a brief conversation about reviewing there, but I think it was just because it looked like an edge rather than was anywhere near an edge, if we're being honest. quite wide, actually. Actually, they might have been checking for no ball again, because they've had a couple.
First slip, second slip, fourth slip. No third slip, no gully. It's defended now by Joe Root, out onto the offside, fielded by Prasid Krishna, and there's no run.
He's given himself a job here, Akashdeep, hasn't he? No ball, dot, no ball, dot, dot. It's really earning his first over, isn't he? 8 ball over, like the old days in Australia.
Bit of extra work. I'm interested to see when Washington Sundar comes into it. He hasn't bowled an over yet. We had 20 yesterday. He didn't bowl any of them. Here is Akashdeep. He's got 2 of the 3 wickets to fall. Bowled very nicely indeed. Outside the off stump this time. Left alone by Joe Root. Remains on 18. Harry Brook 30. England working in no balls at the moment. 79 for 3. Remember, India's total 587, so England were 510 runs behind overnight. There's a very, very long way to go. If they are still batting at the close of play, they're still going to be 150 or so behind. Oh, lovely shot off his pads through mid-wicket. Super timing from Joe Root. Lovely, lovely cricket shot. Just reaches the boundary now. One that teased the fielder all the way. Mohammad Siraj it was, who wanted to give up, wanted to concede that the ball was going to reach the boundary, but he just seemed to keep pace with it, and so he had to run all the way.
Yeah, good timing there. It's quite an on-drive. It's more of a straight flick, if anything, but it shows his feet are working perfectly to play a shot like that. About this time, Akashdeep's like, well, maybe if I'd finished the over already.
Here he is up to the crease now. Bowls once more. Root defending up to Siraj this time at mid-on, and now he does finally finish the over. Joe Root 22, Harry Brook 30, 83 for 3. It's not the worst time to bat, is it? I mean, it's a flat pitch, beautiful, cool weather, ideal conditions. The ball is 21
mild?
overs old.
Is it mild? Is this what you would say mild is?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Put that up officially. Scott, producer Scott, if you can put a tweet up just saying we've agreed it's mild. Umpires in this game. So we have the Bangladeshi umpire at the further end. Who's the umpire at this end?
Chris Gaffney?
It's Chris Gaffney. He's been very... I'm trying to think of the right word here. He's been very proactive in this test match, Chris Gaffney.
Well, Bumble reckons that the umpires are not proactive enough, and I mean, we had that situation with Shubman Gill at the close of the first day. Sorry, time wasting.
But proactive in conversations, in being involved with things.
Oh, socially,
but also with the pitch.
Okay. Mohammad Siraj is about to bowl the second over of the day. Loses his run-up halfway through and has to retrace his steps. So he's interacting with the players,
with the garden, with the players, with the pitch. Just then, that play and miss. He spent quite a long time, having a look at having a conversation with the players again. It's interesting. It's not something you've seen. Both umpires have been like that in different ways.
Here is Siraj, and again it's gone wrong. At almost exactly the same point as well. About 3 yards away from the gather and hitting the crease, he suddenly realised that his feet were in the wrong place, or maybe he's got the wrong boots on.
He had this in Headingley, didn't he? But it was wind. It could not. There could not be less of a breeze here today.
Now then, he's third time lucky for Mohammad Siraj. Again, first slip, second slip, fourth slip. Here is Siraj, does bowl, and Harry Brook defends it up towards mid-on. Straight to the fielder, no run. 83 for 3, England have added 6. They've been given 2 no balls, 1-4 from Joe Root. Forest Hill says, greetings from Jarrod's hometown.
Morning.
Melbourne.
Oh, not morning, I suppose, if he's in Melbourne.
What is the time in Melbourne now? 8:30? 10 past 8?
What time is it here? Yeah, it's a 9 hours difference at this time of the year, isn't it?
10 past 8 in the evening. Another one from Toronto in Canada. That one's flicked away by Harry Brook. Very nicely off his pads as Siraj goes a little bit too straight. And it's clipped away down to Akashdeep at long leg.
There's another one there from your hometown, Cape Town. Is Cape Town your hometown? Is that how you see it? Producer Scott's always gets really upset because you were born in one country but actually spent a lot of time in another one. And he doesn't understand that you can actually come from two different countries at the same time. But what do you see as your hometown?
It's interesting. I suppose I would say Cape Town. I mean, I've lived there for the last 35 years, so it's not where I was born. But then I don't think of where I was born as my hometown. I suppose Oxford in England. If that's down the leg side, there's an appeal. Up goes the finger. He's out. Caught down the leg side. Joe Root cannot believe what he's done. He looks absolutely disconsolate and perplexed and in disbelief. Absolutely, utterly innocuous. Sometimes there is an element of intention about a leg side catch, but I didn't get that impression there. It's just too straight from Mohammad Siraj, and Joe Root, playing the leg glance, has just tickled it into the gloves of Rishabh Pant.
Well, I tell you what, on a flat pitch like this, I can't think of a worse way to get out than early on. You're not set yet. You've got a ball down the leg side. He's thinking to himself, there's a couple here. He's got a big edge on it, and great effort from Rishabh Pant, who in the last test match really struggled with the gloves, and there was lots of talk about Juve Durrell coming in, and maybe Rishabh Pant didn't need to wicket keep anymore. But that was a good effort there. He got to that well, moved his feet, but huge wicket for this game. And this series potentially matters because, with Joe Root out early, there's a lot that Harry Brook and Ben Stokes have to do from here. But again, just, I would say in the last couple of years, Mohammad Siraj has just struggled with luck a little bit. He struggles with rhythm, he struggles with luck. Well, he was struggling with rhythm this morning. Don't think he can suggest he's struggling with luck. That was not planned. That was a mistake. And they didn't have a leg slip in place or anything like that. It wasn't like the Sai Sudarshan one. This was just a ball that was incorrectly bowled down the leg side, which ended up in the wicketkeeper's hands off the bat.
Yeah, but he'll be reminding himself of how many Jaffas he's bowled.
Exactly.
That have beaten the edge or produced catches.
He was not
dropped.
Celebrating like a man who was shy or embarrassed by that wicket.
No. It's the wicket of Joe Root. It's one of the most prized and valuable in Test cricket, so however it comes, you take it. Ben Stokes has striven is the correct.
Striven
to the crease.
I'm pretty sure.
84 for 4. Lot for the England captain to do. Here is Siraj then from the city end. First delivery to Stokes. Got him! Bouncer hits the edge or the glove. 2 wickets in 2 balls. Rishabh Pant takes a straightforward one. England in disarray, 84 for 5. Credit to the bowler this time, because that was a really good snorting short ball.
Just brutal delivery, absolutely incredible there. Slanting across, taking off. We said a couple times that a lot of wickets have come in this match from extra bounce. Just hard ball to face in your first one. Stokes got himself a little bit in his way. It was similar to the Jadeja one. Jadeja was well set. Stokes has just come out, and suddenly for a man who looked like he had no rhythm earlier this morning, he looks like he can do anything here, Mohammad Siraj. And for the second time in this innings, India is on a hat-trick. 84 for 5.
I'm just in slightly disbelief there. With all the talk yesterday. Well,
driven off the field.
Most of the talk yesterday was about how England might be able to get up to 400 or 500 and limit the damage. Now, I didn't hear anybody talking about the follow-on yesterday, but that's a very, very real possibility now.
And one of those wickets is luck, the one down the leg side. The next one isn't. So you now have to. If you're Smith now, you're starting to think to yourself, is there something in this wicket that we weren't sure of? We did think yesterday that it was just starting to crumble a little bit more and change up a little bit. So there was certainly an element of that. The wicket was just, little things were happening in it, but yeah, 84 for 5. Even if you know it's a flat wicket, there has to be some sort of subconscious part of it here that makes you think a little bit differently. Smith is at the crease, just taking middle stump guard now. How many balls has Siraj bowled this morning? He's run in 6 times. He's bowled 4 balls and taken 2 wickets. A hell of a strike rate.
Goodness me, it's just staggering. 2 wickets in 2 balls for the second time in the innings.
503 behind. They're not yet got under 500, Manners.
Well, I'm talking about the follow-on. It's a very, very realistic possibility now. Siraj in, Jamie Smith off the mark with a wonderful off drive. Well, it's feast or famine at the moment for England. We've had a couple of rasping boundaries and 2 wickets as well.
You don't see many hat-trick balls get punched. It was a hat-trick ball, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't see many hat-trick balls get driven on the up through mid-off for 4, do you?
Yeah, it wasn't a half volley. It's exactly what it was. Driven on the up. I mean, it was.
It's hit high up on his bat, hasn't it?
Yeah, he was almost reaching for it to try and keep his hands above the ball. It was a very fine shot from Jamie Smith. Let's not forget that India added 203 for their 6th wicket. England are going to need to add 303 for their 6th wicket to avoid the follow-on. That one is driven by Jamie Smith out on the leg side this time, out to mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Yashasvi Jaiswal. Brook has 31. He's only faced 3 balls today. Jamie Smith is 4, and there are 2 men to go. Joe Root for 22, caught down the leg side, and Captain Ben Stokes caught. Do you think it was? Did you see a replay? Was it glove? Was it just the sort of shoulder of the bat?
I thought it was the bat. I thought it was the top of the bat. I did look at it, and now I've completely forgotten.
I think just shoulder of the bat, wasn't it? A very, very good short ball. Good choice of delivery as well, probably. Now, in retrospect.
Definitely. Also, good news for England fans. Less than 500 behind.
Small measure of consolation.
You take what you can get in this game. Sometimes when it goes against you, it really goes against you.
I was about to ask a question, then I thought it's going to be rhetorical. I was about to say, do you think Harry Brook will continue to counter-attack? And then I realised there's no point in asking that question, because I think everybody knows the answer now.
I think we did the stats on it. So I should know this, but the median score when number 5s have been coming out has been epically low, because obviously so many top order wickets have been going around in Test cricket. But number 5s are still attacking when they come in early. It's not as if they are putting their sword away. Travis Head and Rishabh Pant and Harry Brook and Mendes in Sri Lanka, they're still playing their shots.
Akashdeep continues to Harry Brook, just tucks it away off his pads, runs the first one hard and then slows up because he realises there's no chance of a second run. 89 for 5. Jeetan Patel, former New Zealand off-spinner, now the England, is he England bowling coach or England spin bowling coach?
Spin bowling coach.
He was entrusted with doing the press duties yesterday, and he said, he asked whether England can still win the game. He said, I've said this to you guys so many times and you always laugh at me, but absolutely 100%. We'll find a way. We're going to have to find a new way to get over the line, but that's the great thing about this team. They believe in themselves. Here is Jamie Smith facing up to Akashdeep now, the big wicketkeeper from Surrey. Nudges it out to mid-wicket. Jaiswal fields again, and there's no run. And he I mean, he had a sort of smile on his face, but he has seen the impossible. He comes from an era, he played in an era where the supposedly impossible things that England have done didn't happen, and so he's seen it all for the first time. And there's an element of that wry smile about him as Akashdeep was in again, and this one chopped away off the back foot by Jamie Smith to backward point. Jadeja fields, no run.
See, the way that I saw the whole Jeetan Patel thing was different to you. I thought to myself, why have you sent out your spin bowling coach? I assume he's probably the assistant coach now as well. I would assume it's a double title because he's been around for so long. Don't know if that's official yet. But I did think to myself, why have you sent out him when essentially Shoaib Bashir bowled fine? I don't think Shoaib Bashir was the issue in what happened there. And then their top order collapsed.
Here comes Akashdeep again outside the off stump. Too wide for Jamie Smith to be interested in that one. I mean, it's one of the oldest cliches of modern cricket. So when you have a bad day, you send out some arbitrary member of the backroom team.
Fielding coach is the best one, isn't it? we had a test match in Sri Lanka. I think they were playing at the Rose Bowl. Well, it was the Rose Bowl then. I don't know how many other bowls it's gone by. Scott can give me the official name. He used to work for them. But they sent out a coach, and there was like a moment where everyone just sat there in silence, Manners.
Here's Akashdeep again, and it's steered away into the gully. Fourth slip, fielded by Nair. No run.
It's about a 3-minute, it felt like a 3-minute pause, like a Manthorp pause. We all sort of looked around, and then eventually, I think it was Chris Stocks put his hand up and said, "Who are you?" Poor Sri Lankan coach had to explain that they'd had a bad day, and he was sent out.
Reminds me of the time I was commentating many years ago for the ABC in Canberra. Here is Akashdeep running away from us up to Jamie Smith, and once again he plays defensively, and there's no run. And a local hero, the Canberra cricket community, well known to everybody in the media centre, strolled into the commentary box and was immediately sat down next to me as an unexpected, unscheduled guest, and I had absolutely no idea who he was, and actually managed to commentate with him for 10 minutes without knowing who he was.
Do you know who he is now?
His name escapes me. He played many games
for ACT.
For ACT, yeah.
But ACT
captained them.
Play that many games. So ACT's most famous player is Brad Haddon, who is incorrectly suggested he's a New South Wales player, but is actually from the ACT.
I never knew that.
There you go. That annoys me.
Here is Mohammad Siraj, and it's driven beautifully by Harry Brook. Just magnificent. Glorious extra cover drive, long half volley, and that wasn't like the length ball that Jamie Smith drove for 4. That was genuinely a half volley, or at least Harry Brook made it look like one if it wasn't.
No, it was. I think it was a little bit fuller there. He's got to go back to just hitting the top of the stumps and maybe bowling that occasional extra bounce here. He's searching for wickets. So Brad Haddon's the most famous cricketer. Nathan Lyon's the one who is most commonly associated with him, but he's actually from New South Wales, but he was about an hour and a half out of ACT, and he learnt his cricket in Canberra.
Here's Siraj again, and Harry Brook defends, blocking that one resolutely to Karen Nair at cover, no run.
And by that I mean, like, obviously he learnt it in his country town, but he became an academy player and a young professional in Canberra, and then ended up going to South Australia. Merv Hughes played for the ACT Comets, or the Canberra Comets. Mike Valletta played for... Do you remember Mike Valletta?
Merv was about sort of 38, wasn't he?
He was about 49, I think.
In the winter of his career.
Oh, he was beyond winter.
Here's Siraj, once again loses his run-up, even further into it now. He's maybe just a couple of yards away from the gather and leap into his bowling action.
You know, in Alaska, or is it in Norway and places like that where they don't have the sun? You know, it gets so dark during winter, you have no... That's the period that Merv Hughes was in when he was playing for the Canberra Comets.
Why did he do that? Did he need the money?
I think he thought he had a little bit left in him.
He retired, hadn't he? He came out of retirement for that one season. Here's Siraj again. It's defended by Brook. No run.
I think if you go back, Victoria had a great bowling attack, and he would have liked to have probably played for a couple more years for Victoria, but he couldn't get a gig. Also, it wasn't 4-day cricket, so he only had to play in the one-dayers, and so I think there was an element of that, but it was ridiculous. I think there's a Canberra Comets shirt at the Sri Lankan, the Colombo Cricket Cafe, and I think it might be Merv's shirt, because my memory is it's quite a large shirt. It's a beautiful shirt. It's a collector's item now, the Canberra Comets stuff.
For those of you, wherever you're listening, if you have never been to the Cricket Club Cafe in Colombo, it's definitely worth a visit. That's clipped away by Brook as Siraj angles it in towards the pads. I mean, it's not an iconic eatery by any means. But
what you mean food-wise? It's not about the food. It's about just going around and looking at everything.
Graham Gooch burger.
Yeah.
And then the
Alan
Mike
Lamb
Gatting
chops.
platter.
Alan Lamb chops.
Alan Lamb chops, yeah.
Yeah. It's great. But also the memorabilia on the walls, considering they're not like, you know...
It's not a professional operation.
Yeah. They've got, Runatunga's jumper, which looks suspiciously from when he was younger in his career. They've got incredible photos and kit from different players, bats.
Siraj in once again, another short one, the like of which got rid of Ben Stokes' first ball. Turned away by Jamie Smith behind square on the leg side. Fielded by Akashdeep.
So my point is that I've named all the famous Canberra players that I'm aware of, Manus. So I wouldn't have been able to help you with whoever this other person was. Canberra cricket is not particularly pushed in Australia. Did you end up working out who it was? And have you remembered the name? You're the sort of person that I could imagine you did some research afterwards.
I surreptitiously wrote a note, who is this, and passed it to the producer without my co-commentator noticing. And my hope was that he wouldn't tap me on the shoulder and blurt out his name. So he did actually write it on the other side of the piece of paper and handed it to me surreptitiously. Down the leg side now, Siraj. The irony is that he's taken 2 wickets and he's still all over the place. He looks like he's bowling like the toilet door on a prawn trawler. He's very, very rusty. He's not swinging easily at all. 99 for 5. He's got 2 wickets. Bowled 1 down the leg side. Was fortunate to get rid of Joe Root and then bowled an absolute snorter, and he's bowled some filth since.
The toilet door on a prawn trawler.
They don't swing very easily.
Okay, gotcha.
Rusty.
I just think he's chasing. He just needs to get back to hitting the top of off stump with the odd occasional short ball on this wicket, and he'll be fine. This is a problem that he has. You still haven't told me. Do you know who the Canberra legend was, or has that been long forgotten to the mists of time?
Do you know, it was before here's Akashdeep, and it's driven down the ground. Lovely shot, super shot actually from Jamie Smith. Nice timing. It looked like a defensive shot, but he's timed it so well that it's gone back past the bowler, and they're able to go through for a single, and it brings the 100 up to somewhat ironic applause from the Edgbaston crowd. They're slow to appreciate that the 100's on the board. And if it is possible, if it is remotely possible to clap your hands wryly, that's what this crowd has just done.
I did a commentary stint with Farouk Engineer, where he called me 3 different names throughout the commentary stint. It was one of my first ones with talkSPORT, actually. Champions Trophy 2017, I think.
I'll never hear a bad word said about Farouk. He's a fabulous, fabulous man.
Oh, he was
not
fabulous.
Born to be a commentator, I don't think, necessarily. Pushed away defensively out on the offside. So I can't remember the name of the gentleman in Canberra, but he was instrumental in ACT's promotion to List A cricket. It was before they were very much in the amateur days. So that's why he was a sort of folk hero. But he, as I said, everybody knew who he was and what he'd done for ACT cricket, except me.
Except for you, who was on air with him. But you and I have also met a lot of people for the first time while being on air with them.
That's true. Here is Akashdeep again. Oh, and a flick and a miss. And just a lurch from Harry Brook. I have to say that it's been a very stop-start innings from Harry Brook. He's looking as fluent as Mohammad Siraj at the moment.
We've just got a stat come through from Gary Morgan. It says in the last 10 years, Birmingham Day 3 is the lowest batting average. So the average on Day 3 here is 21. On Day 2 it's 38, and on Day 4 it's 37.
Average?
Per wicket.
Oh.
But I can't think of any reason why Day 3 would be 21, and Day 4 would be 37, and Day 2 would be 38.
Flicked away out towards square leg and go through for a single.
So I'm going to say that's probably an anomaly. Also, I think this wicket's changed quite a bit in the last year, so I wouldn't be as concerned with sort of historic data, but it is an interesting one.
Shardul Thakur is on the field. Can't see who he's on for. I think it's Shardul Thakur, number 54, substitute.
Is that with the white brim hat down at fine leg? Is that where you're looking?
I think that's Siraj.
So where's Shardul?
Or is that Jaiswal? Deep square leg.
No, it's Jaiswal.
Jaiswal.
Slightly different body types.
That's true. That's short and pulled away through mid-wicket. Nice shot from Jamie Smith. Running away, fast outfield, short boundary. Cheer from the crowd as it trickles into the boundary, foam triangles, and it's 4 more.
Do you want me to give you a tip on how to tell Jaiswal apart from everyone else? He's quite high-waisted.
And he's no longer in the slip cordon. Banished after 3 drops at Headingley.
He's one of the most high-waisted cricketers I've seen since Mike Haseman or Curtly Ambrose.
Mike Haseman.
Very high-waisted.
Very good call.
He's high-waisted. And for our South African listeners, and our South Australian listeners as well.
Here is Akashdeep in once again, and now again whipped away. Different shot, same area, different result. It'll go for 2 as Prasid Krishna does the chasing. Slide tackles it. In fact, they've come back for 3. That's very good running. Jamie Smith is such gifted natural talent.
Just the ease at which he found the gap there, and good timing and flicked it away. That was a really, really impressive shot, maybe even more so than the ball before. But this is what they do. They just keep putting the pressure back on you. The one thing I would say, and I said it all the way through the first test as well, not when I was camping, but the bits when I wasn't camping, was essentially that you have to kill them, England. You can't just be in front of them in the game and wait for the game to end. You have to actually kill them off, and they're doing the same thing again here.
They've got a double change coming up in the commentary box. Jon Norman and Darren Gough are going to be taking over. I don't know. Is it past? If I watch fast? It'll be Mohammad Siraj, still struggling for rhythm, I think, from the city end. First slip, second slip, fourth slip. Breeze has got up now. Nitish Kumar Reddy's in at fourth slip, or straight gully. Siraj bangs it in short. Up onto his toes goes Jamie Smith. And it's pushed out defensively towards extra cover. 108 for 5. Harry Brook 42. Jamie Smith 13. You heard me right. 108 for 5. Joe Root and Captain Ben Stokes dismissed consecutive deliveries. Absolutely innocuous, harmless leg side delivery from Mohammad Siraj, which Joe Root leg glanced. Thin inside edge into the gloves of Rishabh Pant, and then a snorter bouncer to Ben Stokes' first ball. Siraj in once again. Jamie Smith plays defensively. Really, really good first delivery from Mohammad Siraj. Darren Gough will appreciate the irony of the fact that Siraj is clearly struggling desperately for rhythm. He's aborted 5 deliveries, a couple of yards away from his run-up. He's bowled some absolute rubbish, and a complete snorter to get rid of Ben Stokes' first ball.
Oh, absolute snorter. And look, this is what he can do. He bowls wicket-taking deliveries. He can bowl a lot of filth, but he's capable of bowling some absolutely tremendous deliveries.
Siraj in again, and it's driven by Smith. He has this ability to drive on the up through the offside. It's quite remarkable, really. But that one's gone straight to Gill. Mid-off, no run.
I'll tell you what I've been fascinated in as well is that they've used the short ball really, really well. And sometimes on a pitch that's not got great pace, the short ball, if you get it right, can have its double effect. Do you know where I'm coming from? Alan Donald used to be the king of it. When you play on a slow pitch and Alan Donald bowled that bouncer, instead of it flying over your head, it was always at you, and you felt as though you had to play it because it didn't have that bounce.
Siraj in again, punched off the back foot, half a diving stop from Jaiswal, takes a pace off it, collected at mid-off, and they've gone through for a single.
And I will expect Siraj, actually, he has struggled, hasn't he, from the city end. I've remembered, Manners, what about that? He has struggled with his rhythm from the city end, but I very much expect him to have a go from where we are now, from where we're commenting from the pavilion end. Absolutely. But Akashdeep, I think, has been tremendous. He's had a good rhythm. Yes, he's gone for a few. He's gone at 5 and over, but he's picked up that couple of wickets, and that's what it's about. Test match cricket is about taking 10 wickets. Well, 20 wickets in the game, but getting them out that first innings. And 109 for 5.
Siraj again. Harry Brook defends, no run.
you'd take that any day of the week, wouldn't you? With Stokes and Root back in the hutch.
Well, with 587 runs in the bank, you're prepared to pay almost whatever the asking price is for your 10 wickets.
Absolutely. You just want to get off as a fielder, don't you? You're thinking, look, this is a flat pitch, and you would take 109 for 5. But let's not underestimate this England team. Smith is a fantastic player, plays some wonderful shots. We know what Brook can do. We know he's going to play shots and give you a chance, but he can score very, very quickly.
Last ball of the over from Siraj is in again, and Harry Brook defends, pushing that one out towards Jaiswal at extra cover. 109 for 5, 2 wickets in this morning. Joe Root in for 22, caught down the leg side, and then Ben Stokes, first ball, edging behind. Really good bouncer from Mohammad Siraj. More from Darren Gough, and then it'll be Jon Norman.
Well, yeah, India after defeat at Headingley absolutely played off the park. Well, they dominated much of that test match, but England managed to get the win. And then we go here now, and we see how they've come back. India, they've been magnificent with the bat. The captain was truly sensational. A balanced innings, getting a huge double. And then with the ball, they've showed aggression. They've showed passion. They've been good in the field, taking the catches in the slip. And they're going to keep going with Akash. That's gone for 5 in over. They've picked up the 2 big wickets.
109 for 5 then, and Akashdeep continuing. Here's a question for you then, Goffey. It says just pushed up to mid-on. Let's just say England get bowled out for 130. Would India definitely enforce the follow-on?
Well, I think they'll be looking at the forecast, but I think realistically, if they bowled them out for 130, I think it means they could go and probably bat for another day and a half. I mean, if you're not going to bowl a team out, and what, in a day and a half you need, I would say, it's just not going to happen, full stop. And it gives these bowlers a rest. But at the minute, they've only used 2 bowlers, haven't they?
Yeah. Jadeja bowled 1 over, or 2 overs last night, and Krishna bowled 1. This is clipped through the mid-wicket region by Jamie Smith, who moves to 16. He got off the mark with a full-blooded cover drive, punched through mid-off. It was facing the hat-trick delivery, which you don't often see that.
What I will say, it wouldn't surprise me if India did make them follow, and I'll tell you why. My theory. I think their bowlers are better conditioned to bowl more overs than our bowlers. I think what we saw yesterday from England bowlers is one of the criticisms we've had of them is, but they don't play enough cricket, and the conditioning showed for me yesterday.
That's interesting. Deep again. This is pitched up, and Jamie Smith unfurls yet another cover drive, but hits it straight to Shubman Gill at mid-off, no run. All
look great, all fit, but I think one of the problems we have is, do they bowl enough overs? Ben Stokes coming back from 4 months out, only played, what, 2-3 first-class matches?
I don't think he played that.
Wokesy coming back from injury, hardly played any first-class cricket. He said he gets better with the more overs he bowls. He didn't bowl after yesterday's morning session. Didn't bowl, right? You've seen Tom, we know he's been injury-prone, doesn't bowl a lot of overs, and Cast was struggling yesterday.
Yep, absolutely.
Fatigue.
Maybe his toe as well, as on the up. Smith attempting to punch this through extra cover. I'd have another slip-in for Smith, wouldn't you?
Absolutely, it's a surprising field. But I think with India, I think what we will find, I mean, they've seen when Bumrah bowls and he plays in a game, he could bowl you 20-odd overs each innings, no sweat, and he just keeps going. Siraj, we know he can do it, and I would very much doubt he can't do it, Akashdeep. So I just think they are better conditioned to bowl more overs. So it wouldn't surprise me if they did make England follow on, if that was in the cards.
This is a slower delivery, and Jamie Smith has seen it out of the hand, reaching a touch, but it's in his arc, and he just smashes this to the deep point boundary for 4.
Glorious, glorious, glorious shot. This kid can play, can't he? We've been saying for a long time, and people were surprised actually when he got his chance. People were talking about other keeper batters out there. Johnny Bairstow, do we keep going with him? But this kid can play. He's got all the game. He's got all the game.
Yeah, he looks as carefree as though he's playing on a Sunday afternoon, doesn't he? Deep in again, touch straighter, and Smith just helps this through straightish mid-wicket for another run. 116 for 5 England.
Yeah, I'll tell you one thing, you know, when he was at Surrey, right? Well, he's still there, but I rang Alex Stewart when he wasn't playing and they were playing folks here, and I said, I tell you what, mate, I know you're trying to get him in, but he's not playing. Is it all right if we take him on loan? Because we didn't have a Johnny Bairstow, obviously he was playing away with England, and Tattersall had a broken finger. I said, is it all right if we take that Jamie Smith? He said, absolute no chance, mate. You're not getting nowhere near him. He's in the last year of his contract and he's going to be playing for us. And he said he's going to be playing for England within the next 6 months. I'll tell you what, Alec, you were right. And I judge Alec's views. You know, I'm pretty close to him and admire what he's done in cricket.
One of your old bowlers has been bowling really well in the last couple of games, Matthew Fisher.
Mate, it's a shame, isn't it? It's took him to leave Yorkshire to see his potential. He struggled the first couple of games, but he's realising now, going to another county, he's better the more overs he bowls. And he knows he's going to have to play there because Alec won't take it. And now he's playing and we're seeing the potential.
Yeah, he's done very well. Miscue pull shot from Jamie Smith as Prasid Krishna comes in and delivers a short pitch bowl. He was licorice all sorts, was Krishna. A couple of terrific deliveries, wicket-taking deliveries. He took 5 wickets in the first.
It's a bit like Josh Tongue, isn't he? Very much similar, where he bowls great deliveries, but he's not consistent in his line and length.
Yeah, absolutely. Not quite sure what his line and his length is.
That's what happens when you're younger, though. I was the same. You know, you get better with age. It's mad, really, isn't it?
He can bowl fast as well, as Harry Brooks comes forward and blocks this out to mid-off. But yeah, look, there was a lot of talk at the start of the summer about Dan Worrell playing for England, and you know, that's all gone a bit quiet. And one of the reasons is that he's actually missed a few games. They've rested him for a couple, and he had a little niggle at the start of the season.
And he's getting on now as well.
He's getting on,
he's getting on. I think that would be a backward step, and I think he's a terrific bowler. But I think sometimes a bowler, you just that year too long, you know.
Yeah, Krishna again is in, and this is pushed out into the offside by Brook, no run. But Matthew Fisher, because Worrell hasn't played quite as much, and I mean Jamie Overton never really takes a new ball for Surrey. He's been called up and has been around. He went out to the IPL for a bit, didn't he? And then he's been around the white ball setup for England.
Can I just bush in there, because you're going to laugh at this?
Go on.
Did you notice Jamie Overton bowling this morning?
No.
Right. So he had a bowl this morning. Let's just think about this. He's a tester. He's here in the test squad. He was bowling with a white ball.
Really?
Yeah.
Cut through second slip. Now, whether he would have done that shot if the second slip had been in place, we'll never know. But that was at head height. And India, who have England 117 for 5 before that delivery, 466 runs away, have got a wideish first slip, and Nitish Reddy
too close
in the gully, essentially.
Too close to cut. Ended up being a good shot, well controlled, but he was too close to his body to be cutting. But he got it down, got on top of it, but it was a risky shot. Irish shot from Harry Brook, but we're used to seeing that, aren't we? Averaging 58. Do what you want, can't you?
Yeah, we are used to it, for sure. It's 46 not out is Harry Brook. He played and missed 4 or 5 times last night.
This is a better field. I think it's important. 5 down, not to have 2 slips, and that like floating 4th slip. I think this is the better field.
Yeah,
you don't need a mid-wicket.
He's chasing though, and what's the chances that Krishna's going to drift onto the pads and Brooks is going to smash this through mid-wicket? We'll see. Anyway, Krishna's in, and no, is cut. Again, very close to the body, but a more controlled shot. Opens the face through vacant backward point and down to the fielder, who's on the boundary for another run. 122 for 5 England.
So back to that. So Jamie Overton, possibility he could play the next test. He's here for a reason, right? He's in the test squad. And I was gobsmacked this morning. All I can imagine is, are Surrey playing tonight? Is he going to play for Surrey in a white ball game tonight?
Yeah, but the blast is back, isn't it? But the schedule's so crazy.
So is he playing tonight? Have a look for us. Come on.
Well, he not if he's here.
He must be, because he's playing with a... Why would he be bowling with a white ball here when we've got a test match next week at Lord's?
I know that the blast is the county championships has come to an end, isn't it? Until next month. This is cut by Jamie Smith down to the fielder at the third.
I can only imagine
123 for 5.
I can only imagine either today or tomorrow he's going to go play for Surrey in a white ball game, and that's the only. If he's not, there's no way he should be bowling with a white ball. He should be bowling with a red one.
There are T20 games today. You're right, but Surrey aren't playing. Surrey are playing. Blimey, where else Surrey playing? No, they're not playing till Sunday.
Well, I reckon he's got to be playing a game, though, if that's the only games available. Because he could play in the Test match next week, by the way. I think he could play for Cars, and then I think Archer will come in for Tom, right? If there's going to be any changes, that's what could happen. So there could be the 2 changes for England, if we're going to be straight on it.
They're going to have to change things up, aren't they, England? Because
freshen the bowlers up.
Freshen the bowlers up. I mean, that never change a winning team mentality. I think we've seen today in this Test match, or yesterday rather, in this Test match, that doesn't really work for bowlers necessarily. This is in the air for a touch, but there's no fielder at square legs. It goes through to the fielder on the boundary for another single from the back, Jamie Smith. He moves to 24, and the score here at Edgbaston, 124 for 5.
I was right, wasn't I? Siraj coming on now from the pavilion end. He fancied it. Struggled with his rhythm, didn't he? I don't know if there's a bit of a breeze there against the breeze, but now he's got the end he probably wanted to start with. He's going to be able to run down. I think this is running downhill, but a lot of people would say it's kind of uphill. But I used to prefer this end, but I didn't mind bowling from the City end either.
It's strange. I mean, he is the... I'll finish that sentence in a second as he comes in, and Brook just comes forward and pushes this to the outside. Offside, no run. I mean, he is the more experienced bowler. You know, you would have thought he would have got the choice of ends. No ball, by the way. We've seen quite a few no balls from this end.
Like I say, if it's downhill, as I said, you can obviously. When you play at Headingley and you bowl at both sides at Headingley, you switch from one to the other. You can struggle with your run up. At Lords is the same, and that's the hardest thing about being a fast bowler, is when you swap ends, you can be. You sometimes can bowl a lot of no balls until you get that rhythm.
Yes, interesting. Siraj in again, and Brook comes forward. They're not... I wonder how many singles have been taken today. It seems to be boundaries or nothing. Boundaries or dot balls. There's not been much strike rotation, and that was one of the key aspects to Shubman Gill's innings especially. But actually, Jadeja and Jaiswal were the same. They're more than happy to take that single. And maybe that isn't the great strength of Harry Brook. In fact, it isn't. If you look at his scoring breakdown, you know, he's up there with the very best in pretty much every metric, but in terms of running singles, that's where sometimes can get stuck, as he'll take another couple here, easing the ball through the covers, and if he comes through for a third, yep, he will do, and that will be 50 up for Harry Brook again. What a player England possess in Harry Brook. Raises the bat up, little look to the dressing room, but boy oh boy, England need him to stick around for a long time today if they're going to drag themselves up to a position of parity. 2 wickets and 2 balls this morning. Joe Root caught down the leg side for 22, and then Ben Stokes bounced out, gloved a short ball from Mohammad Siraj, who was on a hat-trick. He had an Indian fast bowler on a hat-trick for the second time in the innings. 84 for 5 at that stage, and 44 runs have been added since then in quick time as well, but pressure is going to be on, not that you'd know it, the England batters for certainly the next couple of sessions, and probably up until the close of play, if they're still batting, of course. Siraj is in again, and Smith just drops this down. There's no backward point, so that widest second slip has to run across and field. Smith comes through for a single, 128 for 5.
Yeah, we come to expect it now, don't we, from Harry Brook? It's just another 50 off 73 balls, pretty quick again. And if you consider how he started yesterday, he was nervous wreck, wasn't he, the first few balls? I mean, he could have got out any delivery on that first 2 or 3 overs, got away with a few flashing wide blades. And the difference between watching Shubman Gill bat and the England batters bat at this moment in time on this pitch is Shubman just looked and let the ball come to him and just stroked it, didn't he? And natural timing. The England players, and this is why we've seen the wickets we've seen caught in the slip, have gone hard at it, haven't they? Almost tried to hit it too hard through the offside, and that's why they've taken the edge.
Siraj again. This is a touch straighter, and Brook plays with a straight bat. Siraj, yeah, really struggled from the City end, didn't he? He's ran in and then had to stop without delivering the ball on three occasions.
He's got 3 for though, mate.
Well, this is
struggled and got 3 for
but
43.
This is Siraj, though, isn't it? This is absolutely Siraj.
I'd like to struggle and get 3 wickets.
He's such an interesting bowler to watch. On some days he's unplayable.
I'm a fan of him, and you know that. I've talked about it before. He's worth putting in the team. But he could easily bowl 10 overs and go for 60.
Yeah.
And none for 60.
Yeah. Here he is again, Siraj. Last ball of the over, and it's clipped away nicely by Harry Brook, who moves to 51. And the score moves on, 130 for 5. The crowd seems more alive today than at any stage. It was a quiet first couple of sessions yesterday, wasn't it? And obviously there was moments of excitement on day one when those 2 wickets fell in quick succession, but it just seems like the crowd today is...
Yeah, a few people have said that, you know. They've been surprised how quiet it's been. What's the stand called here? Hollies. I've been surprised. I thought yesterday afternoon they livened up a bit. We had a bit of Sweet Caroline. I thought that was good by the Barmy Army, and everybody got involved. But you're used to a huge atmosphere. This one and Headingley, for me, are the best 2 atmospheres of all the Test match grounds.
Miles ahead of anything else.
Yeah, miles ahead of anything. Trent Bridge can get close to it at times. But then obviously Lords is a different atmosphere, and the Oval are different atmospheres. They're great to play in, obviously, Lords. Yeah, you come to Edgbaston and Headingley, and as an England player, you feel that support, you know. You do feel it. But we've got to remember, we are playing India, and there's a lot of Indian communities around Birmingham.
This is just dropped into the leg side. And that Nair running in, throwing the ball at the stumps at the non-striker's end. Basser's comfortably crossing her home. The Hollies stand and the Western Terrace, without doubt, the 2 loudest stands in cricket in this country. During an Ashes, Hollies stand is just
it's electric,
and Western Terrace absolutely
and it's
off
fun,
the
isn't
scale.
it? It's fun as well.
It can be pretty up there. I never want to really be a field. I mean, you would have had it out in front of Bay 13 at the MCG on the boundary field in between overs. You would have got plenty of stick as Smith pushes this ball up to mid-off.
Do you know what my favourite is when you go to Western Terrace and you go here at Hollies stand? Is the Horse and Hounds. Do you know when they have that and they're chasing the...
yeah.
That is still my funniest one I see when fancy dress.
Yeah.
And it's running, they're chasing them all day. When they've had a few drinks throughout the day. But I don't know where they get the energy from. They're running up and down there, aren't they? And then you get the dinosaur, don't you? You remember the dinosaur running after everyone? It's
from
fun.
Toy Story.
Yeah.
Oh, is that an edge? A play and a miss from Jamie Smith.
There's the example of going hard at it, where England have gone harder to the ball. So what we've seen there is a good delivery from Krishna, right? And instead of just stroking for it, he's trying to hit the ball so hard. All you have to do is get past the infield here, and it flies on the boundary. Look, it's a fast outfield. It's all cricket square.
That was a terrific delivery. It's not moving a huge amount, but actually you don't want it to, especially if the batter is reaching forward and going hard at the ball. As Krishna again comes in, and this is Krishna. He's just dragged his legs back just a touch. It's too short, and it's easily dealt with by Jamie Smith. But yeah, there's just a little bit of movement. We saw this with Harry Brook. He was beaten past the outside edge twice in 2 balls. And it's funny, isn't it? Because he's not a nervy character. You know him, right? But again, at the start of his innings at Headingley as well, when he was caught from a no ball. India trying to change the ball, by the way.
Putting through the handcuffs.
And when we were in New Zealand, he was dropped a few times. You know, maybe he's just one of those batters.
And that's what I'm interested to see, how he does perform against that top Australian attack on Australian pitches, because we know what their attack's going to be. We know there's going to be more bounce and pace in the pitches.
Here is Krishna. This keeps a little low. So Smith tries to check drive, and the ball seems to squirt off the toe end of the bat, goes down to the fielder running in from third. Look, there's certainly going to be testing him out with a short ball in Australia, and I'm surprised that we haven't seen a little bit more of that from India in this series, actually. I mean, Bumrah did with that ball that got him, only to have overstepped, but...
Well, there's going to be more bounce in Australia, we know that. We know that pitch hard, so we know that's going to happen, and it's going to bring slips into play, isn't it, early on. So it'll be interesting how they do bowl at Harry Brook.
Here is Krishna driving again, is Brook this time. No great timing. I mean, these are two powerful cover drivers, aren't they? And they're so quick on the pull. They're very, very strong guys. They time the ball so brilliantly. But once India get past one of these, you know, as competitive and as skilled as Chris Wokes is, you know, they will feel that they have got, you know, one hand on this innings, the throat of this innings. Will, good evening from New Zealand. I'm pleased to report it's no longer raining. Yeah, it's the rainy season. I've never been
New Zealand.
Oh,
we love it. Well, you do. Yeah, we spend a lot of time there, don't we? So
I've never been there in this time of the year, though. I've only ever been there from October through to June.
Same as me.
Never been in there July, August or September. And
hello to everybody in Christchurch, because I play for East Shirley, Christchurch. I play with Nathan Astle. I live with Nathan Astle, actually. Well, he lived with me. He was only a 17-year-old kid, and I was 19, and he asked if he could come and move in. He wanted to get out of the house. He had a girlfriend. I said, come and live with me. I was there for 6 months.
Siraj continuing. This is on-off stump and pushed up on drive from Jamie Smith. You weren't playing in that famous Christchurch game, were you, when he smashed the
No, that's
two?
when I was banned. I got injured in the one-days, didn't I?
Yeah, I can't remember you playing in that.
That's when I did my knee. Did my knee in Dunedin in the one-days. Brendan McCullum's debut in the one-days. And then I went home and missed the test matches. Me and Alec weren't allowed to play because we refused to go to India, if you remember. So we weren't allowed to play in the test.
That's right.
Only the one-days.
And
I did my knee in the last, can you believe that? My 8th over of my last over. 8th over of my last one-day international in New Zealand. And that was it. I'm done. My career was on the downward spiral.
Oh, mate. Pushed again to short mid-wicket. No run. Harry Brook 52, Jamie Smith 26. It's Smith who's facing the score. 132 for 5. England trailed by a whopping 455 runs after India were bowled out yesterday for 587. Shubman Gill, highest score by an Indian test batter, going past Sunil Gavaskar of all people, who's here today, of course, and throughout the series, commentating for Indian TV. 269, and he didn't give a chance. The first chance was the chance he gave when he was on 269, and it was taken. This is clipped square of the wicket. There's a chase on. It's Jadeja.
Yep, Jadeja, isn't it?
It's like a hair in the outfield. He might be pushing 40. But I tell you what, he'll still be registering on the pretty well on those bleep tests.
He played pretty well as well, by the way, Jadeja. I enjoyed watching him back.
Yeah, me too.
Unlucky, really. Got a good delivery.
Every now and again there's one, right?
Yeah, surprise everyone. I think sometimes on a slower pitch it's harder to play the short ball, and when you've got someone who's got a real good short delivery, I was saying to Manners, Alan Donald on a slow pitch was harder to face than when you played him on a quicker pitch. I know that sounds not right,
yeah,
but trust me, he was harder.
Siraj, that is a slower ball from Siraj, and it just kind of floats up there. It's over pitched and absolutely drilled to the boundary forward of deep point, and Brook moves to 56.
How do you think Joe Root's feeling sat upstairs now in the dressing rooms? On a pitch like this, you know if he got past that first half an hour this morning, it was 3 figures, right? He's that good a player. You know good players on good pitches get past that first half an hour, the tricky period, and then he got tickled down the leg side and he's gone. So you imagine how he's feeling up there. Ben Stokes got a snorter. Absolutely wonderful delivery, first ball up from Siraj. Rising snorter. Nicked it through to the keeper. There we go, Siraj is into Harry Brook. Forward defence into the offside. Picked up at short extra cover. Yeah, good start from India. Real good start, 137 for 5 now England. Starting to recover. This partnership's looking really good from Harry Brook and Jamie Smith. Jamie Smith's rolled on to 27 from nowhere.
He does go at at a pace. Joe Root has only passed 50 3 times in his last 13 innings. For a normal batter, you would say, well, you know, that's all right. But yeah, he's once he gets into the 20s, it's always a surprise when he gets out, isn't it?
He's such a good player, though, John.
Oh.
And this guy as well. I mean, Harry Brook. I mean, ever since I first saw him when I went back to Yorkshire, just amazes me.
Defended again by, well, not again, but defended.
It's a rarity. It's a rarity.
But again, it's boundaries or nothing from Brook.
He normally he is good at getting on to the strike. He likes to get his singles though, doesn't he? Like almost like backward point area, and he likes to push it down to third man. That's his shot. And his other big shot, which I've not seen a lot of so far this series, is that almost like pick up to the leg side. He loves that when it's just that short of a length shot where he flicks it over down to fine leg. That tends to be his get out of jail shot as well. He does like that one.
We're going to have a change in the commentary box, I think. Harmy's ready to come in. I think Sid Monger as well from ESPN Cricinfo. After this over, with England 137 for 5, and Jamie Smith facing. And it's just defended. A really important passage of play, this. England can ill afford another wicket.
Well, we've had an hour's play. And they've been impressive. India managed to pick up those 2 wickets, which has put them well in the box seat now. For England, in recovery mode, still looking to hit boundaries. That's the way England play. The trail, England, by 450. And we're in for a good day. 78.5 overs remaining today.
On the pull, and that will certainly reach the boundary. I think it's bounced before going over. Down at deep fine leg, deep backwards square leg, 141 for 5, and Krishna is being expensive again. And this is a big moment in the game for India because they never had any control, and it's difficult on a pitch like this. It's not going to be in any great pace. 2 set batters who score freely, but Akash Deep has bowled a good quota of overs. I'm not sure how long they're going to be going with Siraj.
Well, the problem is Bumrah gives them the control, and before that it was Ashwin, and Ashwin's not here, and Bumrah's not here, right? So unless they're going to bowl Jadeja over the wicket or do something.
Short again, it's in the air, and it's going to sail over the fielder at deep backward square leg. He was interested for a minute, but then he realised that the ball wasn't coming anywhere near him. And one of the Indian backroom staff is going to have to go and retrieve it. Well, Smith moves to 37, the score 147 for 5.
Well, it's not a big boundary, is it, that one? And if you're going to bowl a short ball, it has to be pure effort. It has to be hard and it has to be high, because we know these guys, anything around neck high, they're going to be, a top edge is going to go for 6. It's so short, that boundary to the leg side. And he hasn't got the pace to trouble Smith. But I think they'll go with it. I think they'll think, we've got a chance here. They put another man out now. They've got 3 men out on the leg side waiting for that short ball. So let's expect it again. He's willing to try and buy a wicket. Not a bad idea. You can afford to do it for the couple of overs. They've got a lead of 440. They can do what they want.
Well, Jamie Smith has caught on the boundary. A good relay catch in the 40s. And he does score a lot of quite brisk and breezy 30s and 40s to Smith. But there are big runs on offer here as goes again this time. He has absolutely drilled this through mid-wicket. He's flat batted it between 2 mid-wicket fielders with another fielder out forward of deep square leg, and he's hit that with so much power. He's managed to get it past all 3 and away to the boundary for 4 more. What a shot that was.
What a shot, so much time. Just got to show, look, I don't have to hit it behind square, I can hit it in front of square as well, and on the floor. So guess what they've done now? Took another slip out and put them in a mid-wicket. So now we've got another man into the leg side, waiting for that catching area. He's trying to patrol the troops here, Shubman Gill. It's an interesting field set now. We've got 3 fielders on the leg side, all within the ring, waiting for that miss it pull.
Here is Prasid Krishna, and he goes again. It's dragged down. Smith makes room for himself to the leg side, and he just drags this ball up and over, wideish mid-on and away to the boundary for another 4. Krishna's going at 6s again.
Well, the problem we've got here now is that they're actually just letting everyone know that he's going to get another short ball. So what he decided to do, Smith, is back away and just hit it straighter now. So he hit it to mid-on. So guess what they've done now? They're now following the ball. So now he's gone and put a fielder now at mid-on, kind of halfway to the boundary. They've got a mid-wicket waiting for the miss-it pull. They've got a square leg on point. They've got a deep mid-wicket waiting for the miss-it aerial shot. You've got a backward square waiting for the miss-it pull shot and a fine leg. What a field this is.
Here we go. Well, that's so short.
Now we got a wide.
It's been called a wide.
That's just a bit too high. So the captain's told him he's now going to bowl the ball short. If you're going to bowl a bouncer, it's going to be head high. You can't bowl it waist high or neck high because it's just hit it where you want. So this time, he's tried to do that, but guess what? Too short, too high, wide. Not a good over, this one, for India.
How many runs has come off this? He's hit 2 4s and a 6, plus a wide.
Well, he's actually been quite economical. But then this over has spoiled his bowling figures.
Last ball of the over then, we think. And it's pitched
Oh,
up.
no.
And with the field set for a short delivery, he goes to the double bluff. It's over pitched on the stumps. And Jamie Smith says, thank you very much.
Take your
Opts is
sweater.
too long off for 4 more. Wow, what an over. 160 for 5 then. And Jamie Smith is within 1 of 50. Harry Brook is at 56 not out. England still trail by 427, but many more overs like that, and they're going to be past them by T. Harmy's in. It was 4-6, 4-4, wide 4 from that over. Wow. Manager's about to come in as well, and we've got ESPN Cricket Info's Sid Monga, so plenty of chat for the next half an hour here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube stream.
Cheers, John. Yeah, it's been an interesting morning. It started a whirlwind from India. Siraj with 2 wickets and 2 balls. It was a beauty to Ben Stokes. He hit that one first up and he just managed to get a glove on her. But since then, Jamie Smith going first ball 4 down the ground, and he's played some wonderful shots. I'd keep going with his short ball tactic. I know that was an expensive over, but India have got a lot of runs to play with. 427 is what England are in the rears, and yes, Jamie Smith 49 off 38 balls, and he's had a go at Prasid Krishna. But for me, Manners, I'd keep going with the big lad, bowling the bouncers. Goughy's right; they are following the ball in the field and having 3 men in the what would be in the inner ring and 3 men on the boundary. But if you keep bowling them bouncers and Jamie Smith eventually hits one up in the air, I think it's a gamble worth taking to say, right, I'll give you 35 runs, not a problem. But if I get you out at 160 for 6, 427 behind, I think that's a gamble worth taking.
Harmy, if your budget for dinner is £587, you can afford the lobster.
And the Chardonnay. And a bit of sticky toffee pudding as well.
Quite right, absolutely. I mean, if the next wicket is expensive, that's okay. You've got money in the bank. Siddharth Mongia is also alongside us. Hello, Sid. Great to have you back.
Hi, Manners. Thanks for having me here. Yeah, absolutely right. They've thrown in some chaat masala also on the top with that half volley to end the over. But as you're saying, it's very difficult to control it from when the ball is that high, and you've got what 411 runs to the good, so you can keep doing it. And I would at least bowl 2 or 3 more overs of that.
Drinks here at Edgbaston with England 160 for 5. So much to talk about. Siddharth Mongia from Cricket Info. He's once again filling adequately, impressively filling the boots of David Bumble Lloyd for the next couple of days. Sid, so much to talk about. We were talking a lot before, well, actually during the course of the first 2 days, about the Bumrah effect and the positive effect that it has had on Akashdeep and the other bowlers who don't have to worry about being a support act. They can do their own thing. They can write their own lines. It's their own show, you know. And as much of a distraction as the Willie won't he play situation has been with Jasprit Bumrah, we just thought that Siraj and Akashdeep may have benefited much in the way that some of the top order batsmen have benefited from. I know it sounds counterintuitive, but they've benefited from the absence of Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli. Once again, they're not batting or playing in anybody's shadow, and this is an Indian team that perhaps has really come into its own without the big stars.
I have a weird stat that is more a coincidence than causation, but Siraj, in the test that he has played with Bumrah, he's averaged 34 per wicket. He's played 23 tests with Bumrah, and he's played 15 without Bumrah, and he averages 26. That bears it out.
I think that's a big enough sample size to say it's not a coincidence.
We're always looking at the wrong person. Siraj is him, not Bumrah.
That's brilliant. I love that stat. You and your laptop have a very symbiotic relationship, and you work each other beautifully. And now Washington Sundar is into the no, it's Ravi Jadeja. Sorry, pushed away defensively. I thought Washington was suddenly bowling left arm spin, but he isn't. We haven't seen Washington. I'm keen to see him. Harry Brook 57, Jamie Smith 49 from 38 balls. Ravi Jadeja into his third over now, just a couple yesterday, and he's got a slip and a silly point, spinning it away from the right-hander, backward point, sweeper on the cover boundary, deepish mid-off, deepish mid-on, and a mid-wicket and long leg. Jadeja in again to Smith, plays defensively out on the onside, and there's no run. 161 for 5, trailing by 426. Jadeja in again, and it's pushed out to silly point. Harmy, it was you, I think, that said that Siraj and Akashdeep seemed to be enjoying themselves yesterday, and I mean, I know that it's a lovely time to bowl with 587 runs in the bank, but certainly Jasprit Bumrah will always be missed, but not as much as we thought he might be. It's pushed away again towards mid-wicket, no run.
No, he's not. He'll always be missed because he's Jasprit Bumrah. But Siraj didn't bowl very well at Headingley, but he's led the attack well today.
Off the back foot now, punched out behind square on the offside, despite his lack of rhythm. He's always going to bowl good balls, isn't he?
He is. He bowls wicket-taking balls. That's the beauty about it. I just think he struggled with the elements at Headingley. I didn't think he looked comfortable up the slope. He looked more comfortable down the slope, but so did Bumrah.
Down the wicket comes Jamie Smith, clips this one from Jadeja out towards Siraj, diving, loses his sun hat in the process. 50 for Jamie Smith from 43 deliveries. Quality cricketer.
Absolutely, he's a quality cricketer, and I've been talking about this kid, this young lad, for the last 12 months, and talking about the argument that a lot of people had, and a lot of people were in the Ben Folks category. But I was urging people to just wait for this boy to really flourish, because the all-round package is unbelievable. I think his keeping will get better because he's young, and the more he does it, the better he'll get. But there was something special about the batting, the tempo. Like he said in an interview at the end of the Headingley Test match. Red ball cricket, white ball cricket, shortest format of the white ball cricket. I play exactly the same way. The white ball, he just tries to hit a little bit harder. Well, he's hit the red ball quite hard this morning in a controlled manner. And then Prasid Krishna is going to go at the bounce, keep going with the bouncer, and like what me and Sid have just said before, with runs in the bank. I'd have another couple of overs at this.
Here is Prasid Krishna, short, hooked away again, out towards long leg and over long leg and all the way for 6. You can have as many men on the boundary as you like. There's 2 backward square legs right on the fence and a man in front of square. and he's fearlessly just hooking it over their heads. It is quite a short boundary down there, but nonetheless, I mean, he's making no attempt to keep it down.
None at all. And I mean, if Prasid Krishna was on top of Jadeja's shoulders there, he still wouldn't have been able to catch that. And it literally went straight over the head of Ravi Jadeja down that fine leg. He was interested for, I would say, a millisecond, and then stood with his hands on his hips, watching it sail over for 6.
Here is Krishna in once again. Another short one, pulled away along the ground this time. Pulled rather than hooked. And it's another single of Jamie Smith, who's racing along. He's caught up with Harry Brook. And Brook was on 30 when Smith came to the crease. He's at 57 apiece now.
And he has done so, I think, with just one false shot so far, playing at a strike rate of 120 or something, and not playing just one false shot. That is some batting.
Really impressive. Harry Brook has suddenly been eclipsed in terms of the spotlight. Anyway, as I say, 57 runs apiece, 169 for 5. Brooks 57 from 81 balls. Here's Prasid Krishna again. Another short one, pulled away by Harry Brook down to long leg. Fielded in the deep by Washington Sundar. No more than a single. 170 for 5.
Would you go around the wicket, Harmy?
No, I'd keep this angle. I think if you go around the wicket, you open this side, you open the offside up. I think if you go around the wicket, you've got more of an angle to uppercut or to hit where there's only 3 fielders. I'd keep going on this side and just say, look, if he mistimes it, he's just got to mistime it once, right? Yeah, that's the thing from a bowler's point of view. He mistimes it once and he's out, and then all of a sudden you've got the bowlers.
Prasid Krishna in again. Another short one. It's pulled, and I don't know whether square leg got a hand to his Karen Nair at square leg, and he dived up to his right.
So down at deep third, which is pretty straight, Siraj has been frantically signalling to Prasid Krishna to bowl a slower off cutter into the pitch. We might see a slower bouncer coming at some point this over.
He was the most expensive bowler in Indian Test history at Headingley for a bowler who's bowled 20 or more overs, and he's now being asked to shell out even more runs.
He's on his way to break his own record here, big fella. If he keeps going, he's on his way to. He might not bowl 20 overs, that's the only thing, but it's keep going. I urge him, keep bowling short, keep getting the bouncer high.
Slow ball bouncer coming. No, short one, just a regulation one, I think, and it's pulled by Brook, not timed, straight to Captain Shubman Gill at mid-wicket. We have to talk about Shubman. There's so many. Look at this page of my notebook of records. I don't know where to start, but you know, highest score by an Indian outside Asia, surpassing Sachin Tendulkar. Highest score by an Indian captain, surpassing Virat Kohli's 254 not out. I mean, those are 2 big names to replace in the record books. And there's a short one from Krishna. Harry Brook backs away and then keeps backing away because Krishna follows him, and he's ended up cutting it from outside leg stump, or guiding it anyway, off the back foot. And opening innings of 147 and 269. I mean, we saw a man come of age, did we not?
And very, very interesting parallels with Kohli. When he was 15 or 16, he used to go to Cricket Archive, Cricket Archive is a site that has scorecards of players before they make it to professional level. So he used to go and check out Virat Kohli's scores at that age, like when he was 15, and he would compare and measure himself up against Kohli. Okay, I'm doing fine. I've scored more than he had at 15. 10 years later, he became the captain at the same time, at a similar juncture of their careers. Got 200 in the first 2 tests, the same as Kohli did. Highest score for India as a captain, beat Kohli out in 269, which is Kohli's test cap number.
Wow, that's pushed away out towards cover, fielded by Rahul, no run. That's slightly weird.
Oh, it's just like they were meant to run parallelly to each other.
One in the other's footsteps. In fact, not retracing them, but a step ahead in some ways, and that's pushed away again, square of the wicket on the offside, no run. 173 for 5.
Thanks for correcting me. I'm not so good at geometry.
But have you written that piece? I haven't looked at Cricinfo today. Oh, sorry. Okay, you have. Good. I'm glad that you have. So that's the kind of statistical symmetry that intrigues a lot of people, and they go, "Oh, it's in the stars."
It's just the most endearing thing is that he used to go to Cricket Archive, which is a website only for nerds.
Driven out towards extra cover, and there's a single. You have to pay though, so you have to pay for Cricket Archive, don't you?
Not when he was 15 or 16.
Oh right, okay, you do now. You have to pay a subscription. Not much, and it's definitely worth it if you feel like nerding out for a few hours.
I hope they're listening to us. Shout out to them.
Absolutely. It takes a lot of work, that, doesn't it? A lot of work loading up that database. Is Jadeja in once again, left arm spin, and defended by Harry Brook. He's 60, Jamie Smith 59. England lost 2 wickets in 2 balls for the second time in this innings this morning. That's driven, pushed really, not rather than driven, straight back to the bowler. Jadeja operating in his sunglasses. Lovely, lovely sunny morning at Edgbaston. Sunny afternoon now, early afternoon, 20 past 12 on day 3. Jadeja in again, driven up towards Siraj at mid-on. They go through for a quick single, quick scramble through for a 1 run, 175 for 5. Had Shubman Gill underperformed, underachieved up until these last 2 tests?
I wouldn't say so. It's just the pitches that he was playing on, because I've also looked at the stats of other top 6 batters in the matches that he played, which will give you a gauge on the conditions that he played in, and he was about average. I would say yes. I mean, technically, if you've played all those tests, you want to be above the average batter, which he always would have strived to be. So maybe underachieved, but he was not poor in those test matches. He was just the average batter. And now the real him is coming out, and it's very tempting to imagine if he had got some of these pitches early on in his career, would his average still be just 40? I think it would be north of 45.
Here's Prasid Krishna running in from the city end. Short again, pulled once more. He's taking on everything. Both batsmen are taking on everything, which is something that you would enjoy, right?
Yeah,
as a
exactly.
bowler.
As a bowler, I've got a chance. I mean, I'm in the game. There's nothing worse on a flat pitch, ball's getting softer and softer because you're banging it in halfway down. When a batter's dugging and popping and weaving, and you are just standing up and riding you down to fine leg and trotting up. I mean, that's the most annoying. When there's a contest on, this is a contest between bat and ball. You know, the bat's winning at this moment in time, but like I said before, you just have to have one little bit of indecision, and all of a sudden you're out.
Here comes Krishna again. Oh, that's toe-ended. Got away with one, has Jamie Smith. That's short. He's gone for the pull shot, and I reckon it's literally hit the toe end of the bat like a snooker cue.
Yeah, put a bit of chalk on it. You get it between the two fielders. Yeah, and that's what I mean. A little bit of indecision, not quite getting to on top of the bounce or going hard at it when you're trying to guide it around the corner. You get a little feather and you're out. And when you've got 411 runs on the board in the bank to play with. That's why I keep saying about Prasid Krishna, keep going like this, even if it's expensive. This is a massive partnership to break.
Going at 7.5 and over at the moment. That's short, pulled, not timed, gloved, I think, down the leg side to Jadeja at the finest of the leg side boundary fielders. Who's fielding at deep mid-wicket with pads on? Is that Jaiswal?
Jaiswal, yeah.
Because he's been in close, hasn't he? So he's got the old short leg pads on, and he's at deep mid-wicket at the moment.
He's obviously got pads on for Jadeja. Jadeja, to be fair, I don't know the speeds because we haven't got the monitors or the technology in front of us, but his speed and his tempo and his rhythm is, a whole lot better. I don't think it could get any worse at Headingley. It's been a whole lot better in this inning so far.
And now Brook backs away. He knows exactly what's coming from Prasid Krishna. He backs away to the leg side and then just opens the face of the bat, guides it down to third man for a single. Siraj fields 178 for 5.
I know we're looking at his economy rate and how he might actually end up breaking his own record of highest economy for India, but I also hope that the captain and the coach are making a note of the selfless job that he's doing.
Absolutely, 100%.
Now that the pitch is flat, somebody has to bang it in, even if he goes for 70 and buys them 1 wicket, gets into the tail. I think he's done a job.
100%. Couldn't agree with you more. His job now is not keeping runs down. Got plenty in the bank. It's about getting a wicket. If he gets a wicket, I mean, it's worth the 57 runs in the 7.5 overs he's gone for, because this wicket could be the difference in the match for India.
Off the back foot, chopped away to backward point, straight to the fielder, all the way along the ground. You're one of the few fast bowlers, Harmy, who I actually genuinely believe didn't mind having a few expensive overs.
No, I wasn't bothered.
Most fast bowlers do bleed.
No, I didn't. Honestly, I didn't. I wasn't there for that. If you're looking for an economy rate, Ogard was there for that. If you're looking for try and get somebody out, if I only got 2 wickets in an innings and we didn't have a great day, I'd be more annoyed, because that was my job, to break partnerships, to get people out. I didn't care if I went in sixes.
Another short one, hooked out towards deep square leg, and it's gone away for 4, directly between 2 fielders. How far apart are they? 30 yards? Not even
that. Maybe 20 yards.
Super shot from Jamie Smith. Wow. I mean, it's fun, it's entertainment, it's box office stuff, because you've got a fast bowler bowling short with 4 men on the leg side boundary to 2 batsmen who both love to hook and pull.
Yeah, and they've hooked and pulled very, very well, and I'd keep encouraging it. And maybe he's got one more with Prashad Krishna, then where you got, if he has one more, he's had a 4 or 5 over spell. If he has one more, another one from Jadeja, that takes us to about 25 to 1. That's 25 minutes before the lunch break. I'd then have a go with Siraj. I wouldn't go with that tactic with Ashdeep. I'd go with Siraj. Say to Siraj, you've got 3 overs. Give us 3 overs of short pitch bowling, everything you've got, and just keep going that tactic from that end.
Driven out towards extra cover and fielded by Rahul. No run. I keep going on about wanting to see Washington Sundar bowl. He's an off spinner that gives it a real rip, and edge dropped at slip.
It's hit him in the head.
It has hit. It's Shubman Gill, isn't it, at first slip, and it's burst through his fingers and hit him on the forehead.
I think it has. I think it's gone through his fingers and hit him right on the India badge, on the sort of baggy blue cap. I reckon it's clipped the finger and gone straight through. So I'd imagine there'll have to be a concussion protocol here.
Very exacting of you managed to call it a drop.
Did it not burst through his hands?
I don't think it hit his hands. Looking at it again, I don't think it hit his hands.
That's a full-blooded drive, and he's standing closer than usual, and it's hit him flush in the head. We can all laugh about it now. I hope he knows what day of the week it is, which city he is in.
I don't think. I mean, it was an edge, you know, and I know Jadeja can bowl a spinner quicker than most spinners, but I think we can have a wee chat. Did he not get his hands to it? I'm sure.
No, I don't think he did. And looking at that, we haven't got the monitor. We've got the big screen to our right. It looks as though it's hit him in the head before he's got his hands up.
Why is he so close? He is very close.
Very
as
close.
Sid says, he's closer than a slip would ordinarily be, especially for a spinner like Jadeja who can fire it through.
I think if Rohit Sharma was still playing and he's captain and Shubman Gill's just got 260, I think if I was Shubman Gill, I'd be going off now. I'd be going off. Send him off. Don't need him on. Got a bang on the head. Keep him for the second innings. But unfortunately, Shubman, you're captain, so you're going to keep making decisions. You're going to have to stay on the field.
I hope he's cleared on the concussion test and he's not groggy or he has his wits about him.
They run 2 there.
Yeah, it was just pulled back.
Or 3 even. I think they might have come back for a third, did they?
No, 2.
2, okay.
Yeah, it was Harry
2.
Brook, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So I think it was Akashdeep that ran and chased it. He pulled it in just before he dived over the rope. Didn't save 2 runs, but yeah, someone's just took a little bit of a step back there.
He is a bit deeper now. Oh, and he's chopped the next one on bottom edge, bounced maybe over the stumps or just wide of the stumps. Shubman Gill does the fielding, so Brook needs to do whatever he does. Take a deep breath, a couple of deep breaths. I was going to say calm down, but that's not. He doesn't do that. Jadeja in again. Well, he does. Leans forward, animated forward defensive push to this one. So Brook 63. I'm always very, very wary of using the word lucky, but Jadeja is in again. Brook is forward, guides that one out to extra cover. But it's a fact that some cricketers, batsmen in particular, do enjoy more good fortune. And people always say to me, well, you make your own luck, you know, fortune favours the brave. But Harry Brook does seem to be dropped more than most and have more lives than most. A little lap sweep now, 4 runs. Beautiful shot, cleverly played, premeditated, down on one knee, and just a little flick over the left shoulder through the vacant gap where a leg slip might have been, and it's a super piece of cricket from Harry Brook. 188 for 5.
Yeah, nice delicate touch. I think the look that he gets and he earns is largely down to the fact that, yes, he does get dropped more than most, but he probably hits it harder than most, and he times it, you know, times the ball beautifully, so he hits it harder than most. I mean, that will go down as a slip chance, but I mean, not even Mark Waugh's probably, would you say, a man, as one of the best slip fielders at spin bowlers, standing that close? Mark Waugh, great Australian batter who was an unbelievable slip fielder. I'm trying to think of many others. Marcus Trescothick was an unbelievable slip fielder. Not even they're going to get a hand to that, because that's just gone far too fast.
Slightly different skill, isn't it, fielding slip to a spinner?
We used to have different ones, didn't you? Paul Collingwood would sometimes do it, not to the seamers. It would be Trescothick, Flintoff and Strauss is 1, 2, 3 for seamers, but Collie would do it for the spinner.
Washington Sundar, here we are. I've got my wish, and he's smashed through extra cover for 4. First ball. It was over pitched, but Jamie Smith has just laced it away for 4.
The funniest expression I've heard about slip fielding is from Mark Taylor, who was another great one. And he used to say sometimes when it is an awkward height, I didn't used to try to catch it, I used to just kind of hug the ball in.
It's Sundar in, down the wicket, driven away for 4 more. Used his feet this time, turned it into a half volley rather than waited for it to be one. And he's driven it in exactly the same place, through extra cover for back-to-back boundaries.
That's brilliant from Jamie Smith. Nearly got done on the outside. He's come earlier. I think Washington's seen him. I think Washington Sundar has seen Jamie Smith come down the wicket, and he's trying to push it a little bit wider because there's no turn. Jamie Smith, just because he came down the wicket early, he could get to the pitch of the ball, hold himself, and then just guide it through extra cover. And the crowd's woken up.
5-4 leg side field. Jamie Smith on the back foot, opens the face of the bat, runs it away to Siraj down at deep backward point, or third man really, running from deep backward point, and it's a good diving stop from him. He's pushed long off back. Jamie Smith drove the first 2 balls through extra cover 4, and Shubman Gill dropped long off back to the boundary to create another gap at extra cover. I guess that's the double bluff, saying go on then, if it's the way you like to hit it, I'm going to give you some more space there and increase the gap. Make sure you try and hit it there again, against the spin, of course. Here is Sundar once more. Smith just blocks it to extra cover, and there's no run. 198 for 5. Jamie Smith 74, Brooks 69.
It's amazing. I look at this field now, and there would be 4 men inside the circle in a one-day game.
Pushed away defensively, and there's no run. I mean, this field would suggest that he's turning it like Murali.
Yeah, he would. Yeah, I mean, they've got 4 men which will be inside the circle. You got the others right on the boundary, and they've got a lead. They've got a lead of 390.
It's strange, isn't it? Quicker one from Sundar, and Smith backing away, giving himself some room to cut, is beaten by the extra pace. Much quicker delivery from Washington Sundar. 198 for 5. Brooks 69, Jamie Smith 74.
Yeah, you just look at it and you think, wow. I mean, 390 in front, and you've got 5 men on the boundary, and they're not on the boundary. They're starting behind the boundary, walking onto the field. It's madness. It's great though. It's great entertainment. It's been a brilliant hour and 15 minutes from Jamie Smith. Talk about his ability to counter punch and and throw punches back. This is what this England team do brilliantly well. And 74 from 59, absolutely fantastic. Jon Norman.
Well, it's been entertaining, isn't it? Jadeja continuing from the pavilion end, and Harry Brook is 69 not out. And Jamie Smith 74 not out, going at real pace. We've spoken about Harry Brook in the past. Jarrod's about to get him, so I'll wait till he gets himself set. This is a bit flatter and cut square of the wicket by Harry Brook, who does take a single. He moves to 70. He's been caught up. It's not often that Harry Brook is caught up. I was talking with Gough about Harry Brook's strike rotation, single taking, lack of Jarrod. I don't know if you remember the conversation we've had before about Brook. And again today, it just seems like, one of the things that really stood out yesterday was both Jaiswal, Jadeja and Gill cut again to the boundary, chase on for the fielder at deep point, not going to chase this down. 200 up for England inside 40 overs, 203 for 5. All of this when they were 84 for 5 inside the second over on day 2. But here we are, partnership of 119, better than a runner ball. Jamie Smith has moved to 78 not out. Harry Brook 70. I mean, why take singles? I think both these batters just want to be on strike. Down the track, this is lofted up, it's going to drop just in front of us here on the third tier in the pavilion. 6 more runs coming from the bat of Jamie Smith, who moves to 84. And it's controlled shot selection, powerful hitting, there's timing and grace. What a player England have got here. This is a touch flatter and pushed to mid-wicket. And there are ironic boos from the Hollies stand. I was also saying with Goughy that the crowd today seems alive in a way that didn't really feel on days 1 and 2. Driven to the left of Jadeja, and it's fielded. But yeah, one of the things that stood out for me was, Jaiswal and Shubman Gill and Jadeja, Ravindra Jadeja can all hit the big shots, but they rotated the strike so well, and it meant that there were very few maiden overs, were there, when England were bowling, especially when the spinners were on. We're seeing a first over from Washington Sundar. His first over went for 10. How would you assess the threat that he's going to pose on this pitch, Jarrod?
It's interesting because we have seen some inconsistent bounce, but we haven't seen it as much from the spinners so far. I'm a bit surprised that they took as long as they did. I think they made a couple of errors today. The over of Prashi Krishna that went for 23 wasn't an error because they went for bounces. It was an error because they went for bounces and he bowled them poorly and they didn't have the field set. And every time they hit a boundary, he put another fielder out on the leg side. And eventually they got there. And I think the other error they had was just not getting Jadeja in a little bit quicker, bowling. But at the moment, I think Jadeja and Washington just have their work cut out because this is what England want. They've set up a one-day field, and that's what they want to do.
Sundar is coming in from the city end, and Harry Brook just opens the face of the bat a touch, tries to steer this past Jaiswal, who's at backward point, but can't beat the fielder, no run.
But also would be silly to say that they haven't created chances. They created about, at least 3 proper chances.
Yeah, absolutely. Very close to the wicket, Sundar, and defended by Brook. Fiddles with his gloves, takes a little look at the square leg boundary. Slip in place. Sundar is in, and this is cut along the ground to deep point where it's fielded. 1 run added to the score. Brook moves to 71, the score 210 for 5.
It all looks so easy now, but 1 wicket will change things a lot. But I'm not surprised that England have put on a big partnership. It hasn't stopped being a flat pitch.
Well, exactly, but India will know if they can get rid of one of these two. It is a big if, as single taken to long on from Smith, who moves to 85. If Chris Wokes comes in, India will feel that they can control the run scoring at one end. But whilst these two are there, and they've rattled along. I mean, we've seen a lot of runs in the last few days, but none have been scored as quickly as what we've seen in the last hour. Quicker ball from Sundar, and Brook wants a single, but there's nothing there. Fielded by Jaiswal at backward point. Yeah, I mean, where are we? We've still got another 20 minutes until lunch. The rate these two are going, England will be pushing 250 by that point, and then, you know, we were thinking about a follow-on an hour ago. Beats him, does Sundar, and he wheels away. But there was the ball has beaten the outside edge, hasn't taken it. Collected by Punt behind the stumps. 211 for 5. And there we have again, and we saw this yesterday, didn't we? That dismissal of Karun Nair, the dismissal of Ravindra Jadeja. I mean, both of those balls or wickets came from extra bounce, you know. But every now and again, there is something in this pitch, and India will just have to remind themselves that they're still in a very, very strong position. 1 wicket here, and you know, it's not a tail, but because Chris Woakes what's the average? 30 with the bat? 32?
27 and 28?
28, is it?
Oh no, I'm just making these numbers up.
Oh, you know Ian Bishop's batting.
We all know
average.
Ian Bishop averaged around 12 in Test cricket, don't we? And batted at number 8.
Do now. Whether we will remember that in the years to come. This is flatter from Jadeja and hit straight back to the bowler from Jamie Smith.
You know why I was looking it up? It's because India keep saying that you have to have a strong number 8. And the Great West Indies team had Ian Bishop at number 8.
This is touch more flight. That's a good bit of fielding and extra cover. Is that Reddy? Nitish Reddy diving to his right to prevent a single. Jadeja again, and on the back foot, Jamie Smith is punching this to short point, no run.
What did I say Woakes' average was?
28.
Okay, I was wrong. It's 26 and a half, I think.
Beaten this time. This is tossed up, and it's wide, and that doesn't go on with the arm. It turns a touch, and Jamie Smith is beaten past the outside edge. He's forcing shot through the covers. He will take a single through forward point, and again, just another little moment. That's 2 times now in the last 2 overs where the outside edge of the bat has been comprehensively beaten.
Also, you know, they took Prashant Krishna off, and I understand. I mean, that first over, after that, it was surprising they went back a couple more times with him. But realistically, 1 more over of that made sense. They're not far away from a breakthrough just because England are pushing so hard.
Jadeja again, and this is drilled to the fielder at deep point from the bat of Harry Brook. That was a good over from Ravindra Jadeja. 213 for 5. Can India just wrest a little bit of control back? Certainly with spin at both ends, and 2... Oh, no ball. No ball has been called retrospectively, so that final delivery will have to be bowled again by Ravindra Jadeja. Now, you talking about the ability of a batting team to turn down the no ball.
Yes.
So in this instance, do you think, I mean,
I would.
last ball of the over, and
he edged it.
He edged it past first slip, and the fielder running round at short third. Fields.
The reason I would in that situation is, if it's the last ball of the over and it's a no ball, they don't need the extra delivery at all, England. And he has mentally switched off. So if you talk to top international batters, they'll tell you they switch on, they switch off. He's switched off, he's taken his gloves off, then suddenly he's facing another ball. How does that help? Right? It's different if you've got a poor bowler on, or you've been smashing them all over or whatever. We've already had a played and miss in that over, and that was an edge. They've got a fielder set, they've got 2 fielders set up for that. They've got a short catching point, and they've also got a slip. He could have easily found either of those. I just don't see what the advantage of the batting team is.
At Sundar, this is a touch too wide. And certainly one there through extra cover, or through cover. And it's Siraj who fields on the boundary coming in. So another couple of runs. Washington Sundar just getting his angles wrong there. I mean, they're certainly tossing it up there, aren't they? Just trying to get both batters just to come forward and push at deliveries. This is, it's a missed shot from Harry Brook. Looked a touch faster.
Who appealed then?
I think a member of the crowd.
Yeah, I was going to say, it was a really good, strong appeal from near us. Because he hit the ball to long on. He wasn't in control of it. You called it perfectly. He was trying to hit it to mid-off. And he was beaten. There's a very excitable person in the crowd that saw something that no one else did.
Here's Washington Sundar again. This is too short, wide. And this will be cracked through cover and away to the boundary for 4.
It's a couple of times now he's been cut for 4. A couple of times he's been cut for 2, or at least one of them as well. Just too short. He doesn't need to do this. I think if he just probes at the, sort of knee roll off stump, there's enough in this wicket in the way he's bowling at the moment for a chance of an outside edge or, LBW bold sort of squeeze situation. But he's just struggling with his length a little bit at the moment.
He hasn't bowled a lot, has he? Washington Sundar, who's in again, hit back to the bowler, and he's got his head in his hands. I think it's just dropped short.
I think he was just upset he misfielded it.
Yeah.
Which he should be. He should have stopped that.
2 right-handed batters, though, so we're not having what we saw yesterday, which was a change of fields. I mean, it hasn't gone that...
actually, I say that. I reckon that might have just carried.
It was hit very hard, wasn't it? Very, very low, and he's a tall man, who's Washington Sundar, who's in good position.
Ooh.
I'm not sure that
so close.
Quite carried.
Might need a better camera. Show us 2 good camera angles of him moving, not so much of where the ball was.
Again, another little moment. This is pushed back to the bowler, and this time he really should have fielded. And that allows Brook to come through for a single. So again, just another little moment, just a very minor moment which has gone the way of the England batters, who are really trying to get, well, they have successfully got onto the front foot.
I think that's a drop.
Well, so the reaction of the bowler suggests it was a drop.
So that means that, was that Smith or Brook?
It was Smith.
So they've both been dropped now.
Again, 2 very, very difficult chances, weren't they? The one at first slip was cut straight to his McGill's forehead. This is run down to short third. Fielded, end of the over. Dot ball. Brook 76, Smith 91. The 2 batters coming together with a score 84 for 5 after Joe Root and Ben Stokes had dismissed inside 2 deliveries. Mohammad Siraj on a hat-trick, much like Akash Deep was on a hat-trick yesterday. The hat-trick ball was smashed to the boundary from Jamie Smith, who has gone past Harry Brook. Harry Brook was 30 not out overnight. He's now 76. Jamie Smith has hit 91 runs of their partnership of 139. But there's been a couple of little moments. Jamie Smith dropped, real tough caught and bold chance in the last over from Washington Sundar, and McGill putting down Brook at first slip on the cut. This is defended by Brook, who is 76, and England trail by 364 on first innings. And we've got about 15 minutes to go until the lunch break. Flatter, and this is pulled towards mid-wicket, where Mohammad Siraj is, well, the crowd to tell you, can't reach the ball. A little agricultural, that shot from Harry Brook, but safe. Playing deep in the crease, it was a touch short.
I'm not sure it was the pull. I think it's the Heinrich Klaasen shot you see in T20 cricket.
It did go straighter than a pull shot normally does.
Yeah, it's a straight bat. It was that, I don't even know what we'd call it, but that sort of straight back foot drive that you see Heinrich Klaasen or Josh Buttler sometimes play.
This is pitched up and played to Jaiswal at backward point, no run.
It wasn't a good shot.
It wasn't a very attractive shot, was it? But it was
but there was a fielder out
in control.
There. Yeah, you say
he just needed to get it over this fielder here at mid-wicket, and he didn't overhit it. This is pushed to mid-wicket, no run.
I think if I'm India, I'm happy with that compared to some of the other things that have gone on this morning. If he's going to play that shot, I think that makes it very interesting. It's just fascinating how often Shubman Gill is moving the field here. Almost on a ball-by-ball basis, almost like Ben Stokes does.
This is Fuller, And Harry Brook almost overbalances as he plays this defensively. No run, 227 for 5. In a weird way, it's been an even session after all that excitement earlier on. England has scored so many runs so quickly. This time dabbed into the air offside, and Brook comes through for a single. I mean, India's still in a better position.
I was going to say, the issue is that one extra wicket, isn't it? And then things change so dramatically. But
in isolation,
we could have said
wickets.
that a couple of times with India's innings as well, and England never got the wickets, did they?
Yeah, for all the run scoring, there hasn't been a wicketless session in this Test match, and
which is bizarre. It's a bizarre thing, because there have been times when it's felt like there's been huge partnerships, but.
Got a pause here whilst Shubman Gill directs traffic again.
Very hard for Washington Sundar to bowl to this field, because he only has 3 single savers. So if he bowls sort of straight at straight at off stump with the spin, it'll spin back in, and he's got the fielder to save that on the short mid wicket.
Here's Sundar, blocked by Brook. Back to the bowler.
He's got cover, who's quite deep, but certainly can save a single in that area. But even backward point, who's technically saving a single, you'd have to hit it to him pretty hard for him to be able to save one.
This is pushed out to cover, and there is a single from Brook, who moves to 82. The deficit 358.
And I think that's what Shubman Gill's trying to play with here, because I think cover's too deep. So they've got a single there. I think cover needs to be in about 5 metres. The reason he doesn't want to do that is because Washington's been cut behind him already. But I don't know how you bowl to this field.
Sundar is in, and this is drawing Smith forward out of the crease. But at the last minute decides to play straight back to the bowler. There's a big gap on the deep mid-wicket boundary. There's fielder at mid-wicket and then one at long on, and that's where Jamie Smith hits this ball. He moves to 92, 230 for 5 England. 10 minutes to go until the lunch break here at Edgbaston on day 3. And this, I suppose, when you consider Shubman Gill's captaincy, which is in its infancy. Washington Sundar playing back this time is Brook, who clips this to mid-wicket and calls Jamie Smith through for a single. Washington Sundar hasn't bowled a lot of overs. The ball is on a flat track, 44 overs old. No Jasprit Bumrah. And Sundar, last ball of the over, is defended by Jamie Smith, who seems to have slowed a touch. There's still boundaries there, and singles are coming quite comfortably. A spin at both ends. Might even get our overs in today.
I actually thought that was a perfectly fine over, but I just don't know how you keep him off strike. I keep them from rotating strike with that field. It's so hard for Washington. As you said, he hasn't bowled a lot recent times. Doesn't bowl much in the IPL. Wasn't even playing in all the games in the IPL, in fact. So it's not as match hardened as some of the other players in this game are. Probably wasn't expecting to play in this series either.
What would you rather, if you're an India fan, would you have rather hit, what did they get? What did they get in the end? Defended out to mid-wicket. No run. It's Harry Brook facing 83 not out, 587. What would be better right now for India? To be, say, 520 all out, so giving up 67 runs or so. Punching. Oh, there's a poor bit of fielding. It's Nitish Reddy. Maybe that's why he's not closer to the bat, extra cover. He's dived to his left, and it might have just bounced in front of him. But it should have been stopped. It wasn't, and there's no cover behind him. So that has just gone to the boundary. That's poor. hasn't committed to it, and it's bounced up, and he's basically thought of his.
He got a
his
bad
teeth.
bounce. It actually, I don't think it bounced up. I think he kept low, didn't it? But he got a bad bounce, but he still sort of stopped it.
That's a bit better from Reddy. You're not going to do it twice, so he diving this time to his right and prevents a single from being taken. Harry Brook is 87, Jamie Smith 92, and the score 235 for 5. And Ravindra Jadeja bowling from the pavilion end, with Harry Brook playing defensively. What would you rather be if you're India? 520 all out with Kuldeep Yadav in the side, or 587 all out with Washington Sundar? Because that's basically what they've gone with, isn't it?
It was funny, even before this partnership sort of bloomed, so their first 40 or 50 runs, I was thinking this is when you want Kuldeep Yadav in the team.
Defended again by Brook, no run.
Yeah, I mean, I thought getting as close to 600 as possible was quite handy, but you're right, 520 with Kuldeep would probably on this surface be quite handy right now.
And look, it's easy to be wise after the event, but at the end of the day...
Well, we weren't, because we all mentioned it beforehand as well.
No, what I'm about to say is that's a touch too full and a comfortable single up to long on. Washington Sundar walked to the crease with India 414 for 6.
Yeah, that's
right?
true.
That's quite a lot of runs. It's not as though, oh, we need Washington here to really see us through. 250 for... And they could have been 250 for 6.
On a flat pitch with Gill in, though, I still think they probably eked their way to 500 in that situation.
That's what I mean. So, like, it's not like he came in with, like, oh, thank heavens we have a batting number 8 here,
but the other
7,
way of looking at it is 414 to 587 is quite a jump.
It is, yeah, but they have to take 20 wickets, and that's the currency. You could say, oh, well, we got more runs because of Washington Sundar, but no, you have to, it's more difficult for you to prevent England from scoring more runs. Just guided down to Jaiswal by Harry Brook at backward point, and he sets off for a couple of runs, but sent back, or he sets off for a run and he's sent back by Jamie Smith at the non-strikers. Doesn't really fancy being run out for 92. At Sundar's start of his 5th over, he's gone for 24 runs so far. He's on the pads and pushed to square leg for a single. This is pretty easy pickings for the England batters. 5 minutes until the lunch break. A session that was really set up by those 2 wickets and 2 balls in the 2nd over, and it's been continued really with a rollicking partnership. 153, better than a run a ball, as Smith down the track, and he punches this delivery on the pads up to long on and eases his way to 93. I'm really excited to see how Jamie Smith goes in Australia. Saying that, I'm kind of thinking that they're going to be those hard, true, fast, bouncy pitches.
Which they won't be.
Which actually they might not be. Although I wonder if Australia are actually thinking it would be of benefit to them if they were like that. As Brook just opens her face and runs it down to Jaiswal at backward point.
Well, as it currently stands, even though England's batting is not exactly brilliant, it's still better than Australia's. So, wouldn't you make the wickets as fruity as possible for your bowlers?
This is punched up to long on again from Harry Brook. Not necessarily, because those pitches could negate England's bowling strength in a way that they won't negate Australia's bowling strength. Do you know what I mean?
If you can't bat, I think you're better off. Well, I don't know. It's a weird one. I don't think Australia really want Stark and Hazelwood and Cummins at the back end of their career to be bowling 30 overs a day.
Well, that's true as well.
So,
I mean, Hazelwood's missed a lot of cricket in the last couple of years. The idea that he plays all 5 is keeps a touch low, but no dramas for Smith, who defends. Sees off the over. 239 for 5. Brook 90, he's catching back up, and Smith 93. I'm not sure Cameron Green will play for Australia if he can't bowl. Bo Webster's done a pretty good job.
I think he'll have to play because they don't have anyone who can bat better than him.
At 3?
He might not play at 3, but they're going to have to play him. He's in the best 6 batters in the country. I don't think they could drop him.
They've got a few problems, haven't they?
The batting is absolutely terrible. I mean, and it has been for a while. It's been covered up by Usman Khawaja's form and Steve Smith coming back to form, but it's been dire for a very long period of time now.
Harry Brook 90 not out. Ravindra Jadeja in and around off stump, and Brook eases this through point for another run. He moves to 91. It'll probably be the last over of play. I think last over of the session. I think both sides are quite happy to get off now. Little field change. Shubman Gill at first slip is just sending.
Australia might go with one of these new false threes and use Alex Carey at 3.
I mean, why you would want to mess around with something that works in your side, because Carey's been in fine form for a good 18 months now, isn't he? This is tossed up, and Jamie Smith takes it on. Actually, mid-on was quite deep. He's hit it straight, but it was in the air. And reaches the boundary below us. He moves to 97.
He's on Scott Producer, as he's known to the world. She just said Smith could get 100 in a session here.
He is going to get 100 in a session. He's dragging this. It's heading towards the boundary. And the crowd will tell you that Jamie Smith has hit a century in a session. It was tossed up by Jadeja. The Surrey and England man took the bait, and he takes his helmet off and waves the bat. It's absolutely drenched, actually. Not the hottest of days, but he's gone at such a rate. 101 for Jamie Smith, coming from 80 deliveries. England were 84 for 5 when he walked to the crease. They're now 248 for 5 on the stroke of lunch. Jadeja is in. This is blocked to cheers from the Hollies stand, who've been in great voice themselves. He's a player, isn't he,
Yeah,
Jamie
remarkable
Smith?
knock this, really. Flat pitch, but way he's changed the game so quickly.
Tossed up and driven through vacant extra cover, and Jamie Smith moves to 102. He came in on a hat-trick ball and set the tone immediately for his innings by coming forward and easing Mohammad Siraj through mid-off for 4.
They've both been in on that trick balls, these guys. He's looked great. I thought with the short ball, if India had tried it for one more over, they would have got him. He popped one up on the leg side and just hit one past square leg at one point, but they haven't.
Driven by Harry Brook, and Nitish Reddy dives well to his right and smothers the ball. End of the session then. And the crowd get to their feet. They've certainly been entertained this morning and into the afternoon. England coming out this morning with a bit of work to do, 78 for 3, and losing Joe Root and Ben Stokes with the score on 84. Joe Root caught down the leg side from Mohammad Siraj. Ben Stokes, brute of a bouncer, glove behind first ball. From that point onwards, it's been all England. Jamie Smith hitting 102 from 82 deliveries. Harry Brook, not often he's put in the shade. 91 not out at the lunch break. 2 quarter chances, you'd say. Harry Brook cutting a delivery to Shubman Gill at first slip, who did well to get his hands up to it as he hit the India captain on the head. And then Washington Sundar just unable to get down low to take a really tough quarter bowled opportunity from Jamie Smith. But a couple of plays and misses, toe end pulls aside, it's been destructive from England, who, dare I say it, still fancy a win here at Edgbaston. They're trailed by 338 at lunch. Plenty of cricket to come here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. England at lunch on day 3 of the second test match here at Edgbaston. 249 for 5.
This summer, the ECB's Highway to Play campaign is promoting informal cricket, inspiring the next generation to play anywhere, anytime. In superstars Jarrod, Lauren Dowell and Mark Wood are used to playing at the world's biggest and most famous stadiums, and took up the challenge from 3 cricket and youngsters to play cricket a very different way. Find out more about the campaign at ecb.co.uk/play. Check out the big split.
Let's just say make them up as we go. You see the balls when I hear getting on. Over the wall, you are. And I is just a shoe line. So do you fancy changing those right for Chuckies? Fancy swapping the spots for Betty? If you like priority game access for future England internationals, all you have to do is join the We Are England Cricket Supporters Club. Completely free of charge today. Your chance to meet queues and get early access to tickets. Find out more and join online at ecb.co.uk. The We Are England Cricket team have been here this morning around the ground. Let's see what they and you have been up to. Spectators are reminded of the regulation of please stay on the playing area at all times. Anyone ignoring this reasonable request will be addicted liable to prosecution and exclusion from cricket grounds around the world. Should we appreciate these measures are in place for the safety of everyone, in particular players and match officials. Spectators should not engage in any conduct or act towards any player, match official, steward, or other spectator in a manner which offends, insults, intimidates, or threatens that person with any form of discrimination. And in the interest of safety and security, we kindly ask you to keep your bags and belongings with you at all times. Any bags found unattended may well be removed. And please keep an eye on the playing area during warm-ups and players putting the ball hard into the crowd. And if that behaviour is spoiling your day with us, and you still hear something that doesn't feel right, we need to know. Report an issue to our steering team quick and easily by the reporting button in the new Edgbaston app. Dedicated to raise the game, you can witness it, challenge it, or win it. All
Welcome back to talkSPORT Cricket. Jarrod Kimber and Neil Manthorp here. I'm just looking at Neil Manthorp. He's playing with his phone a moment ago. He's got a photo of himself next to his phone. I might have to ask him about that one off air. India have come back on, and two English batters, Smith and Brook, are out in the middle. Lots of talk of Gilbert Jessop in the lunchroom, with, again, Jamie Smith having a chance of going past that record and not doing it. I think Simon Wilde has a book coming out about Gilbert Jessop, so lots of mention there. Manners, how are you?
I'm very well. He was a legendary cricketer, wasn't he? Didn't play the game from a young age, actually. He came to it quite late in life and played it with a joie de vivre and a carefree attitude that some have likened to Ben Stokes, or likened Ben Stokes to Gilbert Jessop. It wasn't a matter of life and death for him.
He wore more cravats than Ben Stokes, didn't he?
Although he was from Somerset, wasn't he? He was quite a rustic chap. I mean,
I've got I'm pretty sure that he was a cravat wearer, or at least a neckerchief.
Yes, I think that's it. Yeah, it is different. Yeah, one's a working man's thing and one's a not, the opposite. Here's Washington Sundar, first over after lunch. That's interesting. I find that very interesting. And Jamie Smith pushes it straight back to the bowler defensively. No run. Gone are the days, I suppose, when you began each session with your two best bowlers, or your two bowlers most likely to give you a wicket, at least for a couple of overs each. As Smith now on the back foot chops it away behind square on the offside, racing away across a lightning fast outfield, and an excellent diving stop from Mohammad Siraj. If I was a betting man and I had some money in my wallet, I'd have put it on the ball. But Mohammad Siraj has produced an excellent diving stop, and he's hurt himself in the process as well, rubbing his left elbow that he dived onto. It brings up the 250 for England. 252 for 5.
Too short again from Washington. He's coming around the wicket here. I think this is good. He's just not nailed this so far. His best ball has been fine, but he's really struggled to keep any pressure on. I think around the wicket's a better option. So why do you have a photo of yourself in your wallet/phone holder?
Here's Sundar round the wicket to Harry Brook, flicks it away in front of square on the leg side. Well, unlike you, Jarrod, who's perfect, I occasionally leave my phone behind, and it's been my saviour to have a photograph in there.
When you say leave it behind?
Yeah, just forget to pick it up.
In the morning?
In a restaurant.
Okay.
And somebody, they'll say, oh, I wonder whose phone this is. Oh, I know that chap, he's just walking out the door, and they run after me. Here's Sundar again, round the wicket, defended by Jamie Smith, and there's no run. 253 for 5. Brook on 92, Jamie Smith on 105.
He's even got the same T-shirt that he's wearing today. Do you update it with your clothes each day?
Flicked away by Jamie Smith, behind square on the leg side, and they go through for a single. Nitish Kumar Reddy doing the fielding. I wonder when the last time India played 3 all-rounders. Jarrod, I know it's probably, well, it wasn't last week.
Do we count Akshar? Do we count Ashwin?
Akshar, yes.
So, not Ashwin. Couple of test hundreds.
Or 6 test hundreds.
That's a few.
Frontline bowler. It's pushed away behind square on the offside, and they go through for another single. But Harry Brook moves into, or onto 93. There's a difference between. I mean, he's a frontline bowler who's a very useful number 8.
But he did bat at number 7 and number 6 a little bit, didn't he? Yeah. Did he bat at 6? Might have in India once or twice.
I tell you what, even if you do count.
I mean, it's very rare that you have 3 all-rounders available.
Jadeja, Akshar and Ashwin they all played together against England, didn't they?
Many times, yeah. They've probably played about 10, 12 tests together, I would have thought.
And if we don't include Ashwin, I mean, are we saying that Nitish Kumar Reddy, Ravi Jadeja and Washington Sundar are all-rounders?
Well, I mean, they're all picked as all-rounders.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, did they not all play in a test together in Australia?
Which was 18 months ago, I suppose, wasn't it? Yeah. 255 for 5.
6 months ago, wouldn't it be?
Doesn't happen very often. 7 or 8 months, yeah, quite right.
This is what I have on my phone at the moment, which is your beer drinker's guide to losing weight book. From how many years ago would you have written that with Paddy Upton?
more than 25, I think.
I've got a copy at home. I've never got you to sign it.
Here is Prasid Krishna beginning a new over, pushed away behind square on the offside by Harry Brook. Another single to him, 256 for 5. You can have as many as you like. It wasn't a particularly good seller, Jarrod. He's got hundreds of them, boxes of them at home.
Still.
And I think that the science, such as it was, I use that word in inverted commas, has now been quite radically disproven.
I remember we had a conversation about this about 10 years ago, and I said, I'm not sure, Manners, having flicked through your book, that this one, and you said, no, it's very...
All the science came from Paddy Upton. I just wrote it. Here's Krishna, once again up to the crease now, bowled, driving, thick outside edge, outside half of the bat, runs away to deep backward point. Jadeja does the fielding. Don't like seeing him on the boundary in a test match. He's brilliant anywhere in the field, and certainly in coloured clothing. He's an excellent sweeper option, but prefer to have Jadeja in close to the action, prowling, looking for run-outs.
So to answer your question, it's been 6 months since India have played 3 all-rounders in a test match, because they did it against...
Same 3?
Yeah, same 3 against Australia. I thought that might have been the case.
Washington batted 9?
Is there a 9?
Did he?
Yes, he did.
Gosh. Good number 9. Oh, and a drive and a miss here from Jamie Smith outside the off stump. Kept low from Prasid Krishna. At least he's now bowling to something resembling an orthodox field rather than the short ball tactics with 4 men on the leg side boundary, which he was forced to do before lunch. And that one's just scuttled underneath the bat, I think. Kept a bit low.
I think the problem with that tactic before lunch was they started it without the field to back him up. Then they kept bringing one person over at a time to help back him up, but by that stage it had gone. And then they didn't keep it going when actually there was plenty of chances of getting a wicket. They had 2 or 3 half chances.
Full, long, not quite half volley, driven by Smith nonetheless. He has this ability to drive almost, well, not quite length balls, full length deliveries. It doesn't need to be a half volley to be driven through the covers by Jamie Smith. By the way, the reason that there was talk of Gilbert Jessop during the lunch break is because he is still the holder of the fastest 100 for England. 76 balls. Second in that list is Johnny Bairstow, 77 against New Zealand at Trent Bridge 3 years ago. And now in joint third place, Harry Brook and Jamie Smith. Made it. Oh, and he's now driving again through the offside, bat angled at 45 degrees, somewhere between a drive and a slash, late cut, and he's missed it past the inside edge. So Smith joining Harry Brook with 100 from 80 balls today, 100 in a session. First time that's happened for England in 10 years. A recovery, a brilliant, highly entertaining recovery from 84 for 5 to 258 for 5. Gary Morgan sent us a stat, 100 in a session. That one is punched off the back foot by Smith. Straight to cover, fielded by Washington Sundar. Did you see that, Jarrod? Gary sent us some numbers on the 100 in the session, and he did say that he's the first Englishman ever to score 100 runs in the morning session of a test match, having not started at the crease. Right?
That makes sense, yeah.
So he wasn't not out overnight. He's come to the crease in the third over of the day, second over of the day.
There's a couple of names here you wouldn't expect.
Go on.
Well, you've got Ian Bell, doesn't spring off. Les Ames again, I wouldn't have thought, and Jack Hobbs. Jack Hobbs did it late in his career as well.
I wonder whether Les Ames. I mean, he was the first. He was the first, wasn't he, wicketkeeper who could genuinely bat. I mean,
I think he averaged.
Broke the mould, didn't he?
I think he averaged.
Here's Washington Sundar round the wicket, driven by Brook, out to cover for a single.
I think he averaged double what the third highest batting average.
Okay, so he broke the mould.
Yeah, so there was a wicketkeeper from South Africa, Jock Campbell. I can't remember his name. He was okay too. I think he averaged in the mid to high 20s, but everyone else averaged about 20 and below.
Flicked away by Jamie Smith, again through the leg side for a single. Out to deep square leg, fielded by Nitish Reddy.
Whereas Les Ames would have been, what, 40? 2:43.
yeah.
Because I remember Matt Pryor, he was really upset because for ages he was tracking to beat that record, and then he obviously, once his Achilles went, his career really dived at the end, and he went under that. It really is a special mark. Les Ames was an absolute genius player.
Here's Ashwin again, Ashwin. Washington driven through cover, to cover. Got Ashwin on the brain now, fielded at extra cover, no run. 260 for 5. Washington to Harry Brook, who's eyeing up at 100. Sometimes you wonder if he's even aware of what he's on. That's short and cut behind square on the offside. I genuinely wonder that because he plays some outrageous shots. In fact, the closer he seems to get to a landmark, the more outrageous his shot making becomes. 11 50s and 800s so far, average of 58.5 for Harry Brook's. Been a whirlwind start to his international test career. Washington in once again. This is the first time that it has occurred to me that Jamie Smith might be in that very, very special bracket at the very top. I mean, I'm not right now, but so this innings has really dazzled. Very, very special. It was evident that he was above average, and that one he steers by Harry Brook to backward point, fielded by Prasid Krishna, diving to his left, and Brook keeps the strike. 263 for 5. I'm deliberately not putting a name to that category, Jarrod, but you know the one that I'm talking about. At the very top.
S tier.
S
tier, that's what it's called.
Is it?
Yeah. I think it's a Japanese a term, but it's got very popular in sports now. So you got A tier, B tier, C tier, but S tier is, you know, where you hang the people. Well, it's where Les Ames would be. S tier.
Okay. What's it short for? What's it stand for? Sushi?
I don't know. No, I don't think so. I think Japan is more than just sushi as a culture.
It's
they like
very
punk rock.
Special. It's probably special.
It could be. Yeah, I don't know.
But the way that it's not just the counter-attacking and the fearlessness and the predicament that he came to the crease in. It's just his shot making, and there's a flash from Harry Brook now against Prasid Krishna. That ball kept a bit low again. It's funny, we're getting more and more uneven bounce because a lot of the steep, unexpectedly high bounce has occurred at the city end with bowling from the pavilion end, and now one or two have kept low as well.
The concept of using S as a grade above A is rooted in Japanese academic and grading system, where S, or shu, is used to denote exceptional performance.
Here's Prasid Krishna in again, and he's not deterred from playing that shot just because there's some uneven bounce. Harry Brook, and he does now guide it away with that 45-degree angled bat, chopping it to man sweeping at deep backward point. Well, you learn something new every day, and I've never heard that before, and I'll probably hear it a dozen times in the next week.
I think it's become very big on video games, and now it's just become a phrase that the kiddies use on social media when talking about sport. Used to be on social media a little bit more, but like me, you've sort of wafted off.
I use it for information. I still find it very useful for information. I follow
TikTok,
news organisations.
TikTok, Snapchat, that sort of thing.
Not so much. Not so much. Here's who is that? Okay, Reddy. Nitish Kumar Reddy running in, and no, it's still Prasid Krishna. He hasn't changed. Driven by Harry Brooks, square of the wicket on the offside, no run, and that's Jamie Smith. 264 for 5, 98 to Harry Brook. Jamie Smith on 110, 100 in a session. What an innings from Jamie Smith. I mean, he's power. He's a big man, a powerful man. Strength is obvious, but subtlety and deftness of touch is also there, and I would say in equal measure. And there's a little inside edge now. I'm putting the mockers on Jamie Smith. Again, he's trying to punch it off the back foot through the offside. Inside edge, drags it back past the stumps, and it's picked up by Rishabh Pant.
Yeah, quite interesting actually. They've set a field here that's a lot more defensive considering Washington Sundar's bowling with 3 single savers, whereas actually they've got quite a packed offside field here, and I think they're trying to angle the ball back into Smith a little bit. They've got a catching point, maybe forward point.
Driven by Smith outside half of the bat, down towards Jadeja, sweeping at deep backward point. They've got what I say always call a gamble cordon as well. They've got a first slip, but he's very wide, almost 1.5 slips, and then a 4th slip. Then, as you say, that stationary catcher at forward point, who's gone now. Change of field.
I think that's just
Harry
for
Brook.
Smith, isn't it? I think they want to get him driving on the up outside off stump. As you said, they've got sort of 3 catches spread out in weird directions, like an inside-out umbrella turned on its side.
Prasid Krishna to complete the over with the bouncer, and it's steered away for 4. Beautiful shot from Harry Brook to bring up his 100. Back of a length, outside the off stump, up onto his toes he went, got on top of the bounce, steered it past the wide slip, who dived and got fingertips to it, but Brook has century number 9. Off comes the helmet, he looks heavenward, he raises his bat and helmet to all 4 corners of the ground to acknowledge the applause, and a standing ovation from the Hollies stand. In fact, it's a standing ovation from everyone.
Yeah, magnificent knock. Obviously the pitch is very, very flat, but he's had to overcome England pressure, really. Came in on a hat-trick. He was there when Smith was on a hat-trick as well. So twice England was in the middle of a collapse, and he's just batted like Harry Brook. I think his first 5 balls were about as nonsensical as you would see, including he could barely lay bat on the ball, and he charged down and tried to smash one. It was a remarkable start to an innings.
Washington Sundar continues to Jamie Smith. How many years ago would you have thought that 100 from 137 balls in a test match was super fast?
It's not that long ago, is it?
No. It's made to look slow by Jamie Smith. On the back foot now, Smith chops it away behind square in the offside, racing across the boundary. Another valiant effort from Mohammad Siraj, who's initially cheered for his dive because he got a hand to it, but he couldn't stop the inertia on the ball, and it trickled into the boundary ropes anyway. And Jamie Smith has another 4.
Another cut shot. It's not short. He's cutting that from a full ball that is probably pitched on the stumps and coming back to him. Might have been slightly outside the stump. He's bowling around the wicket, Washington. But again, just another cut shot. They just keep playing that shot.
Here's Washington in once again, driven down the ground, straight drive, lovely drive from Jamie Smith. It's Harry Brook's call. He looks up, sees the fielder, hasn't got the ball in his hand yet, and comes back for the second run. 275 for 5. Jamie Smith bats a little like a man who doesn't care where his stumps are. You know, we talk about how good a batsman's stump geography is and whether he's leaving it and, you know, his positioning on off stump. And with Jamie Smith, it seems like it doesn't matter. He doesn't care. Like you say, he's cutting the ball off the stumps. He's playing the shot on the ball, not whether it's likely to hit his stumps. Washington in again. Smith pushes it to mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, he's also just that push down the ground. He just knows exactly where the field is as well. He's playing the ball in the field rather than worrying about his stumps. I think you're right.
It might have been a full toss from Washington Sundar, and it's swept away. Premeditated sweep. They're coming back for the second run again. Brilliant throw, wonderful throw from Prasid Krishna right over the top of the stumps. Rishabh Pant had to move his gloves about 6 inches to take the bails off, but Smith was comfortably back for 2 more. He was down. I think if he just stood in his crease and that was the full toss, sometimes it can be deceptive. We're looking directly from behind the batsman, but it looked like a full toss. I think he would have hit that out of Edgbaston had he not been down on one knee for a premeditated sweep. Now he's on the back foot cutting. It's misfielded horribly by Yashasvi Jaiswal. Nasty bobble in front of him, but I think he did take his eye off it. He was looking up to see which end he was going to throw, and he therefore missed the ball and didn't gather it, so he couldn't throw at either end, and they're able to go through for 2 unscheduled runs. Bonus runs there. Smith moves on to 121. Harry Brook has 102. 279 for 5. Didn't seem like that long ago that England were 84 for 5.
Obviously mishit that one, but I'm pretty sure that was a full ball on the stumps from right around the wicket that he's cut again. It's remarkable. I think they need to make a change at that end. I think Jadeja might need to come on at that end. Manners.
Well, Nitish Kumar Reddy, maybe he's a touch under-bowled at the moment.
I would not bring him on.
Not?
I don't see what he adds to the situation here.
Prasid Krishna is continuing, and there's a tumbling ramp shot from Harry Brook, and he's missed it. He's on his back. He's got down on one knee in order to ramp, scoop, and he's missed it completely and has ended up rolling over onto his back. He then fields the ball.
Well, then what happened was he was out of his crease for a minute, so Rishabh Pant tried to stump him. The ball hit the stumps, landed at the stumps, and Harry Brook got up and tried to run. It was Smith who wasn't ready. The man on his back, the turtle, was fine.
They could have run, couldn't they?
More Ninja Turtle than turtle.
Prasid Krishna into Harry Brook, drops it down on the onside, thinks about stealing a quick single, but Krishna reacts quickly off his own bowling.
It would have been very hard to be run out at the wicketkeeper's end because I think both the bails were off. So the slip would have had to run in, pick the ball up and grab the stump all in one go. But Jamie Smith wasn't even watching.
Got a soft spot for Prasid Krishna. I mean, he had that record, that unwanted record of going at 6.24 and over. Most expensive by any Indian bowler who bowled more than 20 overs in a test match. But he was asked to perform some uncomfortable and unfamiliar roles. That short ball tactic again. Short, wide and cut. Wasn't hit as hard as I thought. 279 for 5.
It was hit very hard. I think Karan just stopped it, didn't he? I think he just went straight to him.
He made it look too easy.
I could be wrong. I just think it went straight into his hands. I think he smashed the hell. Well, it certainly sounded like he hit it up very hard.
Exactly. I was about to say smashed it, and Karan has picked it up like somebody's rolled him a tennis ball.
And India's just said the ball's out of shape. Chris Gaffney's just said, yep, because they keep smashing it.
Anyway, Prasid Krishna he's toiled away manfully, and people forget that he did take 5 wickets at Headingley. Short, pulled again, very hard, this time undoubtedly powerfully hit, and Mohammad Siraj throws it. It hits Harry Brook, who's standing in his crease.
Hit the stumps, didn't it?
Did it not ricochet off Harry Brook? Thought it might have done. 279 for 5, but well, Siraj, if he was aiming to throw that to Rishabh Pant, he was a long way off his mark, and Brook hadn't left the crease.
I'll say one thing, that was a phenomenal shot. For none. His last 2 shots for none have been about as good as you will see.
Magnificent pull shot, short arm jab, and he now has a waft at this one outside the off stump. I think that Prasid Krishna might be doing that on purpose, you know, just Harry Brook gets into a zone where he's going to throw the bat at pretty much everything, and therefore just hang out a couple of really wide ones outside the off stump, and you might get him to make a mistake, chase one that's unreachable, and that may have been an example of that.
I read about this on day one. I think that's the best place to bowl to these guys. Bowl it nice and wide. He's not going to have any patience, and not only that, he's still going to try and hit the ball to the leg side. I think this is the best plan for them.
Mid-on, mid-off up, deep extra cover, catching point, slip in a gully, 2 men on the leg side boundary. Another wide one, that's deliberate, and Harry Brook again chases it, and again he can't reach it, and most likely if he does reach it, it'll be an edge of some sort. There's only a wide slip and a 4th slip, but there are other areas of mistakes that he could make, chasing one that wide.
Was that a maiden?
Was it? One of the
It
most
seemed like a lot of
unlikely.
big shots for a maiden, that one. Didn't Prasid Krishna, you were talking about him go for all those runs, didn't he say he really wanted to go at less than 6 runs and over?
Yes.
And he's
He
still
did.
going at over 6 runs and over even after that maiden. He's getting close. You are seeing Nitish ready. You asked? It's delivered for you.
I think only on the basis that he's only bowled 1 over, right? And
Well, I wouldn't have picked him in the first place.
he's a batting
so
all-rounder. to
Maybe,
make that clear.
maybe I think about this slightly different. I'm just maybe. I was chatting to Robbie Uthappa about this, the former Indian player. He was saying that he could see how Nitish Reddy could be a defensive seamer. But my theory is that most defensive seamers generally are older, and it's when they're a little bit more, when they're able to accept their role in a side. He's dropped the ball here, so he hasn't started brilliantly well.
And not only did he drop it, he dropped it while he was starting his run-up.
I think he dropped it and kicked it, actually.
That's it, he had to go and fetch it. That's not a great start. So similar kind of field for Nitish Reddy. Wide slip, enough of a gap between KL Rahul and Rishabh Pant for the ball to get through there, and a fourth slip as well. Edge dropped by Pant. That's an edge from Jamie Smith. First ball from Nitish Reddy. I'm thinking it carried. Rishabh, just as I was saying, there's enough of a gap. Rishabh Pant knew it was his. He's the one with the gloves on. He had to dive, he had to go, and he's just pushed it past KL Rahul at slip. Catch?
Oh, I thought it was definitely a catch, yeah. 100%. Was just seeing the behind, but here we go. Edge, half volley, again a wide ball, and yeah, I think that goes through his webbing.
4 runs is the result. Jamie Smith given a life, and Nitish Reddy in again, and that one is driven hard down the ground past the bowler, but mid-on is very deep, and therefore he's able to come around and cut that off. It's captain Shubman Gill. So a life for Jamie Smith on 121.
200-run partnership.
Applause for the 200-run partnership. Wow. 84 for 5.
For 192 balls.
In the second over. That's ridiculous, isn't it? 192 balls.
Brooks only made 71 of them. Get dropped.
Wow, Nitish Reddy from the city end. That one is driven by Harry Brook to cover. Straight to Yashasvi Jaiswal. Along the ground, no run. 284 for 5. Second over of the day. Jamie Smith came to the crease. 2 wickets fell in 2 balls. Joe Root caught down the leg side. And then Ben Stokes caught behind. It's a searing bouncer from Mohammad Siraj. Really good. First up to Ben Stokes. Just gloved it behind. Jamie Smith came to the crease. Second over of the day. Made 100 in the session. Now been given a life on 121. Nitish Reddy in once again. And that's pushed out towards extra cover. 100 on debut, Nitish Reddy. Is he? Am I right in saying that he is a batsman who's quite useful with the ball, or has he always been a?
No. He
always
can bowl.
been an all-rounder.
No. I think he's certainly in white ball cricket. He's an all-rounder. I think he takes about 1.5 wickets per game in first-class cricket, maybe slightly more, towards 2. So I think his batting is his strongest suit, though. I think that's certainly something that we take from that.
Nitish Reddy in again to Harry Brook, right up in the block hole. I think he's looking for the Yorker, and Harry Brook not only dug it out, but then thought he could steal a quick single and set off, and that wasn't one of those false starts. I think he genuinely thought there was a single there, and he set off. Jamie Smith just stood at the non-striker's end saying, I'm not going anywhere. Brook suddenly had to turn and scamper and regain his ground, because it was Reddy who fielded off his own bowling and had a shy at the stumps. Brook scrambling for safety.
Interesting over so far. A couple of half chances already. Well, a full chance, but it's not been a bad bowler at all. Bad over at all.
Nitish Reddy in again outside the off stump, and that's left alone by Harry Brook. Doesn't leave too many. Doesn't play at as many as Ben Duckett. But who does Nitish Reddy play for in the IPL? Excuse me, I can't remember.
Sunrisers.
Right, and he took wickets, didn't he?
He did. I don't think he bowled last year. Year before he bowled a little bit. This year he didn't bowl much. He mostly played as a batter. I think I'm trying to actually remember if he was dropped at one stage. They really struggled as a team this year. He kept making 20, and then because their team was struggling, he'd get to 20 and then he'd be like, well, we need to start scoring quickly, and he'd hit the next one straight up in the air, which obviously sometimes happens. Prashi Krishna still coming on. Shubman Gill's talking to Chris Gaffney again. I've said this before, that Chris Gaffney, he's had more conversations with bowlers and fielders and batters in this game than I think I've seen an umpire do in entire series. He's at it again, but it's Prasid Krishna.
And it's Jamie Smith who's had a life. Dropped by Rishabh Pant from...
2 lives?
Well, he's had a life in the last
Yeah.
few moments. And this is fielded at point. 284 for 5. I heard Manners saying that India should try an over from Nitish Reddy. And it reminded me of that shot because it was the first ball that Jamie Smith faced from him. And I seem to remember the same thing happened yesterday when Krishna came on, very first ball. And Harry Brook played a missed at one. Instead of trying to see him off as he's on the front foot drive, fielded at point. And I don't know if it's a Rishabh Pant trick of just trying to put the bowler off his lines and lengths early in a spell or what. I don't think Pant does it first ball, but certainly, you know, the old school mentality is that you at least give the bowler a delivery or two so you can work out what they're doing, if anything. Either way, it was a tough chance, isn't it? I only saw it live. I didn't see
No, it was
a
tough.
replay, and it's quite a big gap as Smith just with minimal foot movement tries to guide this ball. I think there is 2 slips in place, and KL Rahul's quite wide from Rishabh Pant, so it was Pant's catch.
Oh yeah.
For sure.
KL was almost at 2.5 slip.
Yeah.
He came into more of a 2nd slip after the edge, but it was very... It's interesting that since they've started bowling wide, how much worse the England batters have looked. It was being bowled at them. They were smashing everything everywhere. Now they're hanging out wide. We've seen edges and...
Oh, your watch is talking to you, Jarrod.
My phone.
This is, was it your phone? Either way, it's talking and listening.
It was talking to us about animals, wasn't it? How do I open it up?
Attempted pull shot, but Jamie Smith almost seems a touch hurried. Inside edge onto the pads. This is what India have got to be telling themselves. 1 wicket and they're through to Chris Woakes. You know, I think this is the. I think
they've
this
dropped 3 catches. So
I think this is a problem for India as well. You know, teams have got to understand that this is how England will play, and they just seem a bit. Oh, is that an inside edge?
might have been. It didn't carry.
It didn't carry, no. But again, minimal foot movement from Smith. It's hung out there again. I don't think it's got up quite as much as he was expecting. I think he's got an inside edge which could have gone back onto the stumps and has just died in front of Rishabh Pant.
It's hard to tell. Might have been a bottom edge even. If he did get anything on it at all.
Just watching a replay on the big screen. He definitely got something on
I
that.
think it did, maybe the bottom corner of the bat. But again, they're bowling this ball wide, and suddenly England looked like a completely different batting lineup.
Wide again. This is comfortably cut to the fielder down at wide third or deep backward point on the boundary. 285 for 5. Jarrod and Manners. Oh, that chair does squeak on the floor, doesn't it? Harmy's coming in. Oh, I hope that noise isn't picked up by the our many thousands of listeners. Let's have a little look, see where people are. If you're listening to the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube stream, I think we've reached 70. How many countries have we reached now? 77. 77 countries from listeners all around the world who are dipping in and out of our broadcast here live from Edgbaston. 2nd Test match of 5. Thank you, Scott. Uday Bosale, I'm not sure if the guys read this one out. Got a feeling Stokes is going to declare at 450 at the end of the day. I had a feeling about a funky declaration from Stokes when we were out last night, actually. I didn't expect that 450 would necessarily be reached, if they do reach it, quite as quickly as what it looks like it might do. This partnership is going at a run of ball almost exactly, 201 from 202 balls. Harry Brook, 102 not out, and he got a first baller, of course. It's real boom or bust when you look at the scores, isn't it? In all of the top, pretty much, Ben Duckett has been out for a duck and scored a century. Harry Brook has scored a century, 99, and been out for a duck.
Yeah.
Ollie Pope's been out for a duck and scored a century.
Just need Ben Stokes to score a century now.
Well, yeah, that would be nice, wouldn't it? Reaching again is Smith. And this is carved out to that fielder who's in a wide, deep extra cover. And no run. Brook was a couple of steps down the track, but nothing given there. Vossi at Treasure and Treats at County Wicklow in Ireland. And Dom Pilot 2 is in Spain, Galicia. Hi from Uganda. Have we had Uganda? We have had Uganda, have we? Smith, inside edge, back past the stumps. And this ploy from India is continuing to cause a few problems. Reaching for the ball. And again, it's an inside edge that could have gone back on the stumps. 2 runs added. And Smith moves to 129. The score 287 for 5. What do you think of this?
Yeah, I think it's a good ploy. You've just mentioned there, with partnership 203 off 204. England are putting bat on ball. Jimmy Smith walked out on hat-trick ball and he got 100 off 80 balls. In India, I thought India's tactics were Prashad Krishna early in the afternoon. I said this, I think, last time I was on, when Manners was on. I'd have kept going with that. You had loads of runs to play with and keep bouncing them. You'd hit one up in the air. This one is now going to try and frustrate England.
This is Fuller on the stumps from Nitish Reddy and just pushed out towards mid-wicket for a single. Smith moves to 130.
I mean, what an innings it has been. I mean, just mentioned there, coming in on a hat-trick ball. Your first ball for 4, 21 years old, in the infancy of your career, under pressure, and you nonchalantly get 100 in the first session of a test match. When you didn't start the test, when you started that day inside the pavilion, not even with your sort of pads on, tells you everything about how good Jamie Smith's played.
He is ready, drilled on drive, holds the pose as well as Brook, but can't beat mid-on. In the history of India, in the history of Test cricket at this ground, the 2 of the top 3 6-wicket partnerships have taken place in this match. 203 between Jadeja and Gill, which finished yesterday, and then Brook and Smith today. They've gone past that now, actually. 204. The highest also features Ravindra Jadeja back in 2022 alongside Rishabh Pant. 222. That is the highest. So we'll see if we go past that. Wide, and it'll only be a single down to deep backward point. Oh, actually, will it be a single? Well, tell you what. It's lucky that the Jamie Smith sent Harry Brook back then, because just for a minute it looked like England wanted 2 there. The throw came in. It was Mohammad Siraj, and Jamie Smith would have been miles short if he tried to take on the arm of the fielder there.
Yeah, it was a good throw, and I think Harry Brook turned with the intention of coming back for 2, but I think he might have got short-sighted because of Jaiswal standing in the middle. And it was a good job that Jamie Smith was watching the ball, because I don't think Harry was. I think Harry Brook would have been caught well short if he decided to come back there.
Smith facing, and Reddy is in. He's driving on the up, but along the ground is Smith. No run, and that's the end of a decent over. That hasn't yielded too many runs, and the run scoring has slowed a touch. India have come out with a plan, and you know what? It should have paid off for them. A drop catch, 2 inside edges past the stumps, and a couple of plays and misses as well from Smith. Brooks looked and has gone past 100 on the way to his 103. He's looked, and both of them look pretty assured. I'm not saying that in any way is there any tension. I mean, why would there be? 289 for 5. They walked to the crease, or they've joined together at crease. 84 for 5. Jamie Smith on the hat-trick ball, and he hit it for 4. The joint 4th fastest century. 80 balls as he's driving and sets off straight away. Does Harry Brook, and he moves to 104. 290 for 5.
Yeah, I think you talk about chances and inside edges past stumps. The way these guys play now, especially these 2 in the partnership they're in, yes, the wicket's a little bit slower, but they're going to create a chance, or create a few oohs and ahs in and around, because of the amount of intent they've got. And I think because of that intent, England are back in this game. I think if they didn't have the intent, England might have been bowled out by now.
Oh, beating past the inside edge again. Jamie Smith trying to force through the covers, and it hasn't got up as much. Is that a sign of variable bounce, or is this just good bowling? Is he mixing things up from Prasid Krishna? That kept a bit low, didn't it?
Yeah, that didn't bounce. I think there has been some indifferent bounce from the end that we're commentating on for the tall bowler. I don't think everything got up when Josh Tongue was banging it in. I don't think everything got up when Bryden Cast was banging it in when the ball got a bit older.
Krishna again, and defensively this time from Smith, who doesn't meet the ball with the full face of the bat. So again, is that just a sign that a little bit of up and down? India will certainly hope so.
There's been a bit of spin as well. There has been a bit of spin, so along with the seamer from this end, especially the tall seamer, there's been a little bit of inconsistency of bounce when they've tried to hit the pitch. Prasid Krishna has bowled a lot of bounces, but that was from the opposite end to where we're at. Now he's bowling a little bit fuller and more conventional test match bowling.
Forward is Smith, and plays a defensive block. Plays the ball very late, doesn't he, Smith? Sometimes gets in trouble. He
defends the ball there. I would say
he defends the ball late, but sometimes
when he attacks he attacks from out front himself. Yeah, he defends the ball there.
So if that ball's doing anything, he is prone, as most are, to getting caught in the slips. If the ball's not doing anything, then comes down the track. He loves the cover drive. That's his shot. There it is. Can't direct the ball through the covers. It goes and looks at the bottom of his bat. Goes straight. Goes square and fielded at point by Nair.
Both Smith and Harry Brook. They defend the ball because they've got intent to pick the bat up to hit the ball. So when they're looking to hit the ball, if they are playing the shot, they play out in front of themselves and they commit and they have the intent. When they defend it, they're still picking their bat up to hit it. They're defending it into the ground. So it's intent and it's going into the ground. That's sometimes what comes back on the stumps.
Yeah, they're two similar batters actually, aren't they? Left alone this time by Smith. And that's the end of the over 290 for 5. It actually feels like we've got normal Test cricket for about 10 minutes. And you know what? I'm quite enjoying it.
Quite enjoying it, yeah. I mean, we had that when Shubman Gill was batting, where it was.
Yes, we did. Yeah.
And you could argue that was boring, wasn't it? And now, off the back of what happened in that carnage of the first session and how well Smith and Brook have sort of counterpunched and come back. They didn't counterpunch. You've actually thrown some big earmakers in that first session. Now they're just slowly but surely going about their business and trying to do what Shubman Gill and Ravindra Jadeja did, which is to make the bowlers get into their second and third spells and make it difficult for India and keeping them out on the field and try and grind them down and reduce the deficit, which is sitting at 297, and slowly but surely just ticking it off.
There were 14 full shots in 27 overs this morning, so that's about one every 2 overs. So far there's been 13 in 8 overs. This is bowled wide of Harry Brook, who throws his bat at it, and it's fielded at that deep extra cover position.
It'd be interesting, John, on what constitutes a false shot, because India bowled bouncers. They bowled the ball this morning at the batter, where they've come out since lunch and bowled the ball away from the batter. So it is a false shot of Harry Brook or Jamie Smith playing away from themselves to a wide ball and missing it. Is that a false shot, where this morning it was bowling a bit straighter than they were hitting it?
I think so, yeah. This is thrashed by Harry Brook, over pitched, and mid-off is wide. So it's sailed away to the boundary for 4. He moves to 108. He scored 294 for 5.
There's nothing false about that.
No, but it was, it was there to be hit, wasn't it?
And it was hit.
And it was slammed to the boundary at long off. Yeah, but what was interesting is that Shubman Gill at a wide mid-off. He immediately clapped his bowler. He immediately turned to him. He said, "You just carry on. You just get it up, out. We want it wide." Not there, I imagine, as it's tucked away through mid-wicket for a single. It's a heavily populated offside field, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think that's what I mean about the sort of false shot. If it's 6 stump and Harry Brook and Jamie Smith are trying to sort of play the positive shot and miss it because they can't quite reach it, where this morning I thought India got a little bit giddy, 2 wickets in 2 balls, and then all of a sudden they're thinking, right, we have to go for the kill, we have to attack, we have to bowl $1 million balls, go for the bouncer route. That there wasn't as many false shots because they were bowling the ball at the batter.
Here is Nitish Reddy, and up on his toes, playing, using all of his height. Jamie Smith just pushes this out into the covers. I'm slightly surprised we haven't seen Akashdeep and Mohammad Siraj since the lunch break. I actually think India have bowled pretty well since then, but yeah, this ball is 57 overs old, so second new ball obviously due at the 80 over stage. I suppose you could bring them back for a little spell. What do you reckon, 63, 60, 62, 63 overs in, and then have enough to keep them back for that second new ball when they're going to be wanted. Punched up to wide mid-off. Smith, 130, 295 for 5.
Yeah, I think there's quite a lot in that, John. I think, especially from Shubman Gill's point of view, because there's a whole sort of wide range of emotions. If we break that partnership early this morning, potential follow-on. Even at lunch, you come out after lunch, you're 300 in front. If you go bang, 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 you might have a position where you think, right, we might want to make them follow on. Then you need your 2 bowlers to start fresh.
Ready again, drifts onto the pads, no protection out there at deep mid-wicket, so there's 2 runs, and that's the end of the over. Smith moves to 132, and England 297 for 5. They were 84 for 5 at one stage. It does seem like quite some time ago. Do you know what? I asked Gough this question. I came off for my first stint, and England were about 100 for 5, and I said, Gough, if England are bowled out for 130, do India enforce a follow-on? And I kind of, do you know what? I don't think they would have done.
I think they would have. I think what you have from Shubman Gill's point of view is, and India's point of view is, we're going to bowl all day. We're expecting to bowl all day. Now, if they bowl them out for 130, 150, 180, I think they would have made England follow on. Once this game got to 2:30, 3:30, then all of a sudden you're not just bowling all day today, you're potentially bowling a long period into tomorrow, and you don't really want your fielding team to do that. So I just wonder if that's why Akashdeep, who's coming on now, and Mohammad Siraj has been held back, just in case they do get a couple of quick wickets. It does, from a spin point of view, nip Washington Sundar or Jadeja can nip one of these 2 out, and then they go through the bowlers. Then you've got a fresh Akashdeep and Mohammad Siraj if you want to make that decision. I think as the day goes on, you run the risk of bowling for 2 days, and that's not something what you want to do in the modern day game. So I think from now on, I think India will definitely bat again and look to bat England out of the game if they get in a position to do that.
Akashdeep it is then, and he's bowling from the pavilion end to Harry Brook, and first ball is in and around off stump and defended out to the covers. There's a slip in place and a kind of 4th slip. Fielder or gully. There's a deep backward point on the boundary, about 5 yards in. There's a point fielder. There's also, go through that in a second, crowd are up on their feet as driving Brook picks out that point fielder at Karunaya at point. Extra cover and mid-off, mid-on, as well as forward deep square leg and a deep backward square leg as well. This ball is 58 overs old. Akashdeep, who picked up 2 wickets in 2 balls at the start of England's innings. Can't be too many games where that's happened twice in an innings. He's in now and he's drifting on the pads. He wants leg before here. There's nothing from behind the stumps, and it does seem like Harry Brook has got quite a big inside edge onto the ball before it hit the pads and then down to Jaiswal at deep backward square leg for a single.
He did that yesterday as well. I think it was, I'm trying to think who it was, but it got the whole of the bat. It didn't just get the outside edge, it got the whole of the bat, went to point, and he started appealing, and I think behind the stumps just started laughing. And I think there again, he's gone up for an appeal, which I don't even think the ball has hit the pan. I think it's just come straight off the inside edge.
I also think it would have gone down the leg side.
Yeah.
Here he is again, deep past the umpire and in, and this is driven very straight, and it's fielded at mid-on, no run, 298 for 5. You, Chetan Patel, the coach, England coach, came out last night. England came out saying they're going to list it up for the win. So how do England win from here? Realistically, they're halfway. They're past the halfway target, and they're past the wickets as well. 298 for 5. So they trail by 289. We've still got 50 overs remaining today, and of course all day tomorrow and Sunday. The forecast is a bit mixed this weekend, but you know what? I don't think we're going to lose much. Defended again by Smith, no run, 298 for 5. So let's work it out, Harmy. What needs to happen for England to win this match?
Well, if England bat the
realistically,
England bat the 50 overs, they'll be in and around India's score. So if England's still batting tonight, we're turning into a one innings game. You know, both sides level. Worst case scenario, no more than 100 behind, and I still think England can win. And that would mean if they would get bowled out with an hour and 20 minutes to go tonight.
Akash deep again, and Jamie Smith trying to run this fine. There's no third. The fielder is very wide down on the boundary, so with that staggered slip cord, and if the gap can be taken, a little chance the fielder's going to be able to run round from deep backward point to cut it off. That's what Smith is trying there, but picks out the fielder. 298 for 5 then. So they bat tail stumps. Let's just say they're bowled out on stumps tonight, and they are within 50, or they're 25 of India's first innings score. 2 full days to go. Then I suppose they bowl India out tomorrow, and then they chase them down on day 5.
Absolutely.
That's just it, isn't it? It's as easy as that.
It is easy as that, and that's why Ben Stokes decides to bowl first a lot. And I think even 100 runs behind, 80 runs behind, with 45 minutes to go tonight.
Could they declare?
They could. They could.
I could see it as well.
I can see them declaring, because then India will have been in the field for all that time, and they're still in the field tonight. England could do what India did.
Nitish Reddy continuing, touch of width, and this is cut by Harry Brook down to Mohammad Siraj, who's at deep backward point for a single. Brook moves to 111, 299 for 5. England.
Long day in the field for England. 150 overs. 25 for 3 batters. That's what could keep England in the game. And if England get bowled out with an hour to go tonight, 80 runs short, but get a couple of wickets, then all of a sudden England will feel as though we're back in the game, because we feel as though we could chase 300 in the last year.
Smith it is, again, just opens the face and tries to guide this down, but it's Karunnaya at wideish second slip, fourth slip position, and it's fielded. I mean, it's incredible, isn't it? The game is just... England were 84 for 5. They should still be blocking it out. They should have got through, tricky period, you know. And now 20 overs to the second new ball. Now we try and go 4 and over, you know, without taking any undue risks. But no, that's just not how cricket works anymore. Pushed into the offside by Smith. What were they at? Because it was such a fast-scoring morning.
What they'll say with that, John, is that we got ourselves back into this position by playing the way we did. We've got to ride the wave and keep the momentum going. Going at 5 and over, keep going at 5 and over. Yes, there's a little element of risk in it, but the element of risk that we've been taken has partially got us back into the game.
The run rate is actually slowed since the break, isn't it? A touch, but it's still going at 5 and over. We're going at 6. 4, there's a shout for leg before from the bowler, Nitish Reddy, but no great enthusiasm from he or the fielding team.
Big noise. big noise. That's come through on the stump, mate. That's on the effects, mate. That's got to have hit the bat.
Yeah. I think he'd realise that almost a moment. Now, do you know, that's interesting though, because that was a full toss on the pads, wasn't it? Can you remember Jarrod Kimber got an LBW against James Smith with a full toss on the pads?
He did.
And James Smith overturned it. The ball was hitting legs, going down leg. As 300 is up for England here with a single to mid-wicket. Smith moves to 133 and the crowd applaud and are enjoying themselves. It's not, I always thought Saturday was fancy dress day, but I can see some Teletubbies. There's about 40 Fred Flintstones, some workmen. There were some penguins in the hotel we were staying at earlier today, getting changed. And it's been a really good atmosphere here at Edgbaston. I hope we're conveying the mood within this famous old ground. India have never won here. Won't get many better opportunities, but it's England who are trying to get onto the front foot as Brook takes a single to mid-wicket. He moves to 112, 301 for 5.
Yeah, the atmosphere is fantastic, and just looking around the ground, it's baked in sunshine. It's a wonderful day. It's a wonderful game of cricket, this Test match cricket, isn't it? The way this game's gone, the fantastic, ferocious start we had. Stokes got an absolute beauty. I mean, defy anybody to get out of the way of that. It was a fast bouncer by Mohammad Siraj, and they've been royally entertained because, I mean, Jamie Smith probably played one of the best innings a wicketkeeper batter has played from anybody in this country. The ball's going to be changed, I think.
They've managed to change the ball, have they?
Yeah, I think the ball's going to be changed. It's not going through the rings.
It might be time to bring in Manners. What time is it? No? I've lost my Fitbit, Manners.
Uh-oh.
I've lost my Fitbit watch a couple of weeks ago. Slipped off my wrist, it's gone forever. But it's still linked to my account, so I'm getting the fitness updates of a complete stranger sent to me every week. And they're not hitting the heights I was hitting.
No.
I was comfortably hitting 10,000 steps a day outside of cricket days. Whoever has picked up my watch, well, they need to up their game.
I did 10,000 yesterday. I did 10,000 doing what we did. Me and Goughy's put a few steps in so far in this Test match. So England, the ball changes come and the drinks have come out. But so you've lost the Fitbit.
Yeah, I've lost the Fitbit, so it means I never know what time it is. Oh yeah, I've gone early. Trying to get Manners in 2 minutes early.
I'm sure he wouldn't mind.
Oh, I don't know.
He's saying that he's enjoying the sweets, I think. So there's
an unwritten rule. I mean, it's very poor form, to turn up late to a commentary stint, and it's noted. People notice this kind of stuff.
Doing, yeah. Well,
similarly, calling him into
a few potatoes, lovely curry sauce over the top of the chicken, a few vegetables, some naan bread. It was
very nice.
The first time we've eaten at lunchtime on this, running around the ground doing hospitality that we have done. Met some great people.
Can't imagine you and Goughy running.
No, we fast walked. We've done the stairs about 4 million times, which I'm sick of stairs now.
Well, your Fitbit would be good, because the old Fitbits, they record your stairs as well, so I tell you, steps and stairs. I'm missing out, because we have to go between the stairs up to the press box and back, because we're positioned on the TV gantry up here, so we can't really hang around and chat, so we have to make ourselves scarce between stints. We had a nice night last night, didn't we?
It was a good night, yeah. It was a good night.
Couple of beers, and then found a restaurant that was open.
The food was lovely, wasn't it?
Really good.
The noodles I had was very, very spicy and very, very nice.
I know Scott actually had some.
He did.
Which I was surprised. Well,
nachos as well.
Yeah.
Goughy got the nachos. It's always brilliant when you order with Darren, because you always get far too much, and you eat royally well. And we did last night. Nice steak, bit noodles, a few nachos.
Gary Morgan has just sent us this. Jamie Smith currently has the 3rd best average by a designated keeper in tests. Minimum of 10 tests played. Can you tell me who is above him in the list?
Average.
Yeah. I'll give you a clue. First name begins with A. Two above him in the list.
What's the numbers?
Designated keeper. I think Manners is actually in.
What's the numbers?
57, average of 57 and an average of 53. From the two above him, Jamie Smith currently averaging 53.43, so that he could move into 2nd place.
From full keepers or just
keepers
keepers that have
proper
done a little
keepers.
bit?
No, minimum 10 tests, proper keepers.
De Villiers?
Correct. De Villiers is top of the list.
Not McCollum, he didn't average 50. Sanger?
That's who I thought as well, but no, not Sanger. I tell you what, Manners is going to come in. He can tell you who the second one is.
De Villiers, Sanger.
It's not the obvious one.
It's not the obvious one.
He's 4th. Gilchrist.
Yeah. I'm trying to think who else is. Who else from a keeper batter point of view is who had a big average? Talking a while ago, Manners? Are we talking recent? Are we talking a while ago? I could easily look because I get the same messages of what you've just done.
We spoke about him quite extensively last week at Headingley when Rishabh Pant scored 100 in both innings, because he was the only other keeper to score 100 in both.
Andy Flower. Yeah, I get that now. And he was a proper keeper that kept all the time rather than AB, who kept whenever it was required.
Well, AB kept after Mark Boucher's accident, remember, in 2012, when he kept for the rest of his career. Once he took over from Mark Boucher, he then kept for the rest of his career, and he also shared the record for the most dismissals in a Test match with Jack Russell. Both performed at the same ground, 12 catches, and the Wanderers in Johannesburg's seam bowler's paradise and get a lot of edges, and the people thought, well, De Villiers is going to share the world record, and all he had to do was stand there and catch the edges. In fact, he took a couple of absolutely spectacular catches. Right, drinks are done here at Edgbaston, and England's extraordinary and riveting, gripping recovery continues. 301 for 5. Akash Deep is in for a new over from our commentary end, the pavilion end. It's been riveting stuff. Darren Gough is alongside me. It's been absolutely compelling. A friend of mine drove up from Somerset to be here to watch today, and I met him for a drink last night, and he said, "Oh, I hope it's worth it."
Well, absolutely worth it. It's been a fantastic morning. We got off to the excitement of those 2 quick wickets, and then we were delighted to a spectacle.
Outside the off stump, left alone, no run. Did you ever play in a match in which somebody scored for you or against you 100 runs in a session?
Probably Gilchrist. Every chance here as well.
He made 157.
That
here,
was a 97.
7.
Yeah, ridiculous. He played a shot of ball. I've never seen anything like it. Some of the striking that day was outstanding. He was hitting sixes. I remember bowling here. Craig White was bowling this end, and he was bowling quite lively, and he just kept.
Akash Deep is in to Harry Brook once again, and he's just tucked it away off his side pad down towards deep backward square leg. The best score by an English keeper at this ground in a Test match is
Matt Pryor?
No, it's actually Alan Knott, 116.
Knotty.
So this is now Jamie Smith is the highest score, but the highest score by a keeper for any country in a Test match is that 157 that you're talking about, Adam Gilchrist in the Ashes.
And that was here. Can you believe it?
Yep.
It's had some belting pictures here over the years.
Akash Deep is in once more, and that is pushed out towards extra cover, and there's no run. Nitish Kumar Reddy does the fielding. Do you know, when those 2 wickets fell in 2 balls, Joe Root caught down the leg side, Ben Stokes caught behind first ball. It was 84 for 5, and suddenly, for the first time, it occurred to me that the follow-on was very much a reality. And now I'm beginning to think once more, as I was at the very start of play, if England can just get within 100, we can still get a result in this game. And the follow-on's now sort of no longer part of the conversation. That's another cut shot.
Well,
from Jamie Smith, he misses it, no run.
Well, start a player. I mean, we both had valid points. Army reckoned 180 all out, and I could see it. If we lost a couple of quick wickets, Root and Brook, you could see it, right? I went the other way. I said, look, I think England will be all out for 410 at end of play. At this rate, they're going to be 400 at tea. They could still be all out, or they could be 400 for 5. You cannot predict. I said, if you're a betting man now, and you used to go on that and say, you used to have it, if you knew the cricket, you used to think, yeah, in 10 overs, score at this rate on this pitch.
Akashdeep in once again. Quick single now. Jamie Smith pushes it to mid-on, sets off for the single. Jaiswal shies at the non-strikers, then misses, and they're through.
But you've no idea now. Absolutely no idea. If you have anybody out there, please tell me, all the listeners who are listening around the world can tell me they predicted that was going to happen this morning. Not one person. What do you reckon, Manners? Not one person can predict that. Surely. You can go with your knowledge and your experience of watching games on TV or being commentating on them or playing in these games. There's no way anybody could have predicted that would have happened this morning. 2 quick wickets, and then Jamie Smith comes in and decides to smash it to all parts. Not a chance.
100 in the session. It's just brilliant, isn't it? Here is Akashdeep once again, and it's pushed out towards cover, straight to cover, and there's no run. And this is only the 3rd Test match. I mean, there's just records being broken all the time now, or at least equalled or matched, or the 1st and 2nd time ever, 3rd time. It's only the 3rd Test in which there have been 2 partnerships in excess of 200 for the 6th wicket or lower. I mean, it's 203 for India for the 6th wicket, and now
it's unreal. Well, I said this to you the other day, didn't I? I said modern day cricketers, for their own country now, with this brand of cricket, are just going to, and the way they are with central contracts and the money involved in cricket, they're going to hold all the records. They really are. Top run scorers, top wicket takers, most catchers, whatever it is, because they're going to play more games. The run rates they're scoring at, partnerships, it's gone nuts.
New over begins from Nitish Reddy, and it's driven out towards extra cover straight to the fielder, and there's no run. Brook 113, Smith 134. They have a partnership of 220 in progress at the moment, coming together at 84 for 5, now 304 for 5. So there might be a few people listening in Lanzarote or Siberia who are thinking, how does more money in cricket mean more records being broken? How does that translate? Here is Nitish Kumar Reddy again. It's short and wide and cut hard to Jaiswal at cover, no run.
It's more at stake now. The guys want to play a certain brand of cricket. Jamie Smith plays this brand of cricket to play for this England side, and what will that bring him? Wealth. IPL contracts, South Africa contracts. So they're playing, they're not just playing for their country, they're playing to earn an extra 2 million a year, these guys. And I think longevity to keep going and playing, and the amount of games they play under central contract, they're getting looked after. So that's what I meant. The central contracts will enable them to play longer.
Driven through extra cover, lovely shot, Jamie Smith. I was talking earlier about his power and his strength, that's obvious, but it's the finesse and the elegance as well. You don't often get a big muscular man like him who has that style and elegance. That was just a glorious extra cover
absolutely
drive.
stunning, and he's played some great shots. When he first came to the crease, he did play some wonderful shots, but he went at them hard, and that's been one of the critical things of England this innings early on. They lost those wickets going hard at it compared to Shubman Gill, but that was a proper masterstroke.
4 runs, glorious runs, short, pulled away, there's the power, and it's 4 more through mid-wicket. We had the style, the elegance, the exquisite touch, and then we have the wood chopper. It's just muscled that one through mid-wicket.
Well, he's a big strong boy, isn't he? I talked about that the other day, and he's used all his strength and muscle into that one and hoiked it to the leg side. So what I'm saying is, but the money encourages them as well to make sure they stay fit longer. Harry Brook, look at him since he got a central contract. His physique has changed massively in the last year and a half.
Driven powerfully again by Jamie Smith up towards mid-off. Shubman Gill fields. He's deep though, and it's an easy single. There was a time, Goughy, in my youth, if somebody said his physique about an athlete, his physique has changed massively in a year and a half, that would mean only one thing, and it wasn't. It wasn't a lot of
in
gym
my
work.
era. Trust me, that's in my era. But I think these guys now, they're getting so well looked after. Central contracts financially, it encourages them with all the riches that are around the corner.
Forward comes Brook defending now towards cover Jaiswal fields. So Jamie Smith is just like literally, he's having a raw egg milkshake for breakfast and steak, and he's in the gym and he's just muscled up.
But they've been managed. They've been managed by England, and they send fitness trainers to them. In because they don't play now, like Jofra Archer. Right, he's not playing for Sussex. Right, so when he goes home, he don't just go home and do his own thing. People will be monitoring now. The money at stake now and what these guys are getting paid, which is almost Premier League style. Let's be straight about it. Of course it is. You're telling me somebody like Ben Stokes, IPL contracts out, SA20 contracts, Dubai League if they're playing all these leagues, central contract, all format, his personal sponsors, which is bat sponsor, Red Bull, and all these guys. This guy, he's earning millions. He's not just earning 1 or 2 banners. They're earning 4 and 5 million a year.
Here's Akash Deep, and that's pushed out towards Jaiswal at mid-on. I was thinking central contracts. Yeah, I wasn't
all of it,
adding them all up.
So there's an incentive. My point is, there's an incentive to stay fit, and by James Smith playing this brand of cricket how he does, right? And people watching this now in India, watching him play, and the franchises out there thinking, this guy is a proper player. Keeps wicket. Smashes it with a bat. He plays all formats now for England. He's added a few notes on his next contract in the IPL. You watch this space.
His Akash Deep is into Jamie Smith again, pushes that one to cover, straight to the field and no run. In fact, has Jamie Smith ever had an IPL contract? I'm not sure he has he?
But
there'll be a few franchise owners now on the phone to their directors of cricket saying, it's just Jamie Smith.
Well, I coach as well. I've had opportunities in franchises. And there's no doubt whatsoever, if I was looking now at keepers out there who can bat, this guy is up there.
And he opens for England.
Well, you look at Clarkson and the way his contract suddenly went from bup to through the roof. This guy's going to do exactly the same.
Here is Nitish Kumar ready. Short, pulled away, right on cue, bang! 4 more through mid-wicket, back of a length, soft ball, 63 overs old, sits up. Jamie Smith says, are you not convinced I can pull yet? All right, I'll show you again. Bang.
Well, that's a pretty good shot, isn't it? He's just making it look so easy. Yes, it's an easy pace pitch. Yes, the ball's getting old. England 317 for 5. And India, they've kept coming in, they've kept trying, but they need a breakthrough. These two are just making it look so easy. I mean, Brook, how often do we say Harry Brook will play second fiddle to another batter? I don't think I've seen it. I don't think I've seen it in his short test career.
That's because it hasn't happened. Honestly. Here's Akash Deep again. Forward comes Smith, pushing it out towards Mohammad Siraj at deep mid-wicket. Another run. Smith moves on to 148.
Well, I remember, like I said, when I managed Yorkshire and we had Harry Brook and Joe Root playing the same team. And Joe Root used to shout about it. He said, do you know something? Batting with Brookie, it makes me feel inferior. So this is one of the best batters ever, if not the best English batsman ever, saying about the young Harry Brook, but he makes him look average at times where he bats. He's got a guy here just outscoring him, which is fantastic to see.
Akash Deep in again. Brook now flicks it nicely off his pads. I think Brook is, not only is he happy to play second fiddle and to watch Jamie Smith, I think he's actively taking singles. Honestly, I think, and it's not something that Harry Brook has possibly ever done in his life.
Maturity though, that's a good sign for
I think he's feeding Smith the strike.
Do you think that's a good sign then for England?
Brilliant.
Averaging 58, probably 60 now, right? And it's a good sign.
Harry knows that he can go as fast as Smith, but it's not his day, it's Smith's day.
Let him have it.
Yeah.
And then when he's out, I'll have a go.
Yeah, that's right, exactly. Here's Akashdeep again, and there's a polite inquiry for LBW, but never ever was that going to be out. Jamie Smith is 148 not out. Hit him outside the line, it was way too high. Brook is 114. Their partnership is flying along. 235 for the 6th wicket. 319 for 5 England. They're still trailing, let's not forget, by 268.
Let's not forget that. It's still a long way behind. But the rate this England team score, and we joke about it now. It's actually in casual, when you go around the boxes and you're chatting casually and you say, well, you know, England, if they carry on like this, I mean, they'll pass them probably by tomorrow lunchtime. Because you don't know what's going to happen. You can't predict anything. But this is what the game misses now. And when you look at the greats like spinners like Ashwin and like Kumble from India, like Shane Warne, like Muralitharan, on a pitch like this is when they really, really come into their own, isn't it? You know, rather than that just orthodox spinner coming in like a Jadeja or a Sundar, when you've got that mystery in your side, it just adds that little bit of X factor, and that's what the game's missing, I think, at this moment in time. We haven't got those magical bowlers. We have in one-day cricket, they're playing all the time.
Change of bowling now. Mohammad Siraj is back into the attack, and the first delivery is a loosener outside the off stump, chopped away by Jamie Smith, by Harry Brook for a single down to Jaiswal at backward point. I'll tell you an interesting story about Harry Brook. Well, it concerns Harry Brook, it's not actually necessarily about him, but you talk of the greats from the past, Goughy, and I'm talking about sort of when television coverage was in its infancy. So you think of Don Bradman, and there is some grainy footage, not a great deal, but test matches were televised late on in his career, or filmed anyway, not televised, because television, but they were filmed. That's punched away off the back foot by Smith down towards Jaiswal again at backward point, sweeping. And so there is footage of Don Bradman. I mean, obviously before they're very, very just stills of like W.G. Grace, but of the sort of 1960s, late 50s, 1960s onwards, you think of all the greats, there is footage, but there's less of some than others, because you know, only test matches were filmed, county games weren't filmed. Then television came in, and there was the John Player League, that was BBC showed parts of that. Drive and an inside edge onto the pad, and he's got away with one. Harry Brook didn't know where it was. Siraj thought it had inside edged it onto the stumps, but no, it didn't. I remember watching a John Player League in the days when cigarette companies could still sponsor sport.
Well,
and
they sponsored everything.
And they used to cut away to a horse race on a Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, they did. Even I remember that. Well, I played in the John Player League. I would have played in it, wouldn't I? I started '89, so I would have. I think I would have right at the end. We used to bowl
the
off
limited
shorter
run-ups.
Yes, I played in it.
Here's Mohammad Siraj again, and that one is driven through extra cover, and they go through for a single, quite a deep cover. There were a couple of bowlers who were so frustrated by the 14-yard run-up, they used to run sideways along the line, didn't they, and then turn.
It suited me. Because I was shorter and stocky, and all my pace came from my strength, it kind of suited bowlers like me. You know, people like Malcolm Marshall, he enjoyed bowling off that shorter run-up as well. So my run-up really wasn't much longer than that. So it didn't really make an effect for me. And growing up and learning my art of Yorkers came from those early days. I was bowling at the death at 19 years old for Yorkshire in the John Player.
Steered away behind square on the offside. 150 for Jamie Smith. What a magnificent innings. And I don't want to sound like greedy, but from an entirely selfish point of view, I hope he carries on, because he is such a joy to watch.
You know, after the first day at keeping all day and 5 down, Do you know he ran to the ground on day 2? He ran to the ground day 2, then he kept all day, and now he's been batting. Mad!
150 off 144 balls, driven now by Brook beautifully up to mid-on, and there's no run. Anyway, the point of my story was, everybody knows that Barry Richards was a great, yeah? He played for Hampshire for many years during South Africa's isolation. I've developed with Gordon Greenwich, and he's acknowledged as a great, but there's incredibly little footage of him, and you know that a couple of snapshot moments in a John Player League game playing for Hampshire, but South Africa obviously didn't play international cricket. He played a couple of Sheffield Shield seasons
and Rebel
for South Australia. The Rebel Test matches weren't filmed.
Wow!
And so incredibly little footage, and so nobody knew quite how he played and just how good he was and how he hit the ball. His
but
stance.
Everybody talks about it though, don't
anyway,
they?
a friend of mine, a dear friend of mine, and you'll know him, messaged me. Here is Akashdeep, and that is Nip Backer hits the pads of Harry Brook and deflects away behind square on the offside. They go through for a leg by. It was Jamie Smith. Anyway, he said, I've seen Barry. The first time he watched Harry Brook, he said, I've never ever seen anybody who reminded me of Barry until I saw Harry Brook.
Wow, that's a huge compliment for Harry Brook. But in 15 years' time, we might be saying, we see a player, this reminds me of Harry Brook. Can you imagine that? In 15, 20 years' time, we'll say, well, we've seen a player, he reminds me of Harry Brook, the guy who got 13,000 runs for England at 60. Can you imagine?
Barry Richards turned 80 2 weeks ago, or 10 days ago. That's short and chopped away behind square on the offside. Jadeja sweeping at backward point. I mean, it shows you, we talk about once in a generational talent, and this, I mean, it's been several generations since between Barry Richards and Harry Brook. But the stance and the crispness of the style, and I think the speed of the wrists. I mean, I think Barry Richards would have loved to have used one of Harry Brook's Gray Nichols bats rather than the wafer-thin planks that they made in his day. As Akashdeep is in once again, trying to run it down to wide third, plays and misses, no run.
And do you know that when you people think you're joking about that, the wafer-thin bats? I've got a bat when I used in my last Test match, 2003, I think it was, here at Lloyd, sorry, and it's a Duncan Fernley. And I put it at the side of my son's bat now, which is a Gray Nichols. I promise you, I reckon it's 2.5 in width. I reckon it's 2.5 the size. It's ridiculous.
Akashdeep in again, and that's punched off the back foot, and there's no run. So hang on, we're talking about just over 20.
Yeah, I promise
20
you.
years.
In fact, when I go on, I'm going to send you a picture, and you'll not believe it. So that's my bat, my last Test match, which were elite bats for Test players, and I put it at the side of my son's bat, which is he's an opening batter, Gray Nichols, and you wouldn't believe the difference. I'm saying that can't be the same game. You can't play the same game with bats like that. You really can't.
They were a lot thinner in Barry's day, I tell you. That's again open-faced bat, looking to steer it. Nobody on the third man boundary, but gets a bit too much bat on it, pushes it straight to point. No run. Harry Brook 117, but today has been about Jamie Smith 150. You know that there are always some salty and vinegary comments on social media and the like when anybody's selected from Surrey, but you know there were people who are going like, oh, who's this Jamie Smith, what's he done, where's he come from? Oh, Surrey. Oh, there's a surprise.
Oh, he's quality, man. Alex, I told the story earlier, you missed it, and I tried to get him on loan to Yorkshire because Folksy was the keeper for Surrey, and he said, not a chance, mate.
On the back foot now, punched by Smith straight to cover. You tried to get Jamie Smith on loan
he wasn't
to
playing.
Yorkshire.
Wasn't even playing for Surrey then.
Did you want him to keep or just bat?
Keep and bat. So he was 3 years ago because we had our keeper had a broken finger. Bairstow was with England. Folks was with Surrey. he wasn't playing, and he was only, 19 then? And we'd seen a couple of innings he'd played when he had played, and he got a couple of hundreds as a young lad. I said, can we get him? Because he wanted in the first team, and he said, not a chance, mate. He's going to be in the team very shortly anyway. And plus, he was in the last year of his contract. So what he was worried about, he'd come into Yorkshire, right, enjoying it and playing, and then I was offering him a contract. But Stewie, a very wise man, right, and he knows his cricketers, and he said, no, mate, this kid is going to be ridiculous. He's going to be a proper player. And he was right. 2 years later, look at him.
150 not out in a 6th wicket partnership of 241. Forward comes Brook defending. Harry Brook has absolutely loved the show. I mean, I don't know that because he hasn't told me, but I can see from his body language, I can see from the way that he's been taking singles. He's been wanting Jamie Smith to perform, and I think that, you know, it may be one of the first times in Harry Brook's life. He loves batting with Joe Root, and they put on about a 400, didn't they, against Pakistan in Rawalpindi. And Brook said how much he enjoyed watching Joe do it. But this is a different type of innings, driven now by Brook up towards the mid-off. And I think it is quite possibly, as you and I were discussing, quite possibly the first time that he's ever found himself in a situation where you go, no, after you.
It's almost like a net, this, isn't it, now, for both of them? They're just having
felt
throwdowns.
like that yesterday as well.
Yeah,
though,
it did when Shubman Gill about it. Can I ask you a question on Harry Brook? Right, you know how he's just got this kind of now, because he didn't go to the IPL, to concentrate on England and be fresh for this. And
here is Siraj again, and nudged away by Brook for a single wide of mid-wicket. 326 for 5.
So, if you're an IPL owner now, and he's just got this apparent ban, hasn't he? I don't know the ins and outs. Has he got a ban now for a year or two, not been able to play in it because he pulled out?
Yeah.
Right, if you're an IPL owner now, and you've been watching Harry Brook play here, right, not just this lad Jamie Smith, I think he'll be definite next year. He's definitely going to get taken by one of the teams, 100%, and for a lot of money. But if you're an owner and you're watching Harry Brook, the way he's played these 2 test matches, you're telling me they're not going to want it? It's mad, isn't it?
It's a 2-year ban, so he's not eligible next year. As Siraj is in once again, and that's forward comes Jamie Smith, playing defensively, and there's no run. I think that if Mukesh Ambani,
that's what I'm saying,
decides that the Mumbai Indians want him,
they'll overturn it. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm going to ask you, and it's an hard question to answer, but I just think if I was an owner again of a team, and you see a player playing like this, and the way he plays with such freedom and so much time, why wouldn't you say, all right, look, I understand him not coming, a lot going on, playing a lot of cricket, he's going to be the captain of England in one-day cricket.
Driven now by Jamie Smith, for once not timed. Do you know his false shot rate in his 100 was 94.6%, according to CricViz. In other words, he played like 1 false shot.
I remember it. He actually went to hit it, no feet, and he went straight through to the keeper. I think he's missed it, didn't he?
That was 1 fresh false shot in his 100.
It was it to Siraj as well, I think? No, it was Atiwi off Krishna before he tucked into him. It was in one of his early overs, and then he decided he was going to pull him every ball, wasn't he? And hit him 4 different pull shots in an over.
But he played 1 false shot in his 100. It's just absurd. It's not possible. Everything hit the middle of the bat. He hit the ball where he wanted to all of the time. Brook now on the back foot to Siraj, tucks it away through mid-wicket for another single, and England have enjoyed a magnificent wicketless session. They took lunch on 249 for 5. Now, no, it's drinks. What am I talking about?
Session?
It's
Are you hungry
drinks.
already?
It's drinks.
You're getting carried away, mate. You've not been on 2 hours.
328. I'm just thinking that can't be right. They're going to score 150 in this session.
That's brilliant. I love that. Oh dear. But absolutely, look, England have been magnificent. India have been great in this game as well. Like, I think so far we're playing on a flat pitch, but there's been some wonderful passages of play. Whether you're a fan of watching people bat for long periods of time, stylish shots through the covers, there's been brute force Smith playing some of those pull shots, 4 different types in an over, but we've also seen some quality bowling. Siraj, that over there to dismiss Joru, yes, tickled down the leg side, but that delivery to Ben Stokes, absolute brute of the delivery of the game for me.
Was that a scheduled drinks break? Or was that just a massive unscheduled one?
We've had enough of bowling at these two. Can we have another drink?
We just had 5 men in high-vis vests on the field shelling out drinks, and Jamie Smith seemed to be given a tablet or something. What would that be? Sort of anti-cramp
Be a
measure?
midget gem, that was.
Oh.
Wine gum.
Okay. Ravi Jadeja's back into the attack, and it's immediately driven by Harry Brook up towards mid-off. No run, fielded by Shubman Gill. Yeah, anyway, lunch was 249 for 5. It's now 328 for 5. And no wicket has fallen since 2 fell in 2 balls in the second over of the day. Jadeja in once again, and that one played defensively by Harry Brook. Again, and there's no run. Jadeja in, lots of air this time. You don't see that very often. Flighted in, drift as well into Harry Brook, who flicks it out to mid-wicket. Fielded by Nitish Reddy, and there's no run. Jadeja in again, and it's pushed firmly by Harry Brook into a gap at cover. Shubman Gill collects that one and can't prevent the single. Harry Brook 120. Jamie Smith 151. Brook increasingly has been feeding the strike to Jamie Smith. It's been an innings of rare style, quality and substance, and he's still going. Jamie Smith, 1 life. That's short and wide, and a cut shot attempted, and he's missed it into the gloves of Rishabh Pant. Well, there you go, another false shot from Jamie Smith. Must be approaching.
2 lives, wasn't it? He's dropped, caught and bowled, and by the keeper.
I've got the Rishabh Pant, obviously. That was on 121. This one is short and wide and chopped to backward point straight to the fielder, and there's no run. 329 for 5 took us through the other life. Jarrod Kimber
Caught and bowled Sid Monga when he hit the ball back to Washington Sundar. Or did you miss that one? That was Smith, wasn't it?
Wasn't that on the bounce?
Yeah, it bounced off his fingers onto the ground.
I thought it was about. I didn't think. That
I think it was a half volley.
Here's Jon Norman.
We'll have a look later. I don't know about that.
Oh my God.
I don't know why I have to commentate with Sid Monga standing above me in some sort of.
It's a towering figure.
You're a figure.
That's all right.
All these years of having known Sid, I didn't know one day I'd be working with him standing over my shoulder. Although digitally, you did that for years at Cricinfo, so it's probably fair. Jon Norman's with us.
Yep.
I never did even close to standing over your shoulder, even digitally.
I found emotionally you've always been standing over my shoulder.
No, emotionally, we are more like embracing.
Right, here we go. 329 for 5 then, England, with Harry Brook facing up. And first ball from of this over number 15, the start off from Mohammad Siraj, bowling from the city end. It's just guided to third. Sid, do you think India are nervous yet? Do you think they've been nervous for the last 2 hours? Do you think they were nervous when England were 150 for 5?
I don't think, looking at the fields, that they're feeling anything or thinking anything. They're just they've been going through their motions for the last hour and a half.
I don't mind their bowling in the last hour. I like the idea of bowling wide and putting fielders on the offside, but it hasn't worked.
You then commit to it, have 7-2 or 8-1, and then.
I think they'd just be worried that these 2 batters just move across and pull, right? But Siraj is in, and this is pushed up to extra cover. There's been quite a few inside edge, which on another day go down onto the stumps. But, I mean, how many have we seen of those? 5? England, these batters, what would normally happen in a normal game of cricket, play between the years 1887 to 2022, is that as soon as they started hanging the ball out wide, the batters would just let it go, and it would have just been a bore off. Whose patience is going to, end first, but England haven't. They just continue to go with those shots, and then the umpire's nearly lost his hat.
It is windy, yeah.
Not as windy as Headingley, which was pretty up there for the last couple of days. As he came to our aid, because there was rain everywhere in essentially the world, apart from Headingley, where the wind was just blowing it all through. Siraj in again, and Brooke just stands tall and clips this ball on and around fourth stump line through mid-wicket for a single. He moves to 121. I was just listening to Gough and Manners on my secret link, because of course this isn't available in England
Pirate radio.
Unless you have a secret link. And they were saying how Jamie Smith and Harry Brooke, there'll be a lot of people in India watching on right now, and they'll be certainly fancying Jamie Smith within an IPL team next year. But Harry Brooke, I mean, Siraj again. Oh, does that keep a little low?
Yeah.
Smith gets his bat down on it. Harry Brooke, so is he
Banned.
serving a 2-year suspension? Does that year include this year, or does it start next year?
No, it was that last season and next season, I think.
This season, so 2025 and 2026.
Yeah, so he's already done one half of the ban.
See, that doesn't make any sense to me. He comes out and says, I'm not playing in 2025. And they say, you're banned in 2025.
Oh, then maybe it is 26, 27. But
That's what
I
I'm
thought
asking.
it was he could play again in 27.
IPL bans are very hard to keep track of. It's not my speciality.
Was it who's the best IPL ban? Ravi Jadeja? He was banned for a year for asking to switch to another club. Imagine doing that with someone like Jadeja now.
And the clubs that went soliciting were not banned or even reprimanded.
So you are an expert, driven to mid-on, no run.
I'm just a union man.
So let me just get this straight. We're not experts here, but we think the suspension is for 2025, just in case Harry Brooke wanted to change his mind and play, even though he said he's not going to play, and then 2026. Who decides on that the suspension could be lifted?
Jay Shah. Or any owner who wants him in the side for
but
2027.
the other owners would then disagree. You'd have to get like some kind of 80% agreement, as defended back to Siraj. No run.
I don't really
30 for 5.
I don't really understand it anyway, because surely it's up to you if you're the owner, if you want to hire him knowing that he might pull out. If I'm another owner, I actually want you to hire the person who might not turn up. I know why they've brought it in. It's partly because the Indian players are very upset with a lot of the overseas players coming in and out, pulling out of auctions, only turning up for the mega auction and all that sort of thing. I understand that, but if I'm an owner, I don't care about any of that. I just care that I've got the best player and that he's making runs for me.
I suppose if you're an owner, you don't want a player that you've invested in pulling out a week before the start of the tournament, do you?
No, but now we know that he's going to do that, so it's your risk as an owner, isn't it?
Well, I know, but it just prevents other players that you don't know are about to do that from doing it.
Yeah, I think it was more like a warning to other players, more than the owners or the teams.
The Harry Brooke rule, or law, as it will now be known, which isn't a law, or maybe even enforceable. Pushed out to covers. Because what would happen if an IPO owner did exactly that? Said, well, there's nothing actually written down that makes this, lawful, so we're going to buy him and play him. What are you going to do?
Well, my point would be if the Ambani family decided that they wanted him for Mumbai. I'm going to get Sid in so much trouble here because he works for them, obviously. But if the Ambani family wanted him to play, he would play for them.
Jadeja is in, and has he edged to first slip? No, he hasn't, Jarrod.
This is just off the keeper's gloves. A good take by KRO. Well, slow take, but he did well to anticipate that one coming through. But let's say a family that owns the Mumbai Indians. Let's not be specific. It could be any family who owns Mumbai Indians.
Could be the Norman family.
Yeah. Could be the Monga family, the Kimber family.
Pushing to cover Harry Brooke. That was turned away from the right-hander there, but it was a bit of bounce as well from Jadeja. 330 for 5. Kind of almost waiting for a wicket. This game has drifted a touch since the lunch break. It's fielded by Jaiswal, a backward point, no run.
I don't think IPL makes any allowances for any special team. It's a very equitable league. And
Is someone just recharged Sid's batteries? It's just
He just got a message from
rebooting
from
there.
headquarters.
seem to have lost all of your personality.
And on the record, I think Jaysha is a great administrator who has done who's done a great job for Indian cricket and international cricket.
Hear, hear.
Not what he said off mic, is
I
it?
think we're all in agreement with that. Dot ball to finish the over. How many runs have been scored since lunch? Nope. 249. I mean, it seems like they haven't gone quite as quickly. I suppose we've had an hour and a half, haven't we? And they've added 81. Are we about to have our first wicketless session? I wonder.
I think it's that new term, baseball with brains.
Ooh. Oh, I'm just getting a message here. Stop talking about. Oh no. We've got two. I mean, it's a bit of a strange message. I tell you why. We are broadcasting to an audience exclusively out of the UK, and we're going to tell this exclusively non-UK audience that if you were to visit the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel in the UK, you would be able to watch two MLC games. Now, this is very, very wide and cut along the ground to deep point for a single. San Francisco Unicorns versus the Texas Super Kings. The first team sounds like a team my daughter would be all over. The second team sounds like a packet of cigarettes. That's at 7:45. Coming up after that, 11:45 in the UK, Washington Freedom versus the Seattle Orcas.
So
sounds like a team you would make up.
Well,
Jarrod.
Washington Freedom is very much like a group of conspiracy people, isn't it, who are trying to take back the capital.
Or when you're batting here and Washington is bowling and you have the freedom to score.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, Washington Freedom, just the name of it makes me want to sing the Star Spangled Banner. And yeah, Seattle Orcas is a three-piece grunge band. Washington Sundar is continuing from the city end. Plenty of flight. He's about to reach his half century. Start of his 9th over. And this is placed up to long off for a single, 332 for 5. Do you know what I mean when I say kind of waiting for a wicket? Or the second new ball.
Or Bumrah.
Kuldeep?
Oh, Kuldeep Yadav.
Was it you who put something up online going, India have two once-in-a-generation wicket-taking options and they've decided to pick neither of them for this test?
That was my alter ego, Karthik Krishnaswamy.
Oh, it was KK, it was too. I remember, I know I saw it somewhere and my Cricinfo brain ticked in, it was one of you. You're all the same, you, him, Andrew Miller. Can't tell any of you apart.
Yeah, there's three fielders on the leg side.
Miller more so.
Nasha.
One at shortish mid-wicket, one at square leg. There's also cover on the boundary as Jamie Smith takes a step down the track, opens his body up and places this through. Vacant extra cover up to the boundary for a single. Yeah, but you know what I mean? 333 for 5, trail by 254. You know, England aren't... I think India have actually bowled pretty sensibly. They bowled to a plan. They see one catch go down from Nitish Reddy as Sundar continuing round the wicket now to Harry Brook, who defends.
In the long run, it wasn't bad that they dropped that catch because you don't want India to be vindicated with this approach of half and half players.
Wide of the crease around the wicket, again defended. Yeah, it is a bit square pegs, round holes. We were talking about, you know, the selection decisions made by India. You know, coming into this series, the selection decisions. This is where you earn your money. Sundar again, and it's driven up to long off for a single. Brook moves to 123. So the decisions they had to make pretty much were who bats at 3. So they changed their mind after a test. Who bats at 6? They changed their mind after a test. Who plays at 8? They changed their mind after a test. They kept with Krishna, fine, but you know he was going over sixes in both innings in the first test and has pretty much done the same thing. 250 partnership, by the way, that was what that applause was for, between Harry Brook and Jamie Smith. Jamie Smith 153 and Harry Brook 123. Now you could point to Washington Sundar's 42 runs that he scored in first innings, but the point I made to Harmy is, what would you rather have? Would you have 587 on the board with Washington Sundar to bowl, you know, 10, 15 overs, 20 overs, 25 overs, or 427 on the board and Kuldeep Yadav to bowl
427,
15?
of course.
Exactly, right? So again,
the way they are looking at it is, if they don't have enough batting, the batters will have to carry more burden.
Jadeja, this is flat and straight and defended by Brook, no run.
But a better way to look at it is, if you have 4 good bowlers plus Jadeja, batters actually have to score fewer runs.
Exactly. You know, Gautam Gambhir, during that Bangladesh test series, that 2-test series, about, well, when was that? September, October last year when he came in. This is pushed to the left of cover. And just a single though, the fielder comes in off the boundary to prevent 2. He said his cricket, the cricket that is going to be played by India, is going to be high reward. You know, high risk, there's a high risk of failure, but high reward cricket. I do not see that from the team selection in this series. Did not see that in the team selection in Australia. New Zealand was just a crazy 3-match series, which I don't think we'll ever get our heads around. But certainly the warning signs are there. Forward and defending is Jamie Smith, 153 not out.
To be fair to him, he's done that in limited overs cricket very well, high risk, high reward. But I don't think they get the theory of test cricket.
Playing back this time is Smith, and eases the ball through. Deep point for another single, 336 for 5.
And I'd love to just ask them, how do you visualize yourself winning this test match? And I don't see an answer from the selection that they've made.
I'm not sure that they were trying to win this test match.
Well, there is that, isn't there?
I think they were trying to make as many runs as possible and then hope that England sort of fell on their face, which they almost did.
This is pushed to point. Fielder comes in and shapes to throw the ball at the stumps, but Jamie Smith is home. It just feels like India are waiting for a wicket to fall rather than trying to take a wicket. And yeah, it is a flat pitch. Let's not forget, India themselves managed to hit 587 across days 1 and 2, and despite being 84 for 5, England have looked pretty assured all the way through this massive partnership. This is pushed back to the left of Ravindra Jadeja, who fields. End of the over.
And the other problem that you see with playing just 3 fast bowlers is that these fast bowlers will have to keep coming back for spell after spell, which will be overs in their legs, which will start showing towards the end of the series, which happened in Australia with Bumrah.
It's okay, they're not playing him though, so he doesn't have to worry about these spells.
Siraj?
He might be dropped by the end of the series.
Or he might drop there.
I mean, if India get to Lord's 1-0 down with Bumrah back in the side, then I suppose they would feel this would be a kind of a victory of sorts, driven back to the bowler who fields. Brook facing 125 not out, Jamie Smith 154. One thing that has happened with the slowing of the run rate since lunch is it looked like England might have been up where India were by stumps, even if they were bowled out. One innings game over the last 2 days of the test, you'd back England. But now, still trail by 250, coming up to the tea break as Brook overbalances a touch. This is down the leg side and fielded the second attempt by Rishabh Pant.
They could still go nuts though. They could still score 200 in the last session because it'll be a slightly longer session. Yeah.
They could do, but
I mean, I don't see it, but no, it is possible. They've done it before.
Yes, it is. It is possible. Clipped away to the leg side, no run. What did they score in the first session today? I've asked that question a few times. I mean, that was a quick session, right? And they scored 170, 180 in the session. But yeah, you would have an extra of half an hour, and that second new ball is due, so you'd imagine that run scoring could be even faster than what we saw. I mean, it's still a push to see England 580 at stumps today, even in this ridiculous Bazball era. And also, India have worked out how to just slow the run scoring a bit better.
But I suspect they are not taking as many chances because this ball has got softer. It might not travel that much. I suspect they will maybe just play out first 7-8 overs with the new ball and then start going again. There's
a leg slip in place for Harry Brook, who reverse sweeps down to Mohammad Siraj, down at third, and takes a single, 338 for 5.
Sid wanted the extreme field. Well, they certainly went with it. He's bowling right arm off spin around the wicket, outside leg stump. 6 fielders on the leg side, a slip, a long off, and a deep backward point, or deep third, however you want to look at it, down there. So they've certainly gone for the extreme field here.
And they're keeping that field for Jamie Smith. Sundar is in, and just defended back to the bowler.
I have a question. Do you all remember a single ball that the spinners have beaten them in the air?
Is it possibly the one that I thought that was caught and it was spooned back? I think he beat him in the air there. But yeah, that'd be the one, wouldn't it?
The only one. The one that came off, that Tan deflected up and was caught over his shoulder by Rahul. I don't know if that was beaten in the air, though. I think it was more the bounce that did. And that leg stump again, and defended by Smith. No run, 338 for 5, end of over number 72. So 8 overs remaining until that second new ball is due. India in need of a wicket. We haven't had a wicket since the second over of the day. We had 2 of them in that over. But since then, Harry Brook and Jamie Smith have put together the 3rd highest partnership for the 6th wicket in the history of English cricket, I think, 254. But they have slowed. They were going in excess of a run a ball for much of it.
At least the over rate is good.
I know.
It's not great, though, is it? They're still a little bit behind.
How are they behind with so much spin bowled? Cut by Brook for a single.
They just need to bowl 8 overs in 37 minutes to be on time. Oh, no,
they don't.
Sorry.
They need to bowl 8 overs in 8 minutes. I was like, have I done the maths wrong here?
Where there's a will, there's a way. Jadeja's at both ends. Defended back to Jadeja. Highest score by an England wicketkeeper in tests is 173 by Alex Stewart against New Zealand back in 1997. So Smith's a few away from that, but this is pushed up to wide, long off for a single. Johnny Bairstow, 167, not out against Sri Lanka at Lords in 2016. And Alex Stewart again against South Africa, Manchester, and Old Trafford in 1998. Smith is 4th on that list. Brook, though, is facing, and he can't divert the ball past a sprawling backward point. Is that Sundar over there? There's one slip in place, a short fine, and it was forward is Harry Brook, 127 not out. He's faced 200 deliveries across the back end of last night and through today.
How's he going to show his face back in the change room after all this blocking?
I don't know. Jeffrey Boycott, they're going to call him. Beaten past the outside edge. Jadeja gets one to turn off the straight. And Brook just comes down and just has a little look at the ground. No real fuss, but
that kicked up as well, didn't it?
It did.
It was the spin and the bounce there.
Oh, I tell you what, that's what you want to see. I mean, he drew Brook forward as well. And that has beaten the outside edge.
Also, I'm a big fan of that wicket keeping, the crocodile method of snapping your fingers at the ball.
And the body behind it, if you miss it.
He would have taken that on the ear, wouldn't he?
Remember, England do trail by 247.
Not morally.
Morally, they're 87 ahead.
We should declare then.
Didn't Alistair Cook say they should declare 100 runs behind? That was when they were 3 down.
Harmy said it as well. This is on leg stump and placed to the left of the fielder. Out on the boundary, misfields as he runs to his left, but no damage done. We had someone on the YouTube channel saying that England will declare on 450.
Stick them in for half an hour.
Well, they'll hit 450 by 5 o'clock, you'd think. On the reverse is Brook. He's going to get 4 through deep point. Forward deep point, and score ticks along. 345 for 5 here as we approach tee on day 3.
Obviously, there's no fielder out on the offside, so he can play that shot without any risk. But also, because the laws of cricket haven't been changed, he's allowed to basically play that knowing he cannot be out LBW because it's pitched outside leg stump. And he has reversed the way he is batted. So I think once you play a reverse or a switch hit, you should be out. Leg stump no longer applies to you.
He's gone again. He's got the ball past leg slip. There's a chase on for Siraj, who dives down really well. Hurls the ball back. It's a wild throw, but he's done well there. He's wearing a headband a la Pat Cash, and he looks like he's hurt himself as well. He's just doing a few stretches and walking gingerly back.
Back to that rule change you want. Even if you make that rule change, they will get their foot outside the line of the stumps, so it won't matter either way because they'll be playing a shot and they'll be hit outside the line.
Not if it spins back and still hits you inside the line, though. If it spins back, it can still hit you inside the line. At the moment, he can play that shot without any fear of where he gets hit or where it's pitched. You can take one of those things away from him. So if that hit him on the hip, it still would have been inside the line. So you can actually come up with a law change that is better. I just don't see the point in, if they're not going to respect their leg stump, why should the laws respect their leg stump?
Well, when they play the reverse, Sundar bowls it.
Down the leg side again, and that's bounced up and over Rishabh Pant and down to the boundary, just in front of us, straight past the wicket for 4. Is it 4 byes or 4 runs?
He's given it as runs. We thought it was byes. Maybe he got a little bit on it on the way back.
And Saikat has been spot on since ball 1.
350 up for England, and it was a
it was off the back of the bat.
Hit the back of the bat.
Drop cat. Another chance. Put it down.
Poor Washington.
Yeah.
No freedom.
Juve Durrell would have taken that.
Bumrah would have taken it.
Washington again, and is this off the hip?
Didn't play a shot. So when you're reversing,
351 for 5.
When you're reverse sweeping, you're getting your front leg outside the line.
Yes.
So even if it's a straight ball, you're either hitting or you're getting about bowled. You're not getting hit on the leg in front of the stumps.
Well, that's not true because we've seen people get given out LBW playing reverse sweeps before. You're thinking about it hitting the front pad. You're forgetting the ball spins and bounces past the front pad.
Sundar's in on the reverse again, and Siraj will take this just in front of the Hollis stand and hurls the ball back to Rishabh Pant, who claims on the bounce. 2 minutes to go until the tea break. England 352 for 5.
So that ball there,
he hit it from well outside what would have been his leg stump.
He was right in front of the stumps then. So if that spins back from outside leg stump, so listen to me, Sid. If that spins back from outside leg stump and is going to hit the middle stump and hits him in line, he cannot be out. Agreed?
So you're talking about a leg break bowler now?
Well, I'm talking about any ball. The angle that
he won't play this shot to a leg break bowler.
He's the angle, but we do see it in T20 cricket all the time, right? So we've seen that before. The point being is you forgo your leg stump once you decide to bat in a different way. You shouldn't be able to get a free hit knowing that you can't be out LBW. And I think that's the problem with the law as it currently stands. If you want to change, that's fine.
Today's a final ball, or rather over of the session, a session that has been dominated entirely by England. And it's placed away up to point for a single. 353 for 5.
It's your wicketless session. Are you ready?
Yeah. 5 balls away. It's so exciting.
Even if they make that change, you still won't get a wicket at this session.
No.
Jadeja again, defended by Smith. Back up the crease.
No, it really won't make a difference even if you start giving those LBWs, because they will always be outside the line.
That particular one.
Tossed up and driven up to long off for a single.
No, because that particular one that he just he swept that from the stumps right in front of the line. That And if that pitches a millimetre outside leg stump and goes on with the angle because he's bowling around the wicket, it would still be out, right? So it can't be out under the current laws, but it should be out because once you decide to bat left-handed, you don't have a leg stump anymore.
Tossed up and defended again by Brook.
I'll draw it down in a notebook for you to explain to you later.
He swept it from way outside leg stump. If it was a straight ball, he would have missed it altogether.
His pads were in front of the stumps, and he can't be out LBW. That's the issue.
2 balls left of the session, and Harry Brook will move to 140 with the push square of the wicket on the offside. It's a shame that we're not filming this because, you know, we had Harsha Bogle and Kevin Peterson. I'm not saying which is which here, but essentially having a big old argument with, we've had 750,000 views for that. So if you could have this conversation at Lord's,
and we will,
and you two change into two other people, we've got a winner. End of the session, it's a wicketless one. How exciting is that? 355 for 5. Jarrod's heading off to continue this discussion stroke argument with Sid. Sidham and Jarrod will be back after the tea break, but it's a session that has been won by England, but India will feel that you know, a couple of moments on another day could have gone their way. They didn't. There was a couple of moments of concern, but Brook's gone past 100. He's 149 out. Smith 157. You can hear behind me they're still going at it. Partnership at 271 for 323 deliveries. The second new ball is 5 overs away. We have 35 overs remaining in the day. We might get all of those in. That would be something. But tea here on day 3 at Edgbaston. England fighting back, continuing to do so. They are 355 for 5 at the break.
Beginning to enjoy this test. Welcome back to you listeners around the world. 355 for 5. We've been it feels like we've been around the world in this test match. We've had really 8 of the most extraordinary sessions, quite contrasting, but we are once again approaching record territory. Darren Gough's alongside me. He will know immediately what the highest score ever by an England wicketkeeper in test matches is, made by one of his heroes.
Who's that? 250.
You'd have thought, wouldn't you? It's 173. Highest score by an English wicketkeeper in a test match.
No.
173.
Was it Alex Stewart?
Yeah, Alex Stewart, Auckland,
I should know that.
1997.
I played in it.
Yes, I know. I know. I thought you probably didn't really. You probably just thought, you know, that there must be a couple of double hundreds by England keepers, but not so. Here's Washington Sundar, first delivery after tea, turned away by Harry Brook to square leg, fielded by Jadeja. In second place,
What, wicket keepers? Matt Pryor's going to be up there, surely. Not.
Johnny Bairstow, 167 not out
I
against
forgot
Sri
about
Lanka
him.
at Lords in 2016.
Sorry, Johnny. Forgot about Johnny.
And in third place,
I was
reverse
there as well.
sweep.
We were there.
That's right. Sweep shot now from Harry Brook, just a single down to deep backward square leg, and I don't know how he's going to stand in gold and bronze medal place on the podium, but in third place, Alex Stewart again, 164 against South Africa at Old Trafford in 1998.
Did Johnny Bairstow open in Sri Lanka, didn't he? He opened. We commentated on that game, surely.
Punched away out on the onside. No, it was at Lords. That
Oh,
wasn't
was it?
That wasn't
He
in
was
Sri
at home.
Lanka, no. That's a single to Jamie Smith, clips it out towards deep mid wicket. But yeah, there's just a whole. This is already the third highest 6th wicket partnership for England. There's the massive 399 between Bairstow and Stokes against South Africa in Cape Town in 2016. 281 the next highest. Reverse sweep again from Harry Brook in front of square on the leg side. And they go through for a couple big gaps there, inviting the reverse sweep, hoping for a top edge.
Well, do you know how we were talking about Harry Brooks playing second fiddle? The last 20 minutes before tea, he's playing catch-up. And he's nearly caught him now, 143 compared to Smith's 158. I think it's going to be a bit of a competition this session, I really do. If these two can get going, I think we're going to see a ridiculous amount of runs scored.
Here is Washington Sundar again, and sweep a shot heading down the leg side. It was always heading down the leg side. It was too wide. Can you imagine if they bat through this session? Goughy, if they bat through this session, I'll go so far as to say that they'll make 200, and they'll be within 30 or 40.
Yeah, if these two are in, absolutely, I don't think there's any doubt.
Here's Sundar again, another reverse sweep, big appeal for leg before wicket, big loud shout. Washington Sundar is absolutely adamant. Rishabh Pant was as enthusiastic as the average Englishman about getting out of bed in
They've got to go for
winter.
it. They've got to go for it. Look, they're in a position now where they've just got to go for it.
Well, I mean, that's not the way the DRS system was designed. I mean, Rishabh Pant just was, I have to say, disinterested, and I think out of desperation you could see Rishabh Pant just holding his gloves well, first of all, has he hit it? First of all, has he hit it?
No, I tell you what, That's pretty close. I don't know whether it's umpires. It's not going over, surely that.
Definitely not.
I think that's out.
It's hit him in line. It's hit him in line. There's no glove, no batsman's glove. Well, India are suddenly a little bit more enthusiastic. They've seen the first replays and they're now gathering in a huddle because they reckon they're suddenly in with a shout here. I tell you what, it's going to be close. It's close to the batsman's gloves as it passes.
It's low. It's not going over. Absolutely not going over.
It's definitely not hit the glove. It's not hit the bat. It's not hit the gloves. Here we go. This is Hawkeye. It's pitched in line.
Out.
It's turned. It's missing. It's not turned enough.
Give over. I'm not having that. I'm not having that.
Goodness me.
They've drawn a line on it. Hey, somebody's done that with a felt tip. Felt tip pen there. Absolutely nuts. Sometimes I do watch it when you do that on the replay. Your eye as someone that's played and you look at it on the replay there. It's out. It's not missing. It cannot be missing.
How could it not be clipping?
It's spun back in.
It's straightened. Absolutely straightened.
But it's got it on the replay as going straight on. Wow.
Oh my goodness.
It does amaze me. It does amaze me.
when you watch it, you watch that on Hawkeye, it's like, well, at worst that's got to be clipping, but not missing. On the back foot now, punched away by Jamie Smith for a single down to long on. Siraj does the fielding. That was a shocker.
Who's the Australian umpire who was great about? He's retired now from Test cricket.
Darrell Hare?
No, he's on the panel, isn't he, of the DRS. Taufel.
Simon Taufel, yeah.
And I chatted to him about this a lot in India at the Masters tournament, and he said it's not meant to be 100% accurate. So I said, well, how can they use it then if it's not 100% accurate?
He said that's why they build in the margin of error. The Jadeja, short, pulled over mid-wicket, down to the boundary for 4 by Harry Brook, and it wasn't that short, you know. Jadeja, like, you know, if he bowled a bad ball, you turn and get back to the top of your run-up. He stood there and he's just staring at Harry Brook like, that wasn't a bad ball, pal.
Well, it wasn't, was it?
Pulled it over mid-wicket.
But that's what Harry Brook does. He's so quick on his feet, he gets deep in the crease, and he likes it aerial onto the leg side. We normally see it off the seamer, he scoops it over towards fine leg, but against the spinner he's so quick on that shorter ball.
Here's Jadeja again, and that's worked her way out towards mid-wicket. So we should make a note of that. It's Harry Brook with the reverse sweep on 143, and you can't really call it a survival. You know, it wasn't a chance, but it is noteworthy, and it just adds more. It punches this one through point, does Brook, for a single. But Harry Brook's played 23 Test matches, and he's been dropped, according to the records, official statistics, 17 times.
Really?
So I call him a lucky player, and it doesn't do. And I have to be very, very careful about that. I think he's not a lucky player. He enjoys more luck than the average batsman.
But
and as
when he
Harmy
edges
says,
it,
yes, exactly.
It's hard.
Yeah,
because it's going hard and
Yep,
fast.
Exactly. Forward comes Jamie Smith again, playing defensively, and there's no run. I made this point to Harmy, and he said, edges off Harry's bat travel a lot quicker than they do off other batsmen. But nonetheless, you know, in New Zealand, he was dropped 4 times in Christchurch and 5 times in Wellington. So he does enjoy a lot of fortune, and I think that on 143 is a moment of good fortune.
Well, it is. I mean, we were all here, we've seen it, right? Even on the replay, it shows the ball turn back into the right-hander. They had it as going straight on after it pitched. We all saw it here, right? Turn, didn't we? We've all seen it. It's clear as anything. It turned back into him.
Well, I said even live before we saw a replay, I said it straightened.
Yeah.
Did it straighten enough? And the replay looked like it had straightened enough.
But the replay, the decision made out as if we're going straight on with the arm.
Washington Sundar continues, and it's Harry Brook clipping that one out to square leg, fielded by Jadeja. No run. 365 for 5. This partnership is worth 281. It is currently exactly equal with the second highest 6th wicket partnership of all time for England. Andrew Flintoff Can you guess the other one? The year was 2002, Christchurch, 281.
Phew.
The late, great
Graham Thorpe.
on the back foot, punched away by Harry Brook, and they've now broken that record. The quick single, Jadeja with the throw, hits the stumps, but Jamie
Another
Smith
record.
comfortably in his ground. Second highest six-wicket partnership of all time for England, 282 now.
More records. That's what I'm saying. What did we say before? But these records are just going to get tumbling, aren't they? Modern day cricketer, especially in this country, the way they are playing the game at this moment in time and the amount of games they are playing.
Here is Washington Sundar once again, and Jamie Smith pushes that one straight back to the bowler. Sundar fields.
Do England play more test matches than any other country now?
Yes.
Yeah. By a long way, isn't it?
Marginally ahead of India and Australia. But yeah, and talk of more now, expanding the summer back to 7 tests as it was a few years ago. Washington Sundar in again, clipped back to the bowler, no run. So yeah, and so more 5-test series. They're talking about the ECB would like to play more 5-test series against the likes of South Africa primarily. Here's Sundar in again and punched off the back foot. Pakistan mentioned in the same breath there. Not sure that anyone else at the moment makes a compelling case for a 5-test series, but then they would play 5 against South Africa and 2 against someone else, or series of 4 and 3. So expanding it back to a 7-test summer. That's the planning from 2027, yeah. I believe. 366 for 5. Still trailing by 221, England.
Well, I wouldn't want to see a 5-test series against the West Indies at this moment in time, or Zimbabwe. So I can see one-offs against Zimbabwe, a 3-match series against West Indies, or
Sri Lanka.
Yeah, Sri Lanka. But yeah, 5 against India, 5 Pakistan.
Forward comes Harry Brook now to Ravi Jadeja.
You remember the days of 6?
Yeah, well,
6 test matches against Australia. I played in a 6-test match series.
Did you? Older than I thought. Short and wide and cut by Harry Brook for a single down to deep backward point. And that's 150 for Harry Brook. What a tremendous innings.
Yorkshire, Yorkshire, Yorkshire.
There was a period of about 20 minutes before tea when it was like, you know, Harry Brook's a very, very disciplined trainer, and when he has nets, he works on a specific discipline. He doesn't just bat against a variety of bowlers. He works on one shot sometimes. That one punched off the back foot by Jamie Smith to extra cover, fielded by Karen Nair. And for 20 minutes, it looked before tea like he was just working on his reverse sweep. I'm going to practice this for 20 minutes. That's what it looked like. And he did. He reverse swept everything for 20 minutes against Washington Sundar in particular. I hope you can hear that wherever you're listening around the world. I do hope you can just hear the Holly stands cheering. Harry Brook, Harry Brook. Here's Jadeja again. More in tune than I was.
Wow.
Beautiful shot now. Wonderful extra cover drive from Harry Brook. He's so good. He's so good.
Well, he's on the verge of passing Smith now. So since tea, well, just before tea and after tea, it looks like they've swapped over now. And James just said to Harry, I'll tell you what, mate, you have a little go now while I just sit back and have a little bit of a chill for half an hour.
Here's Jadeja once again, and they flicked away behind square on the leg side, another single. I love watching Olympic cycling and the different events. There's that one where they change leader, don't they? The one drops to the back of and then another one sets the pace at the front, and then he drops out after a lap. That's what these two are doing.
Do you know what on that Olympic cycling? That one where that bloke goes round or woman goes round on a bike. What is that about? I don't get that one at all. And then suddenly they all take it and race round.
I love to watch it though. I don't understand it.
No, I don't understand that.
But what I love is that if you're a really good cyclist, you've got a chance of winning about 12 gold medals because there are that many different races.
Well, swimming and cycling, that's where you can win the most, isn't it, really? Let's be straight.
Yeah.
Rowing. A little bit of rowing. if you're good at rowing, you're good at rowing, aren't you?
No, there's still sprints and long distance. Washington Sundar in again. Harry Smith drives down the ground. Lovely shot. Harmy was mentioning the Indian tactics and the body language, you know, and you wouldn't have thought they're leading by 213. They've got 5 men on the boundary. Well, and the men who are saving a single aren't saving a single. They've got 1 leg slip, no orthodox slip. Sundar in again, driven down the ground by Jamie Smith to long on. They go through for another single, but they've been defensive.
They can't create pressure, Manners. India's strength's always been to have 2 good spinners, and they create pressure, especially in India. When they've travelled, they've been lucky when they've had Ashwin and Jadeja together.
Sundar in again, beaten outside the off-stump Brook here, trying to drive it through the offside. I suppose that's justification. I was just about to say to you, Goughy, how many men saving 1 on the offside?
Yeah, no, because there is a little bit of turn there. That's why England, this is still important.
And
but
so
they get closer and closer to India's score.
And Brook there was trying to drive it into the covers because there's nobody there. So he's driving against the turn, and that's why they've set this field. But it still doesn't look right. I understand why. Harry Brook now defends, pushes it straight back to Sundar. No run.
But do you know what I'm saying, though, about when you've got Ashwin and Jadeja together, they're creating pressure. I mean, in India, we've seen that. I mean, they're very hard to get on top of India when they've got 2 spinners.
5 on the boundary. 5. Washington Sundar in again, defended by Brook. Man sweeping at deep backward point.
Well, that's for the
long
reverse
off, long
hit.
on, that's okay.
Yeah.
But, well then, I mean, you know, runs are important.
Well, the short third's there for the top edge, right, for the reverse heat. If he doesn't quite get to it, there's a bit of bounce. There to stop the boundary, at deep backward point.
Short fine leg, slapped away now by Harry Brook to the sweeper at deep backward point, Mohammad Siraj, and it's just a single. Very, very short fine leg as well. I mean, anyway, it's hopefully it works for India, but you know, you just would have thought he's still leading by 211. 376 for 5. The partnership is now worth 292.
And the new ball is due.
And
I think they're going to go straight for it. Though they have to, don't they? They have to try and pick up a couple of wickets with a new ball. Here it is. Is it Akash?
Akash Deep it is, and maybe he's just naturally loose-limbed, but he was doing no loosening, stretching, no the normal preparation that you would expect, and he was devastating with the first new ball yesterday.
He was. I mean,
2 quick wickets.
Oh, good deliveries as well. I mean, look, good deliveries, right? What you'd expect from your opening bowler, but there were 2 poor shots. Ben Duckett, when we know he don't like to leave, unless it's Bumrah. He might leave an odd one against Bumrah, but he went hard at it, didn't he? Great catch by Shubman Gill, going to his left. And then Zach, who was the second wicket he got?
Ollie Pope.
Ollie Pope was first ball can happen, right? Get a good delivery. Ollie Pope, trying to play it through the leg side, but a good delivery, just straightened, and a great catch from Rahul. Was he first slip? Second slip on the second attempt, right? So I said, and then Zach Crawley fell to Siraj, which was another poor shot. So you could say 3 poor shots to start with. But since then, England have just been on top, absolutely way on top, except for a moment of brilliance from Siraj and the ball of the game for me. Absolutely super.
To Ben Stokes.
Oh, great delivery. First ball, look, you take that on the chin, right? You're not happy if you're Ben Stokes, but at least you can sit there now and watch it time and time again and think, you know, it was pretty good delivery. I'm normally good against the short ball, but I'll take that, you know. I might do that, once every 20 tests? You take it. Good delivery. Well bowled.
376 for 5. Just a reminder, and I keep reminding you, that in the second over today, England were 84 for 5. They're now 376 for 5. Here's Akash Deep, and the first delivery with just 1 slip, and a straight gully is in, and that one is defended by Harry Brook. Just dropped down on the offside. I mean, the other thing is that new balls can backfire. If the bowlers are tired, 2 batsmen are well set, they're aggressive, it can come very quickly. If it starts to hit the middle of the bat, and runs can be become a torrent. There's a man at deep square leg, deep backward square leg, sweeper at backward point.
I like this
We've
field.
now got 2 slips. That's better.
I do like this field now. I think you can't be any more attacking than this. They've still got a lead, by the way, at 211. So if they do dismiss England here pretty quickly, well, I can't see it happening, but if they do, they've still got a lot of runs to play with there, India, and England would have to bat last. But I think this is a good field, though, now. I think it's good. You need that cover. You need that cover out top because, like I said, these 2 are in now. They're in.
And you need 2 slips, really. Down the wicket comes Harry Brook. And he's done himself an injury. He looks like he's pulled a calf. He's on the charge, looking to slap that one over mid-on, and I think he's done a calf. It's a no ball from Akashdeep. That's irrelevant as far as Harry Brook's concerned. Because he's gone quickly. Is it not a calf?
No, possibly, yes. I think he's got cramp because the physio came on the last over before the new ball and he took a tablet, because the magic tablet, and I think it is his calf. He's doing the calf stretch now, you're right, but I think he's got cramp. Because if he had were a full calf strain, he wouldn't be staying out there. I mean, he'd come off now. He'd say, look, I've got 100, I'll take 157 now. What's that added on to the average? About 8?
He's back. His live average is now back over 60. 23 tests.
Average is 60. It's ridiculous.
And he's not going to go off.
No, he's not going to. He's not in his nature, I don't think. I would very much doubt it. But you don't want to miss the rest of the series, do you? So you want to play.
157 not out. 377 for 5. Akashdeep in again. Harry Brook just turns it off his pads down towards long leg and hobbles literally through for a single. Take him to 158. Jamie Smith has 161. And England are 378 for 5. The 6th wicket partnership. Do you know, I commentated on the test match in which Ben Stokes and Johnny Bairstow added 399. And I still remember, it was 9 years ago for the 6th wicket, and I still remember very clearly saying at the time, well, that's one record that'll never be broken. Here is Akashdeep. And Jamie Smith, I think a little inside edge onto his pad as he tries to punch it through mid-wicket, which is a silly thing to say because all records can be broken.
Where was the record? Cape Town? Is that what it was?
Newlands, 399.
Yeah.
Ben Stokes made 260.
Yeah, I remember some of the shots. I mean, outrageous, weren't they? Some of the shots there from Ben Stokes. I mean, that was nuts. I mean, the talent. We've had some of the shot players. I mean, it's just a joke.
Here's Akashdeep once again, and that one is turned away by Jamie Smith down the leg side, and it's hit him on the pad. There's some commotion, but I'm not getting as excited as Akashdeep is. And,
Rishabh Pant though seems excited.
Oh, he does. He's come up to have a word with Shubman Gill, but I think he said a bit high, bit leg side-ish. And actually, did you see Chris Gaffney, the umpire? They said to him, what was wrong with that? And he actually said it was going down. He could see him moving his hand down the leg side.
You know, Vaughan called him Dean Gaffney. Michael Vaughan on comms, he called him Dean Gaffney, who used to be in EastEnders.
Dean Gaffney?
He called him Dean Gaffney. Vaughan called him Dean Gaffney on comms. And it's the guy from EastEnders, Dean, who's always in a beefer on all partying with Will Lineker.
Here's Akashdeep in again, and that one is driven square of the wicket on the offside by Jamie Smith. The Surrey wicketkeeper has an extremely bright future ahead of him. Tell you what, I mean, he was not in any way a left field selection. He was fast-tracked. He didn't sort of do the conventional 2 or 3 years in county cricket, earn your stripes and, you don't hand out test caps. He was sort of fast-tracked into the team, but my goodness, if anyone had any doubts, they were probably answered last season, but now, this innings, this is a coming-of-age, career-defining innings, this is. As forward comes Brook now, defending, last ball of the over. I think he needs to go back to what he was doing before lunch, which was actually allowing Jamie Smith to dominate, to take the strike, just feeding him, taking singles. Brook 158, Jamie Smith 162. The partnership is 295. What was the highest partnership you were ever involved in?
I have no idea, mate. It wouldn't have been a big one. Me and Daffy had a good one against South Africa at the Oval, but I don't think that would have been the highest. I have no idea. I honestly couldn't tell you. I think I hold one of the records for a while against. I put on a partnership with someone for the 9th or 10th wicket. But I can't remember, mate. Honestly, I wouldn't have a clue.
Gary Morgan is going to tell us. I know that he's probably. Hopefully, he's not working on an opus of a stat right now at the present moment. But I bet you that within a minute, unless he's on a comfort break, Gary will tell us what the highest partnership you were involved in.
For England, you mean?
No, well.
Or first class, it
any
might have been.
do you remember 100 partnership?
Oh,
first
yeah,
class?
of course. I've got plenty, mate.
Oh, really?
Absolute plenty, yeah. I got 121 once myself. So that was against Warwickshire. Me and Pete Hartley put on a good partnership against Lancashire once. Yeah, plenty. Honestly, plenty at Yorkshire.
Okay, well, let's limit it to England then. What do you reckon your highest partnership in an England shirt in a Test match was?
80 something, possibly. Me and Daffy put on a load against South Africa at the Oval. I know that. You remember that?
Flat pitch, that, wasn't it? It was beautiful. Beautiful.
Well, it wasn't when Devon Malcolm bowled. It was when I bowled.
That's true. It was quick. I mean, it was really bouncy, but it was flat.
It's when me and Daffy we tucked into Donald and de Villiers with a new ball. Again, they took that new ball and we absolutely just countered, didn't we?
Donald was playing with an injury. Do you remember?
He was at his peak. And he was bowling 95 miles an hour rockets, and I was pulling him in front of square.
It's 379 for 5. The men in high-vis vests have been on the field again.
The railway workers, where are they? Look at it, there's loads of them.
There's treatment for Harry Brook. They're giving him some tablets, and which always amuses me because you can take tablets which certainly help with cramp, but they take 2 hours before they take any effect.
Magic spray always works. Get the magic spray.
A new over begins from Mohammad Siraj. It's the second one with the second new ball, and the first delivery is pushed away by Jamie Smith. That's going to have a little look here and just make sure that it's not going to do anything. Producer Scott is ahead of Gary Morgan. He says that the highest partnership you were involved in was 70. Oh no, not necessarily the highest. You and Daffy put on 70.
Yeah, that was England. Yeah, I would say I might have beat that for England once. I'm not so sure. Or is that my eyes for England? Or just me and Daffy had that partnership?
Siraj in again. Smith drives over the top of cover to the boundary for 4. You won't see a more controlled aerial cover drive, I don't think. You can't be more assured, more skillful in execute. I mean, he's deliberately just hit that over the top of cover, timed it beautifully, middle of the bat, rocketed away. Absolutely superb piece of cricket from Jamie Smith. He moves on to 166. Apparently, Goughy was involved in a partnership of 99 with Matthew Hoggard.
Wow, 99 with Hoggy.
I bet Hoggy did Hoggy make double figures? He must have scored all the runs. He's organised in defence, but
there's a good chance I would have scored most of the runs, yeah. Absolutely.
383 for 5. Jamie Smith, 166. Just a reminder of that list of highest scores by England wicketkeepers in Test matches. He is currently in 3rd place. He's just demoted Alex Stewart with his 164 to 4th place. So Alex Stewart still on the podium in gold medal place with 173. Smith 166. Smith now 167 because he's chopped this one square of the wicket on the offside, and he's coming back for 2. $385 for 5. Partnership of 300. As the crowd begin to realise, the more knowledgeable, they're giving him a standing ovation. That's very unusual. Steve Harmison's alongside me now. There's a standing ovation from the Edgbaston crowd for a partnership of 300. I've got goosebumps.
I think largely down to the fact that it was 85 for 5 when the two walked out. They deserve a standing ovation. It's been brilliant. It really has. And I think India bowled better in that last 100 partnership, because I think they had 200 off about 200 balls.
Here's Mohammad Siraj again, and Jamie Smith pushes to Jaiswal at extra cover. India are absolutely flat. I mean, the reason that England were flat at a similar stage is that they didn't have any on the board and they decided to bowl first. India, may I just say, are still leading by 202, but they haven't just gone flat in the last half an hour. They went flat half an hour before lunch. Very defensive fields, and I just think they've had a draw on the brain from 2 days before this Test match started, and they spoke about it. Here's a quicker one from Mohammad Siraj. It's a good ball, and Jamie Smith is troubled by that. It was quick, and I think it's nipped back, and he's leapt onto the back foot, got an inside edge, past the leg stump, down to fine leg for a single, but it's just so unusual. Jamie Smith has looked inconvenienced by anybody at any stage. He's looked so in control. He's 169. Harry Brook's 158. We've just been in Never Neverland.
Yeah, but complete Never Neverland, haven't they? I mean, it's been so comfortable from the minute Jamie Smith walked out. His first ball for 4, which was a hat-trick ball. He's looked in total control. You know, he's looking to access the ball. He's looking to have, and he has always got a positive intent, but not at one point. He's not gone to his shell, but he's respected the ball that's been bowled.
Clipped away off his pads now, Akash Deep. That begins a new over. Got to make the second new ball count. They really do. Chris Wokes to come. That's clipped away for a single through to deep square leg. It's the choice of the boundary fielders and the number of the boundary fielders I think that has been perplexing at times. And just watching the two spinners with 5 men on the boundary, sometimes having boundary fielders can be an attacking option. I'm not saying that they're all defensive, but 5 I think was a little excessive, really. 5 boundary riders and bowled him! Akash Deep's gone through. Harry Brook trying to run it down to third man. The second new ball has done its trick. Harry Brook, open face of the bat, looking to guide it past the sparsely populated slip cordon, and I think he may just have got an inside edge and dragged it back onto his stumps. But this magnificent partnership has finally come to an end, worth 303, the second highest 6-wicket partnership of all time for England. Harry Brook has gone for 158, and finally India have something to celebrate. 387 for 6.
Yeah, what an innings from Harry Brook. It's been amazing. 158 of 234 balls. Partnership of 303, and not only a standing ovation, but the whole of the Hollis is singing Harry Brook's name. He's put England back in a position where they'll believe we've still got a chance of winning this game. And 15 minutes into this morning's play, you would believe that England had no chance, but he's given them a chance, given them some hope. I think India have helped that with some of the bowling and defensive fields have had, but England are still 200 behind. That's a lot of runs in a game of cricket. 200, even with this fantastic, explosive, believe we can win from all places like Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum's sides are, they're still an awful way behind. And as much as you marvel in the fact that it was a brilliant innings and a fantastic partnership, I think we've just forgetting just slightly there, Manners, that was an unbelievable delivery from Akash Deep. He hasn't inside edged it, it's gone with the angle, he's gone wide of the crease, and he's bowled a ball which is pitched probably about 4th, 5th stump, just out, on the outside of the off stump, and it's nipped back through the gate
That's why I thought he must have inside
Yeah,
edged it.
I thought it was
couldn't
straight
have
away.
come that badly.
I thought straight away, but it has. He's not got anywhere near it as Harry Brook. Tells you how good a delivery at the top of the sponsor sticker on the off stump. It was an absolute beaut from Akash Deep.
I tell you, I mean, Harry Brook's got enough reasons. He's got 158 reasons to sit in the dressing room and not feel too hard done by. But when he has a look at the replay,
Was an absolute peach. It's an absolute perler. If Harry Brook had got that first ball, it would have got him out. He actually got it when he was 158, and it's still got him out.
here is Akash Deep, and he's followed that beauty up with an absolute howler down the leg side. That's the worst ball he's bowled today. He's bowled one of the best balls he's ever bowled, probably, followed by one that Rishabh Pant could only just get a glove to, diving full length down the leg side. But as a batsman, I mean, he'll be curious. I don't know what he'll do. Take his pads off, have a drink. He'll sit down. He'll calm. Then he'll go to the analyst and he'll say, "Can I have a look at that ball?"
And then ask him, "Is there anything I could have done?" And I think the answer would be no. I think that was just a very, very good delivery.
Here comes Akash once again, and it's pushed firmly up towards mid-off, fielded by captain Shubman Gill. I mean, you can see that's a cheeky smile on his face, and if you look at that and he'll go, fair enough.
Just watched it again on the big screen. It's an absolute peach. I mean, the seam's great. It's pulled upright. It's nipped back.
Oh.
It's come back miles. It's like a little off-cutter. It wasn't an off-cutter. It wasn't a slower ball. It was just a very, very good delivery. It's hit the seam. It's a brand new ball. Well, is it 2.4 overs old? Hit the seam and hit the off stump.
Here's Akash once again, and that's flicked out towards mid-wicket. Chipped out towards the wicket, I should say, by Chris Wokes, the new batsman in front of his home crowd. Got to start all over again now with a man at the other end on 170.
Not bad, that is it. It's not bad when the bloke that bats in front of you is 170 not out. I mean, that tells you the whole story. You walk in at number 8. You've sat with the bloke in front of you who bats at number 7's got 170. Well, you've sat with the pads on for quite a while, as Chris Wokes.
Here is Akash once again. He tries a bouncer to Chris Wokes. It's harmless. It wasn't quick enough, and it was heading down the leg side anyway. And Wokes saw it all the way. Actually, he probably would have been able to read the golden lettering on the side of the ball. It was passing over his head that slowly. 387 for 6. Wokes yet to score. Jamie Smith needs 4 more runs. The highest score ever by an England wicketkeeper in a test.
Yeah, and he deserves it as well for me. He really does. It's been a wonderful innings. Chris Wokes, you mentioned. Chris Wokes probably put his pads on at 10 past 11 this morning. And he's walked out to bat at 4:35.
Would he have taken them off at lunchtime?
Possibly taken them off at lunchtime. I think he might have sat with them on. As a lot of cricketers are superstitious. Don't move while a good partnership's going. A little bit of a curse if somebody goes to the toilet when a good partnership's building. A few crossed legs in that dressing room.
Trailing by 200 England now as Jamie Smith plays defensively, pushing that one up to mid-on. There's no run. I asked Goughy what the highest partnership he was involved with England, and he remembered adding 70 with Philip de Freitas against South Africa at the Oval, but he forgot that he had a partnership of 99 with Hoggy.
99 with Hoggy. I had a partnership with 99 with Andrew Flintoff at the Oval, I think it was. I got 3. I think we had a 100 partnership at Lord's in that same series, and I didn't get very many.
Drive from Smith, inside edge, I think, down towards fine leg. And they go through for a single as Akash does the fielding. Is that when Freddie was launching Micaiah and Tini into various stands?
Graham Smith was having a go at him, wasn't he? Bowled him a ball Yorker, and it hit the right on the line. And everybody was on the boundary, and he made Micaiah come all the way down and pick it up. And I'm not going to say what Graham was saying, but he was very, very forthright, as he always is, with his opinion. And telling Andrew about Micaiah having to go and pick it up. And you're shouting it from long on. So Andrew at the next ball over the top of Graham's head, off the changing room windows, and politely shouted to Graham Smith, tell Mackay to go and get that one.
Here's Siraj, driven through the offside. What a shot from Chris Wokes. What a way to get off the mark. I mean, we shouldn't be surprised. We know what a good cricketer Chris Wokes is, but well, that was top draw.
Yeah, it was. It was, you know, same shot, same back company, just different player. It was over-pitched from Siraj, and a delightful shot from Chris Wokes, and that will just settle him down, settle Jamie Smith down as well.
392 for 6. Jamie Smith, 171 not out, but it's Wokes on strike. There are 3 slips. Siraj in. Wokes comes forward and plays that defensively up towards mid-on, straight to the fielder, Prasad Krishna. There's no run. What's the weather forecast tomorrow, producer Scott? It's
there was a little bit of rain around, but I think it's going to come overnight, and I think it's just past us. I think that's what the radar was saying, that we might get lucky tomorrow. I think it's
cloudy tomorrow.
Cloudy, which that might help England if England can go in tonight after batting another, there's 26 overs left. We'll probably get 22. England could be close to India.
Siraj again, Wokes forward, playing defensively up to mid-off. Nice straight bat. The follow-on is saved, by the way, folks, wherever you're listening. I feel like some more correspondence from exotic destinations. We're stuck on 77, aren't we? Saudi Arabia was the 77th country and territory around the world from where we've had correspondence during the first Test match at Headingley and the first 2 days here at Edgbaston. Some brilliant exotic destinations, as you would imagine, out of a total of 77. Here is Siraj, tries too hard with the effort ball and it heads off down the leg side. He just fell away maybe in his action there. Chris Wokes was going to hope for the pull shot, but it was too wide, and in the end he couldn't reach it. 392 for 6. I wonder if there's anybody listening in Sicily. We didn't get any correspondence. You just need to, if you're listening to us in Sicily or anywhere exotic, just go to the message board at the bottom of the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel page. You can see it there. Message us. Is it only subscribers, Scott, who can message? No, anybody. Open. It's open forum. Cricket's pretty big in Italy, and has been for a long time. It's not a recent phenomenon. They've been playing cricket in Italy for many decades.
I'm trying to think which one. There's one of these 2 end boxes here that me and Gough have been in, and there's 2 of the guys going on a cricket tour to Ibiza the next week.
That's what they told their wives and girlfriends. That's pushed away defensively out on the onside to Siraj. New over from Akashdeep. 393 for 6.
I think there is a cricket club centre in Ibiza.
In Ibiza?
Yeah, I think there is. Well, Coffey says he's been, so there must be.
That's tremendous. I've got a friend who organised a club tour to Italy. It was as much about the food and wine tasting as it was about the cricket. Here's Akashdeep again. He's just looking for another beauty to Chris Wokes, but doesn't find it with this one. Pushed away defensively to cover, fielded by Washington Sundar.
Yeah, Scott's just showing me the scorecard from the Oval game. Andrew, if we came together at 502 for 8, and Martin Bicknell was out, and then Andrew Flintoff got out at 601 for 9, so we put on 99. I got 6 off 40 balls.
6 off 40 balls?
Yeah, Andrew Flintoff, 95 off 104.
Here's Akashdeep again to Wokes, who steers it away behind square on the offside to Jadeja at backward point. Yeah, how did you get 6 off 40 balls? I commentated on that game. I don't remember you blocking it. Were you leaving it?
No, because obviously when you got the big lad at the other end and you're having a bit of fun and nice banter between the two of you in the middle, and I mean he was enjoying himself. He was having a good time. He had a good time on that series.
Was he telling you not to get out?
And he was telling me not to get out. He was telling me not to get out. I'm trying to think who was bowling. It was Callis Pollock, Micaiah, Andrew Hall, Paul Adams was the one. He tried to hit Paul Adams for another 6. I think he hit 4 sixes. He tried to hit Paul Adams for a 6, and he actually got into a position that Paul Adams does when he's bowling.
That gets deep in. Wokes pushes defensively up to mid-off. You mean he wasn't looking at where he was trying to hit it?
No, he wasn't.
Like Adams didn't look at the batsman.
No,
he
wasn't.
let go of it.
He fell over, didn't he? Yeah. He's gone for the big slog sweep, and he's missed it, and he ended up on his front.
What year was that again? 2008?
No,
2003.
3, yes.
3. That final test of that series at the Oval was one of my all-time favourites, Trescothic's double 100. Short, pulled by Wokes handsomely down towards long leg. It'll just be a single, but so as good a hook shot as you'll see. South Africa made what they thought was an unassailable 480 batting first. Herschel Gibbs made 180 of them and was out just before the second new ball, and it led to Herschel Gibbs opening bat. It led to 3 quick wickets before the close of play. Eventually South Africa 480, thought they were impregnable, 2-1 up in the series, and England went on to win. Made 600 batting first, Trescothic double 100. Brilliant cricket. That was a test that was ahead of its time in many ways, the scoring rate. Team losing after making 480, pushed away by Smith for a single again to backward point. He moves on to 173. Jamie Smith now has a share of the record for the highest score ever by an England wicketkeeper in a test match. One more and he will become the record holder.
Yeah, and a well-deserved record holder at that. I remember that game for being Graham Thorpe's comeback test match. He came back after Graham Thorpe missed a little period of time, if I do remember right. Sean Pollock was not out at the end of the third innings. I think he got, first innings he got 60 odd, if I remember. I mean, Thorpe batted brilliant, and I remember in that game, like Chris Wokes in this game, the away swinger, the in swinger, he did Jacques Rudolph, didn't he? Martin Bicknell bowled him on a away swinger, and he bowled him a big in swinger and took off stump.
Siraj in, continuing to Jamie Smith, who opens the face of the bat, looking to run it down to third man, fielded by Nitish Kumar Reddy even, and he dives away to his right. It's a little glove punch from Rishabh Pant. 395 for 6. Jamie Smith, 173 not out. What an extraordinary innings it's been, and he's changed. I mean, he hit 6th gear before lunch. 6th gear, 100 in a session, but he's back down to 3rd or 4th gear now, and it's exactly what England need. Just a little bit of pace, calm. Siraj in again. He defends. Back to the bowler, who then tosses it to Karan Nair for a little bit of a polish and a little bit of maintenance.
It was also Alex Stewart's last test match. That Oval test match, wasn't it? Yeah, Stewie's last test match, if I remember right.
He had 173 in his last test.
No, it wouldn't have been. He wouldn't have getting 173 in that test. Got 173 in
Auckland
New
in
Zealand,
1997.
yes,
Yeah.
But Alex during the test match, the Oval test we're talking about, it was his last one.
Beg your pardon, 2003. That's right.
Yes, his last test match.
Emotional charge.
Thorpe came back. Stewie's last test match. We were 2-1 down. We ended up drawing 2-2. I remember getting Gary Kirsten out 2nd innings with an unbelievable catch from Trescothic.
Here is Siraj once more, and Jamie Smith plays defensively, guides it up towards mid-off. There have only been 7 scores of 150 or more by England wicketkeepers. 2 by Stewie, 2 by Johnny Bairstow.
Matt Pryor get one?
No.
I thought Pryor got a big 100. No.
You go it down to 125 plus, and Les Ames features 4 times.
Did not he get a big 100?
100 no, just he only got 2 or 300.
Yeah, I thought he got a big one.
And Jamie Smith now, perhaps, is on the point of going to the top of that list. Defends now, that kept low, and he ended up chest on, did Jamie Smith there. He's played back to a full-length delivery, and Mohammad Siraj is now having a word with him and suggesting that next time he might pin him, LBW.
Yeah, I think Chris Wokes is coming down to have a word with Jamie Smith to say, thank God you got that one, because that might have got me out. I mean, that did keep low. You can see, what's that, 173 not out. Somebody who was watching the ball very, very closely, he did have to there. But also it just shows you that there's starting to become some more and more inconsistencies with the bounce of this pitch, which will encourage India, and having a lead of 192.
Now another one nipped backer from Siraj, who's having more and more to say to Jamie Smith, which is ironic because a couple of years ago when he made his international debut he could barely speak a word of English, so he's obviously learnt some language that probably wouldn't be appropriate to have a conversation with your grandmother using.
No, but I think he's getting his point across.
395 for 6. Jamie Smith 173. Chris Wokes has 5. We've just seen a partnership of 303. Here's Siraj in once again, and Jamie Smith, he's quite happy. You bowling well to me, that's fine. I'm not going to try and hit those over extra cover for 4 or 6. Treat Siraj with respect while he's bowling well, and he's got a new ball in his hand. More from Steve Harmison, and then for the next half an hour or a bit more will be Jon Norman.
Yeah, Siraj is bowling nicely. Akashdeep has, they've started well with the second new ball. Just interesting little side thing that's happening here. They've moved the cover, they've moved the advertising boards back in front of the cover. So I just wonder if the ground staff thought there was some rain in the air. So that's interesting. There's a bit of cloud come over, but not enough to, I thought, for there be to anything worry the ground staff. But they've just started to put the advertising back, and they were sitting right next to the hover cover for about the last half an hour, but they've now put it away. So they must think whatever rain was around has gone.
Here is Akashdeep, and he's gone past the outside edge of Chris Wokes' bat. Tell you what, he's bowled marvellously well with the new ball, has Akashdeep, and it'll be interesting to see how India go about things in that Lord's Test, because England coming up against Akashdeep and Jasprit Bumrah with the new ball, with Mohammad Siraj, who for me, I much prefer him at first change. That suddenly looks like a pretty decent bowling attack. Krishna's been expensive again in this innings. We'll see what happens. He picked up wickets in the first Test, but there's experience there, there's pace, there's an up and Adam kind of like feel to the bowling attack when Akashdeep is in there, and you've got Bumrah as well. It's pushed out to the covers, no run from Chris Wokes, who's 5 not out. Jamie Smith, wow, 173, so I guess he's equalled Alex Stewart's record now. But you're right, Harmy, I hadn't noticed that at all. I mean, I've been upstairs in the press box following the action, listening to you guys on my secret stream, but it's been sunny all day, and I came out and I suddenly thought, hang on a second, why are they
about 20 minutes, half an hour sitting next to it?
So the cameras hadn't picked up on it, but anyway, I don't think we're going to get a break in play, that's for sure. There's Deep continuing, and this ball, it was a brilliant delivery to get rid of Harry Brook. Again, an inducker to Wokes, new to the crease relatively, 15 balls faced, and India for the first time in 2 full sessions can feel like they can stem the run scoring at one end. I actually think they bowled pretty well in that afternoon session. I was with Jarrod and I said, you know what, they could have got shortly before Brook was out, and it wasn't an inside edge, was it? It was clean bowled.
That was a beauty.
Absolute jaffa. But on another day there was a few inside edges past those stumps. India still have a big lead as Wokes defends on off stump, and Akashdeep has a look at him. 23 overs remaining in the day. Their second new ball is 6 overs old. There was a feeling at one stage today that England might actually be up by India's score. Declaration maybe. Not sure that's going to happen now, and it means that India, if they could just take another couple, well, 100-run lead on first innings, maybe batting about half an hour into day 4, possibly.
That's still game on for me, 100-run lead for England.
Yeah, I agree, but this is a flat track. He's edged to first slip. Good bowling, accurate, probing bowling from Akashdeep, and this has been pitched up a touch full and wide, and Wokes, who has touched late on the shot, full-blooded drive, and the outside edge has been taken in the slip cordon, and it's another good catch as well. India have kept well. This went to first slip really fast. He actually had to come forward. Is it Karun Nair at first slip? He's had to come forward because that ball has gone fast. It's actually started to die on him. So India strike again. Chris Wokes goes for 5, and then they're now 7 down, 395 on the board.
Yeah, excellent bowling for me. It was, you're right, a good catch. It was hard hands as well. Chris Wokes has gone hard at the ball, so for it not shows you the slowness of this surface that Karun Nair's had to come forward to catch it. But for me, that's the beauty about that bowling wasn't just the delivery. The delivery was a good ball, but for the last 5 or 6 balls, it's been at the body of Chris Wokes, at the body of Jamie Smith. They've had to play from around about midriff height. Length was, around about 6 to 7 metres, and it was at the body. They had to fend it off into the leg side, and this one was full outside off stump, in and around the 5th stump area. Little foot movement from Chris Wokes. He's thrown his hands at it, and it was nicked, and it was a very, very skillful bit of bowling and an excellent setup from Akashdeep. I was just about to say, when you're talking, John, about the lineup for Lords, I think Akashdeep with the slope and going against the slope, the way he bowls, the straightness that he goes onto off stump, I think he could be a handful at Lords. I really do. The problem I think he possibly have, we've just seen him stretching him before, he hasn't bowled a lot of overs, back-to-back test matches. That could be the challenge for him.
Yeah, 2 slips in the gully in place, and Bryden Cast, who didn't look quite right yesterday and on day 1, looks pretty good there actually. Just punches this to extra cover. But doesn't beat the fielder. He timed that beautifully. Boy, oh boy.
The thing was that they tried to give him a single. And Washington Sundar wasn't quite with the up with the plan and the play, and he was trying to get back as quick as he could. And because Bryden Cast timed it that well, it got to him a little bit quicker. And I think it startled Washington Sundar because he was trying to get back on the line, and he only got about halfway back, and he basically stood still, and the ball flew to him.
And picking up on that point of Akashdeep, actually, he did pick up a back injury aboard a Gavaskar trophy. So, he is coming back. Not only is he short of game time, he has had an injury. So he's had to recover from. So here we go again. 395 for 7. It's Jamie Smith who's about to face Mohammad Siraj, who I'm sure would love to be bowling towards Cast. And again, bowling straight, coming into the right-hander. And Jamie Smith defends up to mid-on. Now, does Jamie Smith change his game at all? Does he wait till Cast has gone? Who have we got left? We've got Shoaib Bashir in at 11 and Josh Tongue at 10. So not a lot to come now. I wonder whether Jamie Smith, who must be feeling the effects of batting for the best part of 2.5 sessions. I mean, it's not Mike Atherton at Johannesburg. Sid Munger is with us, by the way, from ESPN Crick Info. Mohammad Siraj again, he's targeting those pads. Single taken to the offside, and that brings Bryden Cast on strike. 396 for 7.
I think Jamie Smith will play the way he needs to play, dictated by the way Shubman Gill sets his fields, I think. If he's just giving him one here, in that sort of way, I think he'll just take the comfortable one with Bryden Cast and everything that goes with it. He'll back Cast. I think if Cast gets out and then they all start going to the boundary, I think what you'll find is Smith start taking what's on offer, taking all the strike, and then once the sort of 4th, 5th, 6th ball comes up, when the field comes up, try and get a couple of boundaries, be 10 off the over, and go into sort of hit ball mode then.
That's Siraj again, and he beats Bryden Cast first up with a beaut. Cast comes forward with no real certainty, really just covering the line, I suppose, and Mohammed Siraj beats the outside edge. 3 slips in place. Backward point is down by the boundary, and there's a forward point.
How's that missed?
I don't know.
I mean, how has that missed?
I don't know.
I know Siraj gets very, very excited, and I think if I was one of the fielders, I wouldn't really go off his reactions, because I think he can bowl a ball at 5th, 6th stump and still think as though it was close to a wicket.
Here he is again. This is down the leg side. Sid, you feeling chipper? You and Jarrod continued your discussion. We won't continue it here. Your discussion about removing, changing the laws essentially when players are on the switch hit, so you can be essentially the ball can pitch outside leg stump, but we won't go into it again. I think our listeners have had enough, as is that pig. That pig was here yesterday. He was being pursued by seven chefs or 7 butchers. In fact, if you check out Steve Harmison with Neil Manthorp and following on, as Siraj continues again, big shout for leg before wicket, nothing given by the umpire. Slip cordon have gone up immediately here, and India have got a couple of reviews left, haven't they?
I think this is close.
reckon they might go upstairs for this one.
I think this is close, John. I really do. I think this has hit Bryden Cast on the move. It's actually Rishabh Pant who's had to go up because Shubman Gill's off the field. I think this is close. I think this has hit Bryden Cast on the knee roll on the move.
He might just have got outside the line, or maybe umpires call on the impact. And Shaikath has been very consistent with all these umpires' calls.
I tell you what, if there's consistency, then it is grazing the top of leg stump, because we've seen 3 of those given not out on field.
No half shouts have been given out.
Oh, maybe. This is, I don't know why Nasser Hussain comes to mind here, but this is like an old school kind of defensive shot where you're basically playing with the bat behind the pad, right? You can't do that anymore for obvious reasons, and the ball's clearly hit the pad. It's just weather. It's outside the line. It's not. It's on the line of off stump. 3 reds and you're out.
Stop the press. Shaikath has got one wrong.
Harmy didn't. Harmy called it.
Shubman Gill's come running on celebrating because he's over the moon. That Rishabh Pant had to make that decision.
It's John Terry wearing number 77 on this shirt. Bryden Cast has been dismissed. Another duck in this innings.
Another duck. Another batter who's been sitting with his pads on for quite a while. But a good bit of bowling from Siraj. He deserved that. He's had a few. I think he's had a few close calls in this. How many overs? 80 odd overs, 87.5 overs so far. He's had a few inside edges that's bounced over the stumps, bounced to the side of the stumps. He's had a couple that's dropped short. He's kept charging in. I thought he rolled really poorly at Headingley for a senior bowler, but give credit where credit's due. He's bowled 18.5 overs in this innings so far. He's got 4 for 70. Wouldn't pass him to go and get a 5 for. And for all the greatness of Brook and Jamie Smith, the way they've batted, Siraj and Akashdeep really have stood up and been counted for India, and I think if he got a 5 for, it would be richly deserved.
By the way, Gary Morgan, if you're listening, and of course you are, I'd love to know what the lowest score a team has ever registered in a test match which has featured a 300-run partnership. I mean, 396 for 8, and 303 of them were scored by Harry Brook and Jamie Smith in their partnership, which came to an end not that long ago. The collapse is on, Jarrod, and you're back.
And that was not pitched outside leg.
Even Jarrod can argue. Jarrod can argue with anyone, even when he's off mic. Josh Tongue about to face his first delivery, and Mohammed Siraj, who's just picked up his 4th wicket. 4 for 70, and Tongue gets the bat on the ball. Tell you what, for all of that wonderful 303-run partnership, England are about to give up the best part of 200 on first innings, aren't they?
They're going to get a lead if Smith goes nuts.
They could do.
They might declare.
Exactly.
Well, that'd still be giving up a 200 run lead.
Would you declare 180 behind just for the lols? I think you would. Vibes?
Yeah, I mean, just for the Baz lols.
Yeah, I'd go for it. It'd be worth it just to see the English press implode.
Haven't they joined the cult yet?
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. Would they? Would they implode or?
Well, I think that.
I don't think they would. I don't think they would.
I mean, that would be absolutely ridiculous.
That would stretch them a bit,
It
wouldn't
would.
it?
Jamie Smith still out there. Declare.
Let's look at the field here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 fielders in the boundary.
Yeah,
Giving away an easy
I
single
kind
to
of get
Smith.
it. I kind of get that.
2 slips though. It's more attacking than some of the fields today.
Akashdeep, who's also picked up 4 wickets, is in and bowling to Jamie Smith now. Single's been turned down.
So this is the exact opposite of what Baz ball has moved the game forward. India are happy to bowl 4 balls at India are happy to bowl 4 balls at Smith with the field spread out and see if he can keep picking up singles, 5th ball or the last ball of the over.
I get it. I do get this. I sometimes despair at bowlers essentially not trying to take a wicket. But this I get. They're so far behind England. Jamie Smith down the track and slaps this too long off. It looked like, I tell you what, so okay, can we just have an agreement about who's going to catch the ball when it comes to us?
Oh, Sid.
Sid?
Yeah.
Sid, you're taking the
He's
catch.
standing up.
Right, okay. I just don't want that kind of awkward moment when we're all looking at each other and we miss the opportunity.
I've seen you've got okay hands. I've seen you take a catch before.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to try. I'm no macker. We'll have to explain that to Sid.
One of our other commentators, first time we toured, decided to take a catch in the nets. His finger has never come back into place.
No, it still doesn't look right, does it? Goes big, does Jamie Smith, but gets a thick outside edge, which lollipops over or loops up over second slip. But there is a third or down on the boundary. So again, the single is refused.
I think the umpires have definitely been told to keep all players off the pitch. Because Jamie Smith he came down the wicket and tried to slog that, was working out where the ball had gone, and then the umpires, Gaffney's come down again to say, no, get off.
These pitches must not break up.
We refuse.
No, there must not be any uneven bounce on day 5.
Smith readies himself, deep comes in, and he's lofted it up and slams it. Oh! I tell you what, there's a kid down there looking at an iPad, and it is slammed into the concrete just in front of the child. The mum swayed out the way. The Indian team are actually down there. Jamie Smith is 180 not out, and England have gone past 400. Oof. There was a game at the Oval this week, and day 2 was it was like an open day for kids all around the area. There's loads of kids from Kingsdale actually who went, which is a school in South East London. But there was thousands of kids in there, and it so happened it was the Kookaburra game where Surrey scored 820. And Dan Lawrence was just lofting the ball over the boundary at long off, where there was all these kids.
The field comes up now.
Here is Akashdeep, goes again, does he? Jamie Smith, who's beaten past the outside edge, taken by Rishabh Pant. 2 slips in place, and as Sid says, the field has come in. So they'll give Jamie Smith a boundary here.
Wide, slow ball or bouncer? What are we looking at here?
Well, we just had the wide, slower ball, didn't we?
That wasn't slow, I don't think, the last one.
Do you not think?
I think it was, that's why I missed it.
Yeah, I think it was a slower
I didn't see him
ball.
run his fingers over it, but maybe he did.
Did you watch him?
Maybe it was
No, I wasn't watching. I was
bar here that we're commentating essentially through a letterbox.
thinking about how English people keep blaming the Kookaburra ball, but then they can't play it when they come to Australia.
Last ball of the over, and he does bowl a full wide one, but it's too wide.
That was nearly a no ball.
Yes.
It's true, it was so
Probably
wide.
just on the crease, wasn't
Yes.
it? Rather than being... It has to be on the cut strip, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It was definitely inside the cut strip. It was centimetres inside the cut strip.
It wasn't an umpire's call for sure. So, does Smith take the boundary here? Or does he look
Well, he
for
might
the
not have
sing-
any choice.
He might need an extender bat to reach the next one.
There's a single at fine leg. If he ramps it,
I reckon he'll take on the hook. No, oof!
Dropped.
Smashed back past the bowler, who sticks a hand up, but actually is quite happy just to let it graze his fingers and come through it long off for a boundary 4. That was hit mightily hard.
I think he was just counting his fingers to make sure they're all in place.
He did. He looked at them for a long period. He's like, I think there's 5.
I don't feel all of them, but there are 5.
He definitely flicked him.
Oh, it certainly did.
So certainly a drop.
It's gone very close to his head.
He
Do you know what? He didn't actually reach his hand out. He actually just put it up.
In self-defense, just in case it was hit straight at him.
Oh,
It's incredibly struck. I mean, you can hear the noise. Both of the boundaries hit in that over just so brilliantly struck.
Oh.
Do you know who would be good to bowl to the tail here, Sid? Kuldeep or Bumrah?
Saying that, Siraj and Akashdeep have both taken 4 wickets. They're bowled.
Imagine if they had another specialist bowler.
Exactly. This is the thing, right?
How many of their all-rounders taken?
Gambhir will tell you then I won't have 180 runs to spread the field out for now.
No, he's right. They do lead by 180. As Siraj is in, and that's a huge shot for leg before wicket. Josh Tongue has been trapped in front. The umpire's finger's gone up. He's been told to review it, but he's been told to review it by Jamie Smith, which suggests that Tongue hasn't inside edged it. The ball has raced down to the boundary here, so if it's overturned, will that be... No, is it?
No, it's dead ball. That is something that
we've talked
myself
about this.
and Dan Norcross and Adam Collins will be talking to the MCC about how to fix this law.
Yeah,
because they've just if it's not out, they've just lost 4 runs for no reason.
Oh, that's out.
That is going to be out, so let's not worry about those runs.
Sid Monger's saying down the leg side. Mate, come on. Really? Well, it's hit.
That is smashing into middle and leg stump.
He is only reviewed because they have reviews.
Oh, mate. 3 reds, and not only is it hit, it's hitting
the inside of leg stump.
It would snap leg stump in half. But Mohammad Siraj raises the ball in the air. And Josh Tongue's got to go.
Once again, Siraj doing well when Bumrah is not playing. In the morning, I came up with that stat. 26 tests that he has played with Bumrah, he averages 35. And tests that he has not played with Bumrah, he averages 26.
So we were talking about this yesterday, and I was equating it to a basketball team who has a player who is so transcendent that it changes the way that you play. And so you end up, without you meaning to, becoming subservient to that player. And it's a bit the same, I think, with the Indian bowlers. They bowl for Bumrah in the games that Bumrah is there. And when he's not there, Siraj is just bowling how he bowls.
That's a lot of stuff that you need to say because you don't have.
No, I 100% believe that. There is role definition within bowling units, and if your job is to be Bumrah's backup and to come on at the other end, it is very different than when you're bowling. Not to mention that it sucks the energy out when he's not bowling. No, I 100% think that's the case.
We can discuss that. Also, when he is bowling when he's bowling in a team with Bumrah in it, he's not taken the new ball, hasn't been traditionally.
Yeah, he bowls first change a lot.
First change, right?
And he's also, and you would know this, he's quite often yanked out of the attack quite quickly. So, no, I think that's 100%. He doesn't get the best overs either because obviously Bumrah gets all the best overs. So I think there's a massive change. Yeah,
it's like the old stat about Shane Warne never, getting onto the Lord's Honours board. Siraj continuing. Oh, that's a short delivery. Shoaib Bashir's taking his eye off it. He's turned his head and he's been hit on the grill, and Siraj just immediately... In fact, all the Indians just come in, they just say, "You're right, mate," because that wasn't great.
We're going to get a little bit of a break here. I think the umpires realise that someone has to come on the field. I don't know if they have a run on yet.
No.
So to carry on with that Siraj discussion, I think we need to go deeper into that stat and see when both Bumrah and Shami are playing. That's when he gets the dirty overs. But when there's no Shami, Bumrah and Siraj get the main overs, and they're both looking for wickets.
They're not. But what you have to understand is, and I talked to Harmy about this yesterday, and he backed me up, which is when there are certain times when you bowl for another bowler in an attack, right? And I think with Bumrah, because he takes so much energy out of it, I mean, you and I, we've covered so many of these games where it almost feels like India could not possibly take a wicket when Bumrah's not got the ball in his hand. And I think there is a psychological impact to that. When Siraj is on his own, his job is just to come in and bowl. It's a very different job than he has playing with someone like Bumrah. And I don't think you can discount that. I don't think the numbers, what did you say, was 9 runs difference on average? I don't think the whole thing is 9 runs difference. Like, I'd be shocked if that's the case. But I do think that role definition, and if you're bowling for your elders, if you're bowling for a senior player, if you're bowling for someone who's better than you, does play a part. And I've seen it a lot in cricket before. So I don't think you can discount that at all. You can also not discount the fact that Siraj doesn't always know what he's doing.
So I would agree with you in the games that when he's the third bowler or the fourth bowler, but when only Bumrah and Siraj are playing and they share the new ball, I don't think the second bowler ever bowls not to take wickets and to support just the first bowler.
It's not an intentional thing. I think you're forgetting the subconscious bias that you can get in a situation like that. There is so much. You watch that series in Australia, and it really felt like we might as well simulate the over at the other end just to get back to Bumrah at times. And I don't think there are too many times that you would ever find yourself in a situation where you're in a team like that. I do think there is an impact. I think Bumrah's style of cricket is completely different to anyone else, and that you get us a bit sucked into it.
Well, just to jump in, we don't have these stats to hand, but I'll be interested to know, does a bowler like Siraj bowl his stock delivery more often in a 6-ball over a course of a 4 or 5 over spell when there are wickets taking place from the other bowler? So Bumrah's taking wickets with the new ball, and because there are wickets being taken, that means that Siraj, the way he goes about his business, will change slightly, because he knows he can just keep bowling that stock ball, keep the runs from being scored, because when the other bowler comes on, he's taking wickets, as opposed to when it's Siraj bowling and he's the main man, or there aren't wickets taken from the other bowler. Does he change his mode of attack? Like we saw from Bumrah in that last Test match, where as soon as there's so much importance on a Bumrah over, that second innings, it seemed like Bumrah was trying to take a wicket, every ball. There was no setup. The setup was in the first innings, and the wickets came from the setup. You don't have enough time to do that. He says there's so much importance. So I think you do change the way that you go about what you're trying to do, depending on what the game situation or what the other bowler is doing. We've got quite a hold up here, haven't we?
It's fine. I think they've taken a drill. Bashir's been cleared. I'll just let everyone know that. The England team doctor has come off the field, and he looks fine at the moment. There's a lot of people telling him he looks fine. Anyway, a lot of people slapping on the back going, "You'll be."
Like we had in the T20s.
There's more in the dressing room.
Where is Liam Dawson?
There's Moeen in the dressing room.
Oh yeah, just
Moeen, could you imagine the reaction if Moeen rocks out there? And India's.
We were just having a discussion if India could get Bumrah as the concussion substitute in the 4th innings.
Do you remember that period where the Indian women's team, their wicketkeeper, would get hit in the head every game and go off and be replaced by a better batter? It happened like 3 or 4 times in a year.
Thanks to Jez Claret, by the way, who just messaged that one in. Shoaib Bashir is ready to continue. What price another short delivery from Mohammad Siraj here?
All right, nice juicy slow ball on the stump.
Outswinger on a length.
Scott saying Bethel is the substitute. I think India wouldn't mind facing Bethel on this pitch.
But he wouldn't be allowed to bat in the second innings, will he?
It's weird. We had one at Scotland where we didn't actually have anyone fit available if we had a substitute. So the only person we had was a 6'10" tail ender if one of our top order got hit on the head. So everyone was told to not get hit in the head because all the batters were injured.
Yeah, here is Mohammad Siraj. Oh, he's bowled him!
He's bowled a wobble ball. He's the only Indian bowler who has experted this wobble ball, and he has bowled it exactly on the top of another declaring. Are we seeing a declaration?
They're out.
They're out. They're all out.
You were so excited at that delivery, the leave and delivery, that you've missed the wicket.
Expert comment from Sid Munger. quickly.
Thanks for
live blogging.
tuning in. Thanks for tuning in.
And England declare 407 for 10.
All out.
I tell you what.
Morally, they declared. He said, I didn't want to play that ball. I got hit in the head. It's time for me to leave.
That's got to be one of the strangest scorecards in the history of Test cricket.
How many ducks? 5?
No, it's 6.
Six
ducks.
And 2 scores over 150.
And 2 scores of over 150. That's just
Just a word.
look at that.
Just a word on Jamie Smith as well. Just a fantastic innings. It's just every time I watch him, the control that he has, the way that he hits the ball, how still he is. Obviously, he had a couple of half chances or quarter chances or everything else. It's a flat pitch, but he really rocked this game so violently back to England. And well done to India for holding firm eventually and getting themselves still a lead, because it looked like at one stage India might not even get another chance to bowl in this game. That partnership was going so crazy.
This game reminds me of the first test between India and New Zealand last year in Bangalore. India were bowled out for 46. New Zealand piled on a lead of 350. And then India batted that lead off so quickly that they scored about 430 runs in 80 overs.
Right.
But the new ball, just like this new ball, did so much damage that New Zealand was still ahead in the game, and India still are 180 runs ahead in the game because they have maximized this new ball.
It wasn't just a new ball in that game. Do you remember? It was the new ball didn't do anything, and then
new ball.
Yeah, they had to replace it because it got hit out the ground. And
That's right.
And the other new ball did everything.
That's right. You're right. It got
Which
hit
reminds
out the
me
ground.
of the oval changed ball.
Yes, exactly.
And the World Cup final in Barbados last year, when everybody talks about Pant taking the time out.
Yeah.
It was Henrik Klaasen who hit the 6 over the tin shed out into the streets in Bridgetown. The new ball that came in, that started reversing. Bumrah was a different beast with a reversing ball.
And there was the game at the Oval, 2023.
I still get an email from this guy who's convinced that people keep magical swinging balls as replacements at the Oval, and I was like, do you know how many times people actually bet when a ball is replaced, because they're like, chances are it's going to be better for bowling.
You can see why all teams want to change the cricket ball so often, because
that one in my hand is doing nothing.
Exactly. This is not doing anything. I'll get a harder one that might have a better seam and might swing more.
Can't get worse than this.
407 England have been bowled out for.
Read through the full card.
I mean, it's just a crazy. Do you know, this is one of the most off-the-scale scorecards I've ever seen in my life. Not just the batting, but the bowling.
It's like Karun Nair's career.
It's Marcus North.
It is Marcus North, isn't it?
Karun Nair. England have been bowled out. If you're just joining us, where have you been? For the majority of today, we've just been watching Jamie Smith and Harry Brook just carving, pulling, smashing, driving.
After we started with
inside edging past their own stumps.
And Smith
to the
came
boundary.
in on a hat-trick.
Jamie Smith came in on a hat-trick and hit his first ball through the covers for 4.
Siraj has had 2 overs in which he has taken 2 wickets.
There's been 2
and
wickets
as well.
There's been 2 wickets and 2 balls.
So we've had 6 wickets in 3 overs. And in the middle of that, we had one of the most brutal partnerships we have ever seen in Test cricket.
We have also, it is confirmed, I thought this must be the case, it's now the lowest total in Test history to have a stand of 300 in it. And it hasn't just beaten the record, which up to now was 431. It smashed it, 24 runs. 407. We've got 2 centurions. Harry Brook 158. Jamie Smith was not out, 184. England at one stage 84 for 5.
Might be another day for Jeetan Patel to turn up.
That's incredible. And England have lost their last 5 wickets for 20.
80 for 5, 20 for 5, and 300 for none.
It's just a normal game of cricket. And then when you look at the bowling figures, Akash Deep, 20 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 88. So he took 2 wickets with the first new ball and 2 wickets with the second new ball. Mohammad Siraj, 19.3 overs, 3 maidens, 6 for 70, which, by the way, must be up there with some of the best bowling figures he's ever recorded. 6 for 15 is best. So yeah, not far off. 6 for 70. And he also took 1 wicket with the new ball. He took 2 in 2 this morning with a 20 over ball. He then came back and took 3 wickets in 10 deliveries.
Just having a look at Bryden Cast warming up here. His toe looks okay. He's not yet. He batted fine, so he can come on and bowl at any stage. But I just want to watch him bowl a couple of deliveries. But just walking around, he looks a lot better.
Brook looks all right. He's taking slip catches.
Brook to take the new ball.
No, because he need him on the field.
If they win a game at which Brook bowled serious amounts of overs again.
Anything can happen in this game.
Scott Taylor's just said rabbit pie for Mohammad Siraj, but I wonder if Mohammad Siraj is. I wonder if he's vegetarian or not. Maybe he won't eat. Maybe he doesn't eat rabbit.
I don't eat rabbit, and I'm not vegetarian.
I don't eat rabbit, and I'm not vegetarian.
Siraj doesn't eat rabbit, and he's not vegetarian.
And all of a sudden, India have a massive first innings lead.
I know. How did that happen? This is so stupid. This Test match. It is. If you just took this Test match and took it back to, brought it back to 1984, and you filmed it, people would not watch the movie because they'd be like, "This is unrealistic." Everything in the cricket scenes here, it's like this is like the Happy Gilmore of Test matches. It makes no sense at all.
How many overs have we got remaining today? 20.3. We would have lost a couple for the innings. What time is it? 5:30. So we're not going to get those in. We'll probably get, I don't know, 13, 14. I'm not sure we're going to see Shoaib Bashir bowling.
They could be bowled out for 100, India.
Yeah, they could. Well, it's a new ball wicket.
It's a new ball pitch.
Yeah, you could just get a couple of wickets. It's getting dark, so they won't see the ball as well.
But they still lead by 180.
Yeah. That might be enough. 280 might be enough, but there's every chance that England just take a bunch of early wickets here just because of how stupid this game is.
Yeah, I was going to say this.
I was going to say, am I using cricket logic or am I using this game's logic? I'm using this game's logic.
If I'm in the England change room, I'm saying I would have declared anyway because it's got dark.
Yeah, exactly. We want to bowl now.
Wow. It's incredible, isn't it? Well, we watch a lot of cricket between us, and still you can be absolutely gobsmacked. I will just read through this. I'm going to get this card printed off and put on the wall, I think.
Get a tattoo.
So India were bowled out for 587 yesterday, and was it yesterday? I don't even remember. Yes, they were yesterday, and yeah, of course they were. And England was 78 for 3. They were 25 for 3, 78 for 3 at stumps. We turned up this morning, and Joe Root's caught down the leg side, and what a delivery to Ben Stokes, by the way. First ball, he's caught behind. Short ball from Mohammad Siraj, who's on a hat-trick. Jamie Smith then comes in, 84 for 5, hits his first ball for 4, and he and Harry Brook put on 303 for the 6th wicket. Brook is then dismissed with the second new ball, an inducker from Akashdeep. Really fantastic delivery, and in a blink of an eye, England have gone from 387 for 5 to 407 all out, with ducks. Shoaib Bashir,
so many ducks.
Shoaib Bashir, Josh Tongue, Bryden Cass, as well as the one that Ben Stokes picked up first ball earlier today. Jamie Smith's walking back out there, and I mean that's an ask in itself, isn't it?
I reckon I would
have
said to Ben Duckett, "Do you mind taking them for the afternoon?"
Or Ollie Pope.
God, they've got so many wicket keepers in this side. I would have asked one of the many other wicket keepers if they wanted to.
I mean, Jamie Smith's just done a little stretch there. That's the most ginger stretch.
He did the stretch, and he didn't stretch very far, and he still looked like he was in pain.
Suddenly, Jamie Smith looks like he's 35. I mean, how many balls did he face for his innings?
220 or something like that?
234. I was expecting more than that. What did Shubman Gill face yesterday? 387. He did score 100 runs more, of course. But wow. What a test match. What a test match.
I wonder if they look back and they think this is a new ball pitch. What if we had minimized the damage to the first new ball and then played our best ball?
Well, the other way of looking at it is they were blocking the ball around for 20, 25 overs as they were coming to the new ball. They could have actually attacked in that period when India were bowling defensive. They could have just stepped outside off stump and hit them over the leg side. That's what they would have done a while back, right?
That's what Pant would have done.
Yeah.
I wonder whether they were actually a bit fatigued. Honestly.
They scored too quickly.
I mean, they kept going for those drives. They were just a bit fortunate because there were a few inside edge moments. I actually think India bowled to a decent plan after lunch. I don't know what they were doing at times in that morning session. I think you
Pretty
called
sure
it.
they don't know.
You said they got a bit giddy after taking those 2 and 2, and I think that's right. Also, when England go at you as well, I've seen teams do this. Anyway, it's India in the ascendancy, but 3 or 4 wickets before stumps would change things again. 3 slips in place, Manners back, and got a backward point. There's Ben Duckett in the covers with Stokes at mid-on, straightish mid-wicket, and a fine leg. First ball is glanced down to that fielder at fine leg. Who is that down there? Can anyone see?
Tongue?
Is it Josh Tongue? I think so. Harmy's back. Thank you, Sid. Thank you, Jarrod. Manners is here. Shall I do the first over, Manners? Yeah? KL Rahul. India with a 181 run lead after England were bowled out. 6 ducks in that scorecard. What a scorecard, Manners. Don't you think? Third highest score of 22, and do you know what? It smashed the record. I asked this question to you, Harmy, didn't I? It smashed the previous record for the lowest Test score, which has featured a 300-plus run partnership in it. Smashed it. Previous lowest score, 431. It's now 407. And the floodlights are just starting to come on. It's suddenly got very, very gloomy here in Birmingham. We've got an hour left of play. What is going to happen as Wokes is in to KL Rahul, and this is pitched up on the pads and placed to mid-wicket. Can England win from here, Harmy?
I'm not going to say it's impossible, because this team doesn't do that. They do extraordinary things. But
bowl them out for 150, knock them off by tea, day 5, we all get home.
Yeah, I would take that, but I think chasing 371 in the first Test match, one thing, but coming back from 182.
Wokes again, and Rahul is forward and pushing this out to point. I think you were at a Test match in India where England gave up 190 odd on first innings, and that England went on to win.
Was that bowling? No. That was in Hyderabad.
Ollie Pope.
Yeah, Hyderabad, wasn't it? Yeah. Yeah, Hyderabad, first Test match, yeah. Anything's possible with this team. I hope so, because it'll be exciting.
Yeah, well, Wokes again. And KL Rahul will feel like he missed out in first innings. 26 balls faced, I think. He was out for 2. Inside edging onto his stumps from Chris Wokes. Plays this out into the covers. Yet to get off the mark. 6 ducks in a score of 407. I imagine that is a record. Wokes at the top of his mark. Stats heaven. Wokes again, this is just glanced fine for a single. Easy-natured start to this innings so far. This is the first Test that's seen 5 ducks and 250-plus scores in an innings. There's 6 ducks. This is the first time England have had 6 ducks in an innings. First time ever England have had 6 ducks in an innings. It's an over of ducks. I think this is what separates the players from the non-former players. Wokes coming round the wicket, and Jaiswal plays this quite late, pushes it up to mid-off. I don't think any players care 1 iota about the statistical anomalies, quirks, do they, Harmon?
No, I don't think they do. I don't think they do. I don't think
that's just us.
That. Yeah.
We love that side of the game.
Yeah.
You know?
We do, because we're trying to predict on what's happening. We think might happen with the game, and where the game goes, and the ebbs and flows of what is always fascinating 4 days. sometimes 3, but mainly 4 days. The odd 5 in the recent past, in the modern day, of this great game of cricket. And the stats sometimes paint a picture that you can try and predict what's been happening from games in the past. But 6 ducks, that's some effort, that, from a man who contributed a lot of ducks to his team when he played. It was good effort, that.
Bryden Cast into KL Rahul, nudges one out towards mid-wicket, straight to the fielder, Josh Tongue, and there's no run, 2 without loss. First innings lead of 180, so that would not be a record, you might think. Has any team come back from greater deficit to win a test match? Yes, it has happened, but in slightly different circumstances, and time is the biggest issue. Who's that running off the field? Ben Stokes?
Yeah, there's something, I think, just above where the advertising board is, just behind the bowler's arm. It is a sponsored sign and it is painted white, but I think there was something just floating above it that Ben Stokes just had to knock down.
There's a very unusual aeroplane flying overhead as Cast is in once again. To KL Rahul, defends out on the offside, and there's no run. Looks like a military transport plane.
It is a military transport plane, and it's a big one at that.
It's huge, isn't it? Huge. 2 without loss. Bryden Cast. Is he moving a little better? He was absolutely flogged. He was out on his feet in the end of India's first innings. Bowled a lot of overs, 24 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 83. But he certainly is moving a little more freely now. Looks like his feet have had some massages. It's pushed away by Rahul unconvincingly, inside edge, trickles out towards Josh Tongue once again at mid-wicket. So Ben Stokes just ran off to help tell the ground staff what needed to be covered up, did he?
Yeah, I think it's one of them ones. It's one of them ones. KL Rahul is trying to get a message to somebody off the field who hasn't got a great idea of what he's trying to get. So KL Rahul has said to Ben Stokes what it was. So instead of Ben trying to relay it, he's run off and got the job done himself, isn't it?
If the job is worth doing, it's worth being done by the captain. Oh, that's a good delivery from Cast. Bounce and pace. Rahul has a little uncertain prod and push at this one. Is beaten outside the off stump, and it was evidently very close to the shoulder of the bat. Slip cordon very animated and excited. Ben Duckett's not in the slip cordon. That's because there's no gully, I suppose. Joe Root's first slip, Harry Brooks second, Zach Crawley third. Ben Duckett's at cover. Ollie Pope's at backward point. Stokes at mid-off. Wokes at mid-on. Tongue at mid-wicket. Bashir down at long leg. Here is Bryden Cast once again. That'll get his tail up. Here he is, up to the crease now. Bowls. Rahul drives his next ball through past Stokes at mid-off for 4. Long half volley, I think, from Bryden Cast. Suddenly, as Jon Norman was saying, it's suddenly quite gloomy. There is a little bit of rain around, not over the Edgbaston area of Birmingham, but a little over to the east, I think that is. Solihull over there somewhere. 6 without loss now. KL Rahul moves to 5. That was a beautifully dispatched off drive. And it's Cast thundering in once again up to the crease now. Jumps into his delivery stride, and KL Rahul pushes it to Stokes at mid-off. Comes running in to transport the ball to Harry Brook, who's now going to go and give it to Chris Wokes, I think, for the next over. Still, he's giving it a good old shine. He's got his sleeves down, rolled over his hands, and he's giving the ball a good old shine. Why is he doing that when it's only 2 overs old?
Yeah, they might have getting the lacquers. It sort of peels off, doesn't it? The original bit, just it cracks and it peels off, and once you get that off, then it starts to buff up nicely, and then the shine takes effect for hopefully the ball to start swinging.
Wokes in down the leg side and dive to his right from Jamie Smith, and there's no run. Jamie Smith has spent a lot of time in this test match on the field. Obviously kept for 151 overs, and came up to the crease in the 22nd over, so all but 22 overs Jamie Smith's been on the field, and he ran to the ground yesterday morning.
Yeah, he did. He ran to the ground. He left the hotel just before I did. Harry Brook and Ben Douglas walking. I think it was them two that were walking, and Jamie Smith, he ran to the ground. I think Mark Saxby, the masseur.
Here's Wokes again to Jaiswal on the back foot, plays it straight back to the bowler. I mean, it's not necessarily the length of the run, because it's just over 3 miles, I'm guessing. It's a 5-kilometre run. It'd take me 25 minutes, probably took Jamie Smith 15. But it's the fact that he's just kept for 151 overs, and so for some people,
just running the stiffness out of his legs.
Yeah,
possibly.
exactly.
Yeah, I think that's what it was. There's not a massive urgency in warm-ups anymore.
Here is Wokes again. Short pulled gloriously by Yashasvi Jaiswal through mid-wicket for 4. That's a lovely, lovely shot from Jaiswal. Not great pace from Wokes, and it wasn't high enough to inconvenience Jaiswal, but he's in the luxurious position of a lead of 180.
Yeah, it was a drag down, wasn't it? Wokes around the wicket, drag down. Jaiswal didn't have to work too hard there. He just had to wait for the ball to get to the highest point, top of the bounce. And he didn't look to hit it down either. He was looking to hit it airily, going over Brydon Carson at mid-wicket. He was in total control there, was the Indian opener.
Here is Wokes once again, and Jaiswal walks into a defensive push here. So where's Josh Tongue? Oh, he's down at long leg.
Yeah. He's down at fine leg. Be interesting to see if Tongue comes into the piece early here, because I would like to see Ben Stokes possibly open the bowling when you've got Cast, Tongue, Wokes as your, just for a short spell, 3 or 4 overs. That's all I'd be asking.
Here's Wokes around the wicket. It's Jaiswal on the pads, and they go scuttling through for a single as Brydon Cast comes running in to do the tidying up, the collecting, and it's a leg by, confirmed by umpire Chris Gaffney. Up onto one leg he goes, both umpires wearing white baseball caps.
Both have just put their coats on as well.
Yes, that's right.
Martin Saggers, former teammate of mine at Obed Durham, came running on with 2 coats. Just dropped a degree here. There's a little bit of rain in the air. I don't think you're right. I don't think we are going to lose play. The lights are on. It's a great time to be bowling.
Here is Wokes once again, and outside the off stump, that's left alone by KL Rahul. So how long has Martin Saggers been on the umpires list? He's the 4th umpire here, so he does. People often think that the 4th umpire is just a reserve in case one of the big 3 goes down with something, but actually the 4th umpire's duties and responsibilities are quite onerous. They're quite busy.
Yeah, they are now, because the 3rd umpire is now in charge of the no ball, where before the 3rd umpire was just in charge of sort of DRS decisions. So the 3rd umpire took more on, so obviously the 4th umpire has to take obviously a little bit more on as well. So, and it's always from the home country. Martin Saggers has been on the I think on the panel for quite a while now, 7 or 8 years, maybe it's more on the international panel.
Here's Cast going full and straight, targeting the pads, I suspect. Jaiswal, like everyone else, really. I mean, there's nobody you'll say, oh, he's an absolutely rock solid, copper-bottomed, reliable starter. Everybody's vulnerable to an LBW, and that's why Cast is happy to go full and straight. He's got 3 slips as well for the outside edge, looking to beat the inside edge with the full straight one, and this time Jaiswal once more pushes it defensively up to Stokes at mid-off, hurls the ball into the gloves of Jamie Smith.
Good start from Cast in this over. Jaiswal played that ball nicely. He crossed himself over the ball before and corrected himself with his hands, which is a great sign that he's actually watching the ball. Somewhere like Ollie Pope. When Ollie Pope got out, he was completely squared up with a ball that just deviated a little bit, where there Jaiswal watching the ball closely, and he coming down straight, you've got more chance of adjustment.
Here is Cast again, driven by Jaiswal. Nice looking shot. Chris Wokes does the fielding. the moment, everyone who fields the ball is hurling it to Jamie Smith. Not because there is a run being attempted, but it all contributes, doesn't it? You know, the ball thuds. They're throwing it hard to Jamie Smith, and the rubber ping pong pads, or the rubber just sort of contributes to that lacquer coming off.
Just the lacquer coming off. That's all they're trying to do. They don't want to bounce it into the ground, so they don't want to make it soft. They just want a bit of friction on it, so they can hopefully get the lacquer off.
Here's Cast once again, back of a length, and Jaiswal steers it to backward point where Ollie Pope collects, does the tidying up. He's also having a look at the ball. It's a team operation. I've said it many times before, but you know, when a and it varies. The conditioning of the ball is a team operation. Everybody needs to know what the target is, and everybody needs to contribute. And if they're likely to make a mess of it, or they don't understand the process, and it's best kept away from them.
Yeah, Monty Panesar in the subcontinent. Monty, you've got your wet hands on the ball again. Oh, sorry. And then he flicks it up and it goes into the wet hand again. Oh, my word.
Here is Cast again. Short, wide and slashed. Loves that shot. That's the Jaiswal signature shot, really. The sort of uppercut. And it's flown away very square into the boundary hoardings and bounces back again. That was hit hard by Jaiswal. Short and wide, it wasn't Cast's best.
No, but if you listen to Jarrod Kimber, Jaiswal to the short and wide ball averages 29. So
I don't think it's the short wide one. I think it's the full wide one.
The full wide one.
I think. The trouble, I've made a wardrobe error today. I've worn a yellow T-shirt and the bugs have been attracted.
The bees are thinking it's honey, innit? Straight in there.
Been bugged by them every time I sat down to commentate. Here's Jaiswal opening the face of the bat and running it down towards backward point again. Ollie Pope intercepts, and there's no run. 15 without loss. First innings lead of 180. We've had an amazing day. When you open up Cricinfo or wherever you look at your scorecards, you'll probably blink twice and have to look at it. England's scorecard again. 407 all out. Third highest score of 22. 2 double-figure scores in a scorecard of 407. 2 massive hundreds, a partnership of 303 for the 6th wicket. Harry Brook 158, Jamie Smith 184 not out, but 6 noughts. It's the lowest score in the history of Test match cricket to contain 6 ducks, none of them not out. Wokes in again. KL Rahul plays defensively. It spins back towards his stumps. The momentum of that 15 without loss. Jaiswal 9. KL Rahul has 5. The resilience of this England team, Harmy. I mean, at 84 for 5, I'll be honest, I think I said on air, well, suddenly the follow-on is looming.
Follow-on, the follow-on was looming. 3-day Test match, really. You could have seen England capitulate, but it just shows the resilience of them.
Wokes once more. Rahul on the back foot, punches it towards mid-off, intercepted by Wokes with his left hand. Very gloomy now. I think the weather, if I'm right, if that is Solihull over there, sort of southeast, Bromsgrove. If it's, I think it might be just sort of heading this way. But we've got 40 minutes. I'm fairly confident that rain will stay away. Every now and then I'm imagining feeling a spot of rain, but it's not. It is my imagination. Wokes in again. KL Rahul plays defensively up towards mid-off. It's been an incredible. How much is a Test match ticket, Harmy? What do they vary though? They're still about £100.
Yeah, not quite that much. I would say it depends. I think it depends where you are. I would say for today you're probably looking at 75, 80.
If you're sitting in the Holly Span, you'll spend that much on beer.
Beer, yeah. So it's worth trying to get a hospitality ticket if your beer comes in.
3 slips, no gully. Here's Wokes once again running into Rahul on the back foot, punched away. It's a lovely shot. Pope is in pursuit. It's one of the quickest across the ground in the England team, but even he can't get that. And India up to 19 without loss. Lead is 199. The feeling was, Harmy, that England needed 2 wickets this evening, minimum. 3 would have been nice.
3 would be nice, but 2, I think 2 was a must. I think the scoreboard reading somewhere in the region of 250, 260 for 2 or 250, 260 for 3. You'd say they've still got a glimmer of hope.
Works again outside the off stump, and there's no run, left alone by KL Rahul. Have England, I mean, I think the answer is no. In the Bazball era, have England even been in a situation where they've had to fight for a draw in the 4th innings?
No, I don't think so. I think that there's fighting for a draw, and then there's, the way this team's outlook is, they won't fight for the draw.
Here is Works again, and KL Rahul defends up towards mid-on. So,
as many times in the past, man, as that England have battered 4th innings
and opted for the draw.
And they opted for the draw because they couldn't do anything about it, and that was just the way the game was. Or they've been bowled out for 150, 180 when you needed a batter day out, and lost wickets and been criticised for some of the shot selection and some of the shot execution. Sorry, more than that. So we say there's not the draw. It doesn't come into the equation.
So Visakhapatnam was an example. So they couldn't win that Test match. So they needed 500 in the 4th innings, didn't they? And they were bowled out for 140. So you can't say that I mean that they were out so quickly that you couldn't even say that they did try and fight for the draw. Bryden Cast begins a new over, and not for the first time in this Test match. At the very last moment, Yashasvi Jaiswal backs away, and Cast was literally had his left arm up, and he was just into his leap to bowl, and Jaiswal has backed away and then is pointing at whatever it was that distracted him.
There was a Stewart with a red jacket on, just popped up at the last minute. The cameras have just picked that up. But the fighting for a draw, I don't think England have ever been in a situation. They needed 160 to win at Trent Bridge against New Zealand. All them, the first Bazball game, and they went after the game and tried to win it.
Here's Cast, jumps up, and that's driven off a thick outside edge by Jaiswal. Flies past 3rd slip, all the way along the ground. Wouldn't have been a chance if there had been a 4th or 5th slip or a gully. And it's down to the unguarded 3rd boundary for 4. And the lead goes up above 200 now, 203. 23 for that loss.
Yeah, it was a full ball. It squared Jaiswal up, but never really in trouble. I don't think England have been in a situation, Manners, where they've needed 180 off in the last, or 140 in the last session. Pitches deteriorating. That's too many, and England have opted to bat out for the rest of the day under this current regime.
Cast in, driven by Jaiswal through mid-wicket this time. His shots all around the wicket. That's 4-2. Cast is bowling full and straight. It's not, I don't think, Harmy, it's not bad bowling, is it? I mean, he's bowling to a plan. He's aiming for the pads, isn't he?
Yeah, he's going straight. He's going towards middle stump, onto middle stump from around the wicket. That angle that creates, it's a comfortable hit into the leg side. Jaiswal's played very, very straight when the ball's been bowled at him around off stump or just outside. Anything that's strayed towards the pads, he's been in total control and clipped that beautifully through mid-wicket.
Jaiswal 17 now, Cast in again. Once more, punches this one behind square on the offside. It's fielded by Ollie Pope, running around from mid-wicket. From backward point. Ben Duckett's at cover. Sunglasses on top of his cap. 27 without loss. Jaiswal 17. KL Rahul 9. Reminder that we saw the second highest 6th wicket partnership ever for England today between Harry Brook and Jamie Smith, and the highest score by an England wicketkeeper, 184 not out from Jamie Smith. Short and pulled, hammered by Jaiswal. Well, I was going to say they're tax-free runs. I mean, that's unfair. He's batting gloriously, but they're pressure-free runs. Perhaps that's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, 100% right. Angle, short ball, Yeah, pressure-free runs with having a scoreboard pressure of a lead. You can chance your arm. I think England need to now change the atmosphere inside the stadium, and there's only one man can do that. That's Ben Stokes. 12.2 overs left. There's probably, 34, 35 minutes left. I think he has to start bowling now.
Pushed away by Jaiswal up towards mid-off, sets off with a single, and I think he wants to keep the strike. One ball left, of course, is over. What did you say? 4 overs left? There's officially
34 minutes left.
Oh right,
34 minutes
sorry.
left. So
Okay.
we've got 12. That'll probably how long? 35 minutes, 34 minutes. So we're looking at 7. If it is 7, I think 3 have to be bowled from this end by Ben Stokes. I think Ben Stokes takes his jumper off, takes his hat off. All of a sudden, the Hollies will get going. People will go up. At this minute in time, it's too easy for India. There's not a great deal happening from a swing point of view. Ball's not doing much off the pitch. England, like my time, you threw the ball to Flintoff, the crowd lifts.
Cast into KL Rahul, quick single up towards Wokes at mid-on, and they trot through, makes it easy. 33 without loss. Jaiswal 22, KL Rahul 10. It's a ground known for its atmosphere. I mean, it's one of the best. It's certainly a couple of test matches that I've covered here in years gone by. Never seen an atmosphere like it. Remember that test match, South Africa and England, which Graham Smith made 154 in the 4th innings to win.
Flintoff to Callis, wasn't it?
Oh my goodness, that was one of the spells. I mean, it was Flintoff's bowled a few, as you have in your time.
He's bowled a few here.
Remember the problem with the sight screen?
Yes, I didn't actually play in that game. I missed that game. I was just coming back from an injury and I missed that game. I played in the next game I think the next game was KP's first test match, wasn't it? At
The Oval.
At the Oval, and I came back for that game. I was in the squad for this game, but deemed not fit enough to sort of being able to play 5 days with one eye on the Oval.
Here is Wokes again, and that's punched off the back foot by KL Rahul. Exquisite shot for 4 through point. But, I mean, the crowd. It was like a football cup final atmosphere. Flintoff bowling, beat Callis with. He was just coming out the top of his delivery stride. His hand there was a black spot on the sight screen, and got Neil McKenzie, LBW, with one that he didn't see as well. And Flintoff roaring. Michael Vaughan absolutely convinced England would win that game. South Africa claimed the extra half hour on the 4th day, and unbelievably finished on the 4th day. South Africa chasing 280. And that's pushed away defensively by KL Rahul. And I mean, those were the days, Harmy, when 280 was a massive score.
Massive score. I remember that game because before the game there was a team photo taken, and it was all the senior players sit in the front, didn't they? And I was obviously in the squad, and I tried to sit on the end, and Freddie was like, he was getting closer to the middle, and obviously the senior player, the captain, sits in the middle.
And Rahul leaves the next one alone from Wokes.
So obviously I sat next to him, and he made me swap seats, and he was like, these lot will not want me getting closer to that captain spot after what happened in Australia a couple of years ago. So he made me sit on the inside, and he had to sit on the outside. He says one thing having the seniority at the front. He says, I'm not getting too close to that captain's chair anymore. And he shoved the long one, and he had to sit on the end. He says, these lot will go, supporters will go ballistic. They think I'm going to captain again.
Here's Wokes again. Bowls driven, 4 more runs coming in a torrent now. Wokes bowling full and straight. There's still no swing. Precious little seam movement. It's been a new ball pitch. I mean, whatever movement there has been with the new ball, but we've seen very, very little swing. Very little swing, and that's a lovely shot from KL Rahul. He's 18, Jaiswal 22, 41 for none.
Yeah, it's just floated, unfortunately, for Chris. He's trying to get it up there, and he's trying to give it a chance to swing. If it's swinging, it's a good starting position, but with it not swinging, going straight onto off stump, comfortable for a batter like Keil Raul to hit it down the ground.
Short mid-wicket in place now. Short, wide and cut. It's 4 more. That is not Chris Wokes' best delivery, and he knows it, and he's frustrated. He knows it better than anybody else. He runs his fingers through his hair, shakes his head, and just marches back to the top of his run-up. Must do better, he's telling himself.
Yeah, that's just trying to overcompensate. That's trying to drag your length back, and he's dragged it back too much. And unfortunately, with no real pace on it. Again, it's another free hit really for a player of Keil Raul's stance.
Wokes in, bowls, Rahul back and across, defends it, and it's fielded by Zach Crawley at short mid-wicket, hurls the ball into Jamie Smith's gloves, and India rollicking along now, 45 without loss. England bowled out for 407, having been 84 for 5. That was a deficit of 180. Teams, England included, 3 years ago, have come back from bigger deficits, but in different circumstances, and maybe not so deep into the game, approaching the end of day 3. So 180 first innings lead, now add 45, 225 with 10 wickets in hand. There were a few Indian supporters and maybe players, Harmy, who thought that Headingley was the unlosable test. This, surely, is the unlosable test.
I mean, Headingley, I've said so many times, 371. You don't have games like that too often. It's one in 10. You said, I think yesterday, 1 in 100. I can't see England getting out of this now. I mean, 225, all 10 wickets. Surely there's got to be a lead of 450, nearly 500, Jon Norman.
Well, you'd think, but I tell you what, I'm old enough to remember when we were talking about England declaring. Down the leg side and fielded behind the stumps. It's Josh Tongue who is replacing Bryden Cass. I mean, how quickly this game has changed. How many overs did it take to wrap up the England innings? Let's have a quick look, shall we?
Over 80, 85.
Well,
88,
it was
91.
89 overs, but they were still 5 down. Clipped away, 4 more, I think. It's going to be a good chase for the fielder if he was to be successful running around from fine leg. And the cheers from the Indian fans will tell you that Shoaib Bashir wasn't successful. So England were 387 for 5 in the 83rd over. Their innings lasted another 7 overs. So we've had 7 overs of India's innings. So in 14 overs, England have lost 5 wickets. And so at that stage, they were 387 for 5. So they trailed by 200. So in 14 overs, that lead has now gone up to 230 for India. So they've hit 49 in quick time. Yeah, but England, of course, did score runs after that point. What the point I'm making is they only added another 20. This is clipped through mid-wicket. So with 5 wickets in hand, they ended up only adding another 20 runs. And India have now hit 50-odd runs. So that lead is up to 230 in 14 overs.
Your maths checks out.
Yeah, it does, man. Jaiswal 28, KL Rahul 22.
That is his mind.
This man is still here.
He doesn't look like he understands it.
You're right, you can't. But I thought you'd gone. I thought you'd seen your window of opportunity. Tong is in again, and he has just struck Jaiswal on the pad. Huge pull for a leg before wicket. It looked a good shout. The umpire did take some time to raise his finger, and Jaiswal's going to have a quick word with KL Rahul. It looked good, but I think this is worth going upstairs. Jaiswal's trying to convince KL Rahul. The umpire's coming round the wicket to have a look, and just in the nick of time, Jaiswal sends it upstairs. What's going on here? England is protesting. They're saying that it was after.
Yeah.
So Ben Stokes is saying it's too late.
Well, we have a review on when the review was taken. Now, I've seen this before. It happened to Tim Payne, I think. Was it in the Ashes? And there was no doubt that it was taken afterwards, and I thought it was very poor of the umpires not to check. Here, we are going to have a look.
Two umpires are going to have a word. Essentially, Stokes has made his position clear, and the umpires understands it. He's going to go upstairs and just say, can you just check, I imagine, that the review was signalled. To my mind, I don't know actually, because Jaiswal did take a while. When he signalled up, I looked immediately to the counter on the scoreboard. It looked like it had 0 on the scoreboard. We're going to wait and find out. Jaiswal's still there for now. Either way, it looked out.
It looks very out. I'm not sure this matters all that much. I suppose there's I don't think he got an inside edge on it. It looked very straight and very full to me.
Here we go. I mean, it looks like we are going through the review process. I mean, it may mean that...
I mean, it just looks out, doesn't it? Maybe it's got a freak bounce or somehow it veers off past leg stump.
He's not touched the bat, I don't think.
He's tall. It's hitting him just on the
No, there's
roll.
nothing on the snicko, on Ultra Edge rather. I mean, is it doing a bit too much?
No, I don't think so. There's a small chance it's going over as well, but
I mean,
it just looks like it's going to hit to me. I'd be shocked if it wasn't 3 reds.
Yeah, I'll be shocked as well. Stokes is looking up at the big screen. We're all looking up at the big screen. If you're in the crowd here and you want to steal someone's pint, now's the time to do it. Here we go then. The crowd will tell you. 2 reds, will it be 3? Jaiswal goes, and KL Rahul now takes the opportunity to run off the field. He's just had the best part of 3 or 4 minutes to run off the field.
He could have left the original conversation. He had plenty of time. Wonder what he's going to do. India currently have 1 batter on the field. Did he ask the umpires? They've got 2 batters on the field, but unfortunately one of them is Jaiswal. Is it a toilet break?
I think it's a toilet break, that's what I mean. Could have done this 3 minutes ago. Now Ben Stokes has moaned at a proper moan, and I understand why he'd have a proper moan about the fact that Jaiswal seemingly has signalled the review after the allotted time, but of course that does mean that India lose a review. So I don't think Ben Stokes would be complaining too much now. He would have been if it had been the ball was shown to be clearing the leg stump.
This is remarkable. We're just down a batter. He's just gone. He's headed to the pub. He's like, I've had enough for the day. If you need me. Do you remember Matt Renshaw did this in a test versus India?
Well, he tried to, didn't he?
Well, he eventually went off the field.
Did he?
He retired. He retired injured. Retired hurt. I mean, he wasn't injured or hurt. The reason I'm using weird language is because he desperately needed the toilet. Do you remember Alan Border was so upset about that?
He was really unhappy, wasn't he? Didn't Dean Jones nearly die?
Yep, and Alan Border wouldn't let him go off. Also, what has KL Rahul left on the ground?
This is batting gloves and his bat.
Here he is.
Here he is.
How long has he been batting? Is it possible he forgot his box that whole time?
I have absolutely no idea, but I just find it mystifying that, you know, he literally waited for... There was a natural pause in the game where he could have comfortably gone off the field.
He's talking to current 9 now. If I'm the umpire, I'm like, no! Sorry, you forfeited your chance to talk to the new batter.
2 slips in place, there's a leg gully, there's 2 catching mid-wickets. And Josh Tongue is in, and Karunaya is going to get off the mark first ball, misfield. That cover by Ben Duckett. That won't please anyone of an English persuasion. This has been remarkable hour or so of Test cricket. Suddenly Stokes is full of intent. I mean, there are times when India are fielding where, you know, you'd struggle to pick out the captain, right? That's not the case when England are in the field. You know exactly who is boss. KL Rahul then, 22 not out, facing Josh Tongue, who's in. 3 slips in place, and after that flurry of cuts, pulls, drives,
Wickets, toilet stops.
Toilet stop and a wicket. It's the end of Josh Tongue's first over, I look up at the scoreboard and it's showing me Chris Woakes' bowling figures. He's been expensive. Bryden Castle's expensive. It was a lightning start to India's second innings. It was you know, you say lightning start, but you don't say lightning finish, do you? Or lightning end?
Thunderous close.
Yeah, but it's kind of different. You don't say thunderous start.
I don't know if I say any of these things, but okay. Let's pretend I do. Woakes still going to be bowling. Karun Nair.
52 for 1 then.
How long has his innings gone on for, Karun Nair? Remember the longest golden duck of all time?
No.
Stuart Broad, 8 minutes. He came out to bat in Adelaide and there was a bolt on the sight screen that was glaring and he wouldn't bat until they fixed it, and then Mitchell Johnson bowled him first ball because he hopped past the ball and was...
2013,
yeah,
I guess.
I mean, I'm not saying it was the longest golden duck. There might have been others, but that's an epic golden duck, that one.
I wonder if Gary Morgan's got those stats. Woakes then, and left alone by Nair. Jaiswal, by the way, is the second youngest to 2,000 runs for India after guess who?
Ajit Agarkar.
Let's have a look.
Venkatapati Raju.
Let's have a look.
Ahmed Nissa.
Yeah, Tendulkar was 3 years younger. It's quite a distance. Woakes again, left alone again by Nair.
One of the things I found in my book was that you could argue that Tendulkar was the best teenager of all time and also in the top 10 best batters after the age of 35 of all time. He kind of did. He was pretty good between 20 and 35 as well. Like, it's remarkable when you look at a career that long and how good he was.
What was that stat you gave me about Don Bradman? You know, the retrospective leading runs, not run scorers. You know, the ICC rankings, top batter in the world, and all that kind of stuff. If it was put back in time, as Woakes continues, and this is punched through mid-wicket, won't reach the boundary though. Nair comes back for a second. The score moves on, 54 for 1. So, how long was Don Bradman's career?
52 tests.
In terms of years, 1932 was it? Or?
No, he's a bit before that, isn't he? 1929, 1930 was his first test, and then his last test was 48.
So 1929 to 1948, obviously World War II was 1939 to 1945. But in that period, how many years was he ranked the #1 batter in the world?
Oh, I think he was ranked every year.
Yeah,
every year, wasn't he?
Ridiculous. Yeah. Here's Woakes again, and Nair, India's #3, who got off to quite a brisk and breezy start in first innings, but I think India would just be quite happy now for this day to come to a close. 15 minutes remaining, no, 17 minutes remaining.
1928 to 1948.
So a 20-year career.
And that included a couple of years when Wally Hammond made like 1,000 runs in like a game against New Zealand and stuff. I still don't think he went past him on the rankings.
That mid-wicket fielder is a touch shorter for Karun Nair, who punches this out to the covers where it's fielded. Just 2 slips in place for the new bat. Is that a slight surprise? I mean, we know how he likes to play, so I guess maybe it isn't. He's stacked the field at mid-wicket and in the covers. There is a backward point, actually. Is that Crawley? Just moving back.
We haven't seen a lot of balls go wide to slip, though, have we?
No, that's true. But it is a new ball, and this is drilled. What a shot that is from Karun Nair. It's going to pick up 4 runs. This is almost as straight drive as you can possess through the onside and over pitched by Chris Woakes. Yes, targeting the stumps, and that's a shot of quality. Karun Nair moves to 7. KL Rahul 22 not out. The man to go, Jaiswal. LBW from Josh Tongue, who's about to bowl his second over. 58 for 1. India's lead is 238. I mean, I would be surprised if we don't see the... How long has the world record 4th innings successful run chase been? 418 West Indies against Australia, was it? What year was that? 1992 or something? How long has that record been in place? The highest successful fourth innings run chase score. 3 slips in place while Jarrod ponders that. KL Rahul facing up and driving nicely, punching this to Chris Wokes at mid-off. No run. I wonder if we might see an over or two of Ben Stokes before the close of play. If England need to take another wicket tonight, you feel. I mean, even now, 238 that India lead, but they've chased down a score in excess of 380 comfortably here at this very ground against pretty much this exact same team. KL Rahul comes forward and punches this back to the bowler, no run. So India will not give England a sniff. If they can get first, if they can set a target of 500, they will.
2003 was the 418 chase that you're talking about.
Was it that recent?
Yeah. Oh, that's why when you were saying it, I was like, am I misremembering what it was?
Yeah, no, you did look a little bit confused. I thought it was way before then. Left alone by KL Rahul. Doesn't seem like the West Indies were even that... Oh, they were just at the end, weren't they?
They had Brian Lara.
I know they had Lara, I know
they had Chandrapal, they had Sawan.
No, you're right.
Adams maybe as well. I think Hooper might have been finished by then. You know, during Lara's career, he never batted with anyone who averaged over 45. So there were players that around his career that averaged over 45, but not while he was playing.
I was going to say, because he would have played with Viv Richards and Richie Richardson.
He didn't play with Viv Richards. He
really?
did play
was
with
there no crossover?
No, they missed out.
Pitched up, driven through the covers by KL Rahul. That was a bit of a gimme. He is so strong. I mean, most players are strong during extra cover. He actually goes a bit square a lot of the time, doesn't he, when he's driving, but that was there to be hit through the covers, and indeed it was.
Yeah, Lara was 12th quite a bit in that era, and they could have easily played a test together, but they didn't.
Did Chandrapal not average 45?
Not in the matches that Lara played with him. So even Hooper did quite well in the games with Lara, but I think he was low 40s in those games.
Yeah, that one doesn't. He was a bit inconsistent, Hooper, wasn't he? A bit David Gower-esque. Pushed out to the covers, no run.
I think Hooper he's one of those players who had a very bad start to his career. And so he did start to make more runs consistently. But you're right, he was a little bit up and down. But it is remarkable to think that Lara just never, even when he batted with a great player like Chandrapal, he never got the full impact of playing with Chandrapal. A lot of people forget that with Chandrapal, especially a lot of people who send me angry emails about the book. They go, well, Steve Waugh batted in the 90s. So did Chandrapal. And he was a teenager.
Tucked away by KL Rahul. He'll take a single to fine leg. KL Rahul moves to 27. Karun Nair is 7 not out. 63 for 1. India's lead 243. England, let's say England don't bowl India out. Let's just say. What will India set England? Considering we've got 2 days to go, they need enough time to bowl them out. They'll want 2 new balls, but they won't want to give them any chance of chasing down the score.
550.
Yeah, 550. So 100. Say they had 200 by tea tomorrow. That would be a lead of 450. And then they'd probably go at England for another 100 and give themselves an hour and a half.
At the speed they're batting at the moment, there might be 550 by tea tomorrow.
Yeah, but what has been a bit strange is the run scoring in the afternoon session has been quite slow, and it is possible to slow the run scoring. And as the ball gets a bit harder and softer, rather, not harder,
it
softer.
Is weird. The middle session on every day, there has been a bit of a go slow, hasn't there?
Yeah. Bryden Cast has been brought back into the attack to bowl from the City end, which I get. I was wondering if we might get a bit of Stokes, but no, that doesn't look like it's going to happen. His first delivery is a short delivery. It's quite slow.
Yeah, I was going to say.
And KL Rahul, he shapes to kind of cut this and inside edges it down into the ground. Yeah, it's a bit of toe end of the bat. The ball just doesn't really get up. Floodlights on here at Edgbaston as Cars continues. He's in past the umpire. This time up on his toes. It's a better looking shot from KL Rahul, a bit closer to him. He's not reaching as much, but picks out Ben Duckett. It's not hit particularly firmly either, no run.
The good news is that Cars looks great. Doesn't look like to me there's any issues with his toe or walking or anything else. Would you call this a sunny day?
No, I wouldn't call this a sunny day. It's quite a moody end to the day, actually, isn't it? Here's Cass again, and KL Rahul, who looks in control of his game, comes forward and pushes this out into the covers. There's 3 mid-wicket fielders and 2 men in the covers, 2 slips, a backward point with a mid on as well. There's fine leg.
That shuffling sound you hear is the crowd putting their jumpers on.
Yeah, I'm wondering where my hoodie is.
I left my
our producer's
shirt upstairs.
I don't know why I say our producer. I think we all know Scott is now. We're going to be back visualised for the Lord's Test, by the way. Defended up the track by KL Rahul.
Not Scott, though. He won't be on camera.
Well, you say that because the camera very often does pick out the producer. We had a great producer alongside Scott in New Zealand, Mark Kelly. And he had a big old shaggy beard, and he got quite the following. When we had the visualised stream in India, people just were looking at Harmy sitting at the back of the box eating with his feet up.
I remember that.
That's all they wanted to talk about. Here's Cass again, defended again by Rahul. And when we were in New Zealand, all people wanted to talk about was essentially Mark Kelly is the softest, nicest guy you're ever going to meet, but he does look a little bit, how would you say, axe murdery?
No, I do know that phrase, axe murdery. I'm aware of it.
His nickname's Killer, but ironically, because he's a lovely guy. Used to play basketball professionally. He actually played for the Breakers.
The Breakers.
And then he had an injury in his foot. Now he's a producer and of a really good show in New Zealand. And the host of the show is his dad. It's a father-son combo. Here's Brian and Cass again. I'm just feeling a few spots of rain.
Do you?
Unless it's that bird up there. Dot ball to end the over, by the way. 63 for 1. India lead by 243.
Do you remember when I came in with my laptop once and I had stickers all over my laptop?
I do. I saw your laptop 2 days ago and I thought, I wonder if he's changed the sticker on the front.
Still got the
with
same
the offensive
sticker.
message.
Yeah.
And what made it even worse was you were sitting nearest to the camera
It was
with
just
your
pointing
laptop
at the camera with
it
this.
was like a direct insult to anyone who tuned in.
And I should say that I got those from the Tate Modern, right? They're artistic stickers. They're not, they're not silly or anything. But I got them on so I could make my computer look different to my son. So I stopped picking up the wrong computer.
Makes sense.
Because I came into talkSPORT one day with my son's computer. Right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Then he put stickers on the back of his and it hasn't worked at all.
Okay. Tongue continuing and bowling from the pavilion end, and this is hit hard and low to Ollie Pope. Quite a short mid-wicket. He fields, no run. Karen Nair is the bat. He's 7 not out.
What my son doesn't have, though, is a bit of talkSPORT gaffer tape over one of the stickers.
One day. Oh, the towel is out. The small white towel. Scott, the producer.
You say he's waving it?
He's an enemy of hotels all over the country. Where have the towels gone? Where have the small white towels gone? Hang on, is it Scott Taylor staying in that room? Yes, it was.
The people, actually, after this, I'm going to explain this.
Here comes Josh Tongue, bowling over the wicket, and Karen Nair just drops this down into the outfield and comes down the track a couple of paces and is sent back. And I wonder if the umpire's coming down the track and he's going to have a word, because Karen Nair ran straight down the middle. Straight down the middle.
And they've been all over that, both of these umpires. I don't know if hoteliers know this, but if you host things with cricket, cricket broadcasters will steal your towels at a record rate. So they're quite often used for padding on desks, Cricketers use them for the towels when they're trying to, do things. Everyone in cricket is constantly stealing towels.
On the lookout for small towels, not big towels, small towels. Tongue again, in on the pads, pushed up to mid-on, no run. 63 for 1, India lead for 243. England bowled out for 407 on a day where they had a partnership of 303, 6 ducks, first time ever.
Scott is now claiming he hasn't stolen these towels. But I can tell you that Andrew McKenna, is he doing rugby at the moment?
He's doing the Lions, yeah.
I can tell you, never met a man more likely to steal a towel than Andrew McKenna.
It's just as well this isn't being broadcast to the UK, unless you've got a special stream. Short again from Tongue, and Karen Nair gets behind it and plays defensively.
You say that, but there's now a lot of hotels in the Caribbean and South Africa and Sri Lanka who are counting that, going, we are down to several towels from the McKenna suite.
Andrew McKenna.
Yeah, Andrew McKenna's doing the lines in Australia, so if you are an Australian hotelier as well,
you
see that name come up?
Where are the 3 test matches taking place? Brisbane, of course, Melbourne.
KL Rolls just dropped his bat at the non-strikers end as Tongue's come up. He's found every way to delay this innings.
We have got 4 minutes remaining in the session and in the day. Very short from Tongue, and Karen Nair is happy to duck underneath and let it go through to Jamie Smith, who it'll probably be a room service evening for Jamie Smith tonight. When you thought
they don't do that as much anymore, do they? They do the Deliveroo. Did you not see that interview with the?
Yeah, you know what I mean.
No, there was an Australian cricketer who talked about this, and I forget who it was now, but he's someone who plays county cricket, and he said that was a big change in Australian cricket when Deliveroo and Uber Eats came in.
Yeah.
Because you don't go for dinner with your teammates as much anymore.
Last ball of the over, and defended again by Karen Nair. There's been a lot of changes, isn't there, in regard to touring life. I've got a Goughy tells a funny story, which isn't really for air, about touring with Devon Malcolm back in the day. I won't go on with that one. But, I think Jeremy Coney was saying that I don't know if it was Jeremy, somebody was saying that he feels that the mental health of cricketers has suffered since they started touring and getting their own rooms.
Yeah.
Because they don't have someone to essentially talk to.
Yeah, there's still some teams that do it, but it's very rare now, and it's not the same. I remember when I was with Scotland, and even with St Lucia, I found it really weird that I had my own room, and the players were off sharing. So it still happens, but you're right, not as much as it used to, and certainly star players don't get it. I don't think Virat's sharing.
Last over of the day, and KR Hall deals with a short delivery from Bryden Cast. It's in the air for a touch, but just has gone out to mid-off for a single.
So Jeff Marsh, the father of Sean and Mitchell Marsh, when he played, he was a farmer. So he would get up at 4 a.m. or whenever the sun came up, and his teammate would roll over in the bed, wake up because they'd hear some noise, and they look over. Jeff Marsh would be naked with the gloves and his bat, shadow cover driving balls.
Well, to be honest, I'm glad you said that.
But can you imagine waking up to that?
No.
And would you like to? No.
Well, we've both toured with Manners.
Yeah.
Not in the same room.
I have.
Were you in the same room in Sri Lanka?
No. We shared a room for remember when the World Cup semi-final was over 2 days?
Yeah, Manchester.
And me and Manners couldn't find a hotel because all the Indian fans had the hotels. So we had to go out of Manchester, and we found a lovely B&B.
The 2-day, 1-dayer. Pitched up and driven to mid-on, no run.
Shared a bathroom with him at Jodie Kidd's house in Barbados.
Yeah.
And a lot of him just walking into the bathroom in his underwear while I was busy.
Yeah, I remember sharing we had a room each, but we had shared facilities in this really nice apartment in New Zealand in Mount Maunganui. And unfortunately, the shower didn't have a lock on the door.
He's just a walker-inner.
Yeah.
That's just who he is as a person. He's probably looking for food.
He was holding cold tea leaves when he walked in.
Of course.
Here's Cast again. Ooh, there's a play and a miss from Karen Nair. Bit of a wafty pull. And it goes through to the keeper. It is actually raining here now, but it won't make any difference. This is the final over of the day. 3 balls remaining. That just didn't keep up very low, did it? That short delivery from Bryden Cast. We've seen that happen quite a lot.
KL Rule's coming down again. He has been incredible at just taking an over out of this day.
We actually saw the umpires have enough of England doing the same thing earlier today, and they left alone by Karen Naya. Again, too short and too wide. He's not going to play anything. Well, I say he's not going to play anything he doesn't need to. He literally just played at a delivery he didn't need to in the final, the ball before that one. It was the session, it was going into lunch, and both England batters were taking an age. Was it today? This game is starting to merge into one.
It had to be today, because they weren't batting before lunch yesterday.
No, they weren't. And the umpires had had enough, and it was half past, and they still let another over be played. Or be bowled.
Now, Stokes is making sure this is the last over. He's coming in about as close as you could field without a helmet at short mid-wicket.
Yeah, two catching fielders at mid-wicket, and Karen Naya just leans back and lets another short wide delivery.
I think Stokes might be closer than short leg with the helmet on. Maybe not. Maybe it's the angle a little bit. But I can't remember in international cricket of recent times seeing someone that close to the bat without a helmet.
It's a perfect triangle between batter, short leg, and that very short mid-wicket, isn't it? It's obtuse. It's obtuse. It's like a lump of cheese. A triangle of cheese. Like a Tom and Jerry cartoon. That size. Right then, last delivery of what's been an extraordinary day here at Edgbaston. It's short, and Karen Naya ducks underneath it, and that is stumps on day 3. What a day! Incredible day. Just looking at the scorecards, you'd say, well, healthy lead for India. There can only be one winner from here. England are going to do well to draw this game, but that wouldn't come close, would it? Jamie Smith is just getting applause. He's getting a handshake. KL Rahul's just gone over to him just to shake his hand and congratulate him on the highest score ever registered by an English wicketkeeper. 184, coming from 207 deliveries. Shared in a partnership with Harry Brook for the 6th wicket of 303. All of that after he walked to the crease on a hat-trick. Ben Stokes dismissed. First ball, brute of a bouncer from Mohammad Siraj. Delivery after he got Joe Root caught down the leg side. Jamie Smith and Harry Brook batted through the afternoon. The first wicketless session of the Test match. Only for Harry Brook's dismissal with the second new ball to spark a pretty astonishing collapse as England lost their last 5 wickets for just 20, giving India a first innings lead of 180, which has swelled up to 244 by stumps. They have lost Jaiswal, LBW, Josh Tongue for 28. KL Rahul still there on the same score. Karen Naya had a few problems as he came out for the last 20 minutes of the day, but Jarrod Kimber on a day which has seen 2 scores in excess of 150, a 6-fer for Mohammad Siraj, some excellent bowling from Akash Deep, no wickets from any of the other India bowlers, 6 ducks in England's score. We end day 3 with India ahead of the game by miles, but they'll be aware that England chased down 380 odd with 7 wickets in hand against pretty much the same team at this ground 3 years ago.
Yeah, it's an interesting wicket, isn't it? It is very flat, and so India's going to want to score as many as they can. The interesting thing might be is if it's so flat, do they declare at all? Do they bat until deep into the game just to make sure they can't lose this? Because they're in a pretty good position here, but they also don't want England chasing 460 or something and beating them. So there are some questions there, but who knows? I wouldn't want to predict what's going to happen tomorrow, because maybe tomorrow several of the players will be turned into mushrooms or something, because it's been a pretty weird Test match, if we're being honest.
Yeah, we're always honest here at talkSPORT.
With our mushroom chat.
Yeah. 2 full days to go. This is the freelancer's friend, this Test match, as the last one was. We're looking at a full 5 days. Again, could we really be pushing up past 6:30 on day 5, as we were at Headingley? I would not rule it out. England will go for any target that's set. India will want to be batting until after tea tomorrow. If they are, then they're going to have 500 lead, and England will be set with a world record run chase, and they're going to go for it. What other reason, or what more reason would you need to come back and listen to us commentate throughout days 4 and 5. I'll be off. Melinda Farrell will be in for me tomorrow. Sid Monga, Jarrod Kimber, Neil Manthorp, Steve Harmison will also be back. No Goughy. But boy, oh boy, what a couple of days it could be. India stumps on day 3, a leader 244, they're 64 for 1.